God, author of all wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, we ask thy guidance in our consultations, to the end that truth and justice may prevail in all our judgments. Amen. You may be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We've got a fun-filled and packed agenda today, as they always are. I wanted to start off, before I invite our colleagues from the Calgary Airport Authority up for their presentation, I just wanted to start off with a couple of interesting announcements for you all. First of all, yesterday I had the great pleasure of attending a fundraiser put on by the Calgary Japanese Community Association in recognition of the tragedy in Japan, and it was just a good reminder for me of what our citizens are able to do. We have, in fact, in the last month seen perhaps the worst of humanity, or the worst of nature, I should say, but the best of humanity. And the fact that people from our community were able to put this together on such short notice was lovely. And I was presented with something, and the reason I wanted to start by telling you about it today is because I wanted to show you what they presented to the City of Calgary, and I forgot it. But I was presented with a lovely piece of art, 1,000 folded paper cranes, which was made by a Calgarian who is also a survivor of the nuclear attacks on Hiroshima. So it was a very, very touching and spectacular moment, and I will show it to all of you when we see it. I also just wanted to highlight for people that this morning I had the opportunity to proclaim Telework Week here in Calgary, and I just wanted to acknowledge the work that Alderman Diane Colley-Urquhart has done in really making this city think very thoughtfully about telecommuting and work shifting. And not entirely coincidentally, this morning the Federation of Canadian Municipalities launched a program called Cut My Commute to bring the issue of congestion and commute times really to the fore as a major national issue and a major national tragedy. In fact, if you go to the Cut My Commute website, you will see a running ticker. And this morning I announced the numbers on the running ticker, but I forgot to say what the timeline was. And the numbers on the ticker suggest that Canadians have lost $300 million and 200 million hours to excessive commute times. And then, of course, I didn't put in the time frame. People said a year, a month, since the federal election was called. So this is a huge, huge, massive issue and requires major commitment by our federal government, which remains the only federal government in the industrialized world which lacks a national transit strategy. So all of this is all about reducing our commute times, and I think it's a good thing. All right. Well, I did suggest, I will say that this morning I did think it was a bit weird that we were having a press conference in person about teleworking, and I had actually suggested that I would do it from home in my bunny slippers in a virtual press conference, but then it was pointed out to me that we had council today and we haven't quite figured out how to telework into council. So, Madam Clerk, as part of the governance task force, we'll expect that you'll figure out a way we can do this in our bunny slippers from home. Absolutely. All right. So, thanks, Mr. Tobert. All right, so first on our formal agenda this morning, then, unless anyone else has any recognitions or presentations they wanted to make. Seeing none. First on our formal agenda this morning is our annual conversation with the Calgary Airport Authority. So I'll invite our colleagues from the Airport Authority to come up, and I'm sure that we will have some good discussion. Good morning, Mr. Mitchell.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting us. Your Worship, members of Council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Doug Mitchell, and I am the Chair of the Calgary Airport Authority's Board of Directors. On behalf of our directors and management team, thank you for the opportunity to report to Council today on the Calgary International Airport and Springbank Airport's operational results for 2010, as well as to tell you more of our plans for 2011. As you know, it's an extremely busy time for us as we carry out our major capital expansion program. Let me first of all say that our board and management appreciate and value the long-term excellent working relationship that exists between Council and administration of the City of Calgary and the Authority. I would now like to report to you on that from a regulatory perspective. The Calgary Airport Authority is in compliance with Section 27 of the Regional Airports Authorities Act. This appointer meeting is within 135 days of our fiscal year end, and more than one-third of our directors, 11 of our 14 current directors, and our auditor are present. On March 10th, I sent to all members of Council a letter which included a copy of our board brochure containing information on our directors and officers, as well as a copy of our 2011 schedule of board and standing committee meetings, which sets out the membership of the board committees. The committees are Audit and Finance, Governance and Compensation, Infrastructure and Environment, and Nominating. Each director is assigned to sit on 2 of the standing committees. These committees meet on a regular basis, 3 to 4 times per year. In the fall of last year, we set up a Development Program Oversight Committee, which will exist for the duration of our major capital expansion program. I would now like to take a moment to introduce to you our directors, auditor, and administration team, which are present today. I was appointed to the board by the Calgary Chamber of Commerce in 2004 and elected as board chair effective January 1st, 2010. Your City of Calgary appointees to the board, 2 of them are here today, and they are Darshan Cayley, and Chris Leggett. Ed McGilvery, your 3rd nominee, is out of the country and unable to attend. Directors present who were appointed by the Calgary Chamber of Commerce are Mel Bellich, Bev Foy, Don Ingram, Kim Sturgis, David Swanson, Stella Thompson. Don Douglas, another nominee by the Chamber of Commerce, is out of the country as well today. The Rocky View County's appointee is present today, and that is Ken McNeil. Transport Canada's appointee with us this morning is Kevin Benson. Quincy Smith, who's also a nominee of Transport Canada, is currently out of the country. As required by our governing legislation, our auditor firm is PricewaterhouseCoopers, represented today by partner Ian Gunn. Thank you, Ian. We have our executive team with us today. They are Garth Atkinson, President and CEO, Bob Schmidt, Senior Vice President, Planning and Engineering, Bernie Humphreys, Vice President of Operations, Frank Jakowski, Vice President, Finance and CFO, Stéphane Poirier, Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer, and Cynthia Trombley, Senior Director for Human Resources. Also with us today are airport staff Christine Chin, Paulette Klein, Jody Mosley, and Neil Morrison. Now I will ask Garth Atkinson, our President and CEO, to report to you on our results for 2010 at the Calgary International Airport and Springbank Airport, as well as our stated objectives for 2011. Following Garth's presentation, we'll be pleased to respond to any questions you may have. Garth?
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Good morning, Mr. Atkinson.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of Council. I'll just take a moment here to arrange myself. You have a new technical setup this year. I have to adjust myself to it. There we go. Yes, so my agenda this morning will briefly cover the following topics. A very brief reminder overview of our corporate situation, our activity levels for last year, our financial overview, some performance measures that we use at the Airport Authority, of course our major ADP, the Airport Development Project, Springbank Airport, our reliever airport to the west, and some of the key activities that occurred in 2010. Although you'll note in my presentation that the Airport Trail East Extension and Underpass project and the related ongoing discussions are not part of my presentation, I would note that both the City and the Airport Authority are expending tremendous efforts in that regard, and I do believe there is a legitimate desire on both sides to reach a conclusion as quickly as possible. And we met again, actually, just last Thursday in serious pursuit of that objective. So with that, I'll plunge right in here to our corporate overview. Most of you are familiar that the authority is a non-share capital corporation established under provincial legislation. We operate 2 airports, Calgary International since July 1992, Springbank Airport since October 1997. We have an 80-year lease, which is a 60-year lease with a 20-year extension, and all of the surpluses are reinvested on airport property. In terms of our activity levels, after the recession in 2009, we saw positive growth again in 2010, total passengers reaching an all-time high of 12.6 million. That's up 3.7%, which doesn't sound like a big number, but that's an additional 456,000 passengers moving through the terminal complex. This just shows you since 1992 the strong growth that we have had. Of course, a big wave of expansion in the late 1990s, 2001, of course, with the unfortunate events of 9/11, a bit of a pullback, and then again, very, very strong growth up until 2009. Aircraft movements have picked up also 1.2% to 163,500 passengers. You'll note not as quite as strong growth as passengers themselves, and of course you'll know by experience if you travel that load factors on most air carriers now are very, very high. In terms of our finances, our total revenues last year in 2010 were $267 million, roughly one-third between AIF revenue, aeronautical revenue, and our commercial revenue. I will note, however, for the third year in a row, our commercial revenue is now greater than aeronautical revenue, and that's a very good thing because what that allows us to do is keep our fees to the airlines, WestJet and Air Canada, etc., as low as possible. In the operations sector, our 2010 expenses were just under $100 million. The goods and services is the largest component. However, that is many different items at just under $52 million. The second largest single component that you're familiar with, of course, from previous presentations is our federal rent to the federal government at just over $24 million. Just about a quarter of our revenue goes to that. Salaries and benefits were $17 million, and property taxes to the City of Calgary, $5.6. Just to zero in on that federal rent issue, from 1992 now to the end of 2010, we have expended $356 million to the federal government for federal rent. The gray indicates actual rent paid up into the end of 2010, and the red bars are projections for the next few years. Our capital investment last year, we are a very capital-intensive business, as you know, was $144 million. We broadly break that into what we call the operations sector, which is our maintenance capital expenditures, our restoration of the existing facility, and the acquisition of equipment. And the largest portion at $112 million was our major expansion sector, which again is comprised of a number of different projects. This looks at our total investment since we transferred in 1992. Our total investment is now $1.3 billion. You will see we had a major burst of expansion as we built the Concourse D, which is primarily occupied by WestJet today in around 2001, 2002. And of course, as you know, we are now heading into another wave of very significant expansion, which will be the largest in our history. In terms of performance measures, we reach outside the organization to determine how we are doing, and we look at both service benchmarks and cost benchmarks. So I'll just show you a couple of those here this morning. On the service side, what we do is we're very involved, as you know, in trying to maximize the availability of air service to Calgarians. So what we do is we actually measure the number of airline seats available per capita, and we rate that against the other major cities in Canada. So as you will see, by a significant margin, Calgarians on a per capita basis enjoy the highest access to airline seats in Canada. On the cost side, we take a similar measurement. We take our direct operating costs per passenger, and again, we measure those each year against the other major airports in Canada. And as you can see, Calgary is off to the left, and by a considerable margin, actually. Calgary has the lowest operating cost per passenger, about 40% lower than the next closest airport, and about 55% lower than the Canadian average. Another way we measure service is we participate, and we have done now for a few years, in Airports Council International, which is our international industry association. They run an independent passenger survey for passenger satisfaction. This survey looks at 2010 in our grouping, which is 5 to 15 million passenger airports, and you can see the red bar to the left is yycCC. Our corporate target is to be, this is a 5-point scale, our corporate target is to be above the 80th percentile, or about 4 to 5, and we are achieving that. In this particular grouping, there are 2 other Canadian airports. I believe there is Edmonton and Montreal. So our airport development program, our ADP as we call it, of course the largest project in our history, probably one of the largest projects in the history of Calgary. A $2 billion project which is now underway. We actually did quite some very significant preliminary works in 2010, and heavy construction is now underway in 2011, will continue right through to 2015. In 2010, however, we achieved some very significant project benchmarks. We completed our major environmental assessment, where we paralleled the SIA process, and that was a very intensive project, successfully completed. We undertook an independent project controls and risk management review, and that was completed last year in 2010 and will help to guide oversight of the project over the next few years. And of course, this project has been in the planning and design stages for a decade, but final board approval in that very long process was received in the fall of last year. So looking at the 2 major components of the ADP, we have, of course, the International Facilities Project, primarily an international transborder concourse. However, in the early years, there will be some domestic flights off of this concourse as well. The budget is about $1.4 billion. It's unlike the existing terminal. This new piece of infrastructure will go up, have more vertical elements to it, 5 levels of space, 183,500 square meters. There will be 22 new aircraft gates. There will be a 300-room hotel, which will be situated directly on top of the link between the new IFP, as we call it, and the old terminal complex. And this project is projected to be in service in October 2015, so it is a very long build. This is just an exterior rendition of what that will look like. So from the left, you are coming across the road. You are going through initially airline check-in, then of course through pre-board screening or perhaps pre-clearance if you're going to the United States, and then continuing on down either primarily to the right will be international departures, and off to the left will be departures to the United States. And these are just a couple of renditions of the openness of the space that will be created in the new IFP. It is, we put a lot of effort into sustainability with this project. It was a very major focus for us. 600 geothermal wells, enough in-floor radiant heating tubing to run from Calgary to Kelowna. Cogen will save a lot of CO2 every year. We are going to harvest rainwater, and about 10 million liters we project and recycle that rainwater. Very high performance building envelope, and unlike our existing plant, we'll have decentralized mechanical and electrical systems, which again are more energy efficient. Turning to the 4th runway, as I mentioned earlier, our environmental assessment was completed in 2010. And since 1979, very fortunately, we have had our noise contour and electronic zoning protection has been in place, and that was a, 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 a This runway complex, and I use that term deliberately because a runway is a lot more than a runway. It's a complex series of infrastructure. Will be, but the main runway will be 14,000 feet long, 200 feet wide. That will be enough to accommodate a CODEF capable or CODEF aircraft, and that would be, for example, an A380 or a 747-800 model. It will be a Category 3A instrument landing system, which means that which will provide even better access during periods of low visibility than we have today. We will have a centralized de-icing facility where aircraft will move to de-ice and where we will capture that fluid, so another environmentally friendly initiative there. We'll be in service in May 2014. The cost of this component is about $620 million, and it does include, very significantly, and we are partnering with NAV Canada on this, a new air traffic control tower. That control tower is actually under construction now and is situated midfield, just across, actually, from the WestJet corporate headquarters. This is a view of the new runway system from the north, so you can see the significant size of that facility. So the ADP, why are we doing it? Of course, it's capacity driven. Particularly now on the airfield, we are over capacity 6 days a week from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. And we are having to institute various traffic management initiatives in that regard. It will have a huge positive economic impact. We project about 10.5 million hours of employment in Calgary with a peak on-site workforce of about 1,600 individuals. Springbank Airport is our very important reliever airport, again located just to the west of Calgary. It is actually, and most recently, the 12th busiest airport in Canada in terms of total aircraft movements, 136,000 movements in 2010. I believe the second busiest airport in Alberta for aircraft movements. We, as the Airport Authority, we have invested about $34 million since 1997. We have lengthened the main runway to 5,000 feet. Springbank now has a full instrument landing system. We have instituted with CBSA Canada Customs Service. There is an area fire hall which is actually primarily designed to provide support to the surrounding community on land that we donated on Springbank Airport. And there's been a very significant increase in service land and consequentially on airport development over the years. This is just a picture of some of the latest developments. Because of that growth, we've built some new administrative offices and some new maintenance bays, and those are just being finished up now. So I'll turn now to key activities at YYC, Calgary International Airport in 2010. It was a very busy and exciting year for us. We held a full-scale emergency exercise, 12 participating agencies, many, of course, of those with the City of Calgary, and WestJet was our major airline sponsor. It's a very important undertaking, and we test all of our protocols and communication processes, and certainly we always learn something when we hold these very important exercises. Safety is job one, of course, at the airport. We participate actually in the province of Alberta. They have a partnerships and injury reduction program, and part of that involves an annual audit by a third party, so we're very happy we did that audit process in 2010 and achieved a 95% rating on that third-party safety audit. I mentioned sustainability several times. In 2010, we recycled about 290 metric tons of paper and cardboard, 504,285 bottles and cans. Of course, you can appreciate that's a very precise number. And in 2010, we reduced electric consumption by 13%, and that was quite significant. We've had a lot of energy efficiency initiatives underway in the last few years. Security screening is not performed by the Airport Authority. As you know, it is what we call in the zone of influence provided by The federal government is CATSA, and through their contract party, Garda. Having said that, we do try and exercise influence with them, and we do note that they've had a 58% increase in staff over the last 24 months. What we do as the Airport Authority, this is just a picture of one of the screening areas, but we try and improve the look and the feel and the movement of passengers through that area and make that contribution. I mentioned that we are in a capacity-constrained condition on the airfield. So what we do have is we have restrictions during our peak hours, which is our arrival peak, which is 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. We've eliminated training during those hours. We've eliminated smaller aircraft during those hours. We've built quite a few new airfield pavement structures in the last few years, and we have a major taxiway addition going in this year that will help to reduce the runway occupancy time and allow as many aircraft to land and take off during an hour as possible. Another thing we've done, we started out with, a few years ago, we had a 20-minute maintenance window during the winter, during a snow event, and we were able to reduce that to 12 minutes last year, and now we're down to 8 minutes. What 8 minutes means is that we can do one sweep of the runway and get off and restore normal operations after 8 minutes. In terms of air services, both WestJet and Air Canada offered improved services domestically, transborder, and internationally. Big news, however, probably was last year was our Tokyo service established, and we note they have increased in frequency in 2011. Of course, we're all aware of the significant problems caused by the recent disaster in Japan. So our service is still there, but as we understand, talking to our provider, all services into Tokyo have been somewhat affected in the near term. Terminal service improvements, we try and improve the various services every year. We do now have a new medical clinic and associated pharmacy in operation at the terminal. Our soft seating program with leather chairs around the terminal has been quite popular. Canada Customs, we'll have to wait for the IFP for a major expansion to the Canada Customs area, but in the interim, we actually pushed the wall back, created more area for the primary inspection process, and that has helped somewhat in the short term. We're always, of course, dealing with our major airline clients. WestJet is a very important air service provider at the airport, so last year they came to us and asked for a modification to their check-in area and process, so we were able to accommodate them on very short notice. Retail service improvements, I won't go through them all, but every year we're adding and renovating many of our retail outlets throughout the terminal complex. Parking is a major activity, of course, at the airport. We have many parking lots. And what we did last year was we put in more weekly parking options, and as a result of that, we did undertake an advertising campaign, which has actually been quite successful. And so we do offer a variety of longer-term parking options. Cargo is a very significant activity at Calgary International Airport, very important to the economy. Cargo tonnage last year was up 8.1%, which is a significant rebound from the recession. And very significantly, UPS opened a brand new 145,000 square foot air and ground facility on airport, so that was a very positive development for us. As I mentioned, we are a capital-intensive business. Last year, $144 million. So you can see from these pictures on the ground side, on air side, we are always building. I've been at the airport 29 years now, and I can tell you that there has not been a single day at the airport in 29 years when we have not been in construction. Finally, I'm sure you've enjoyed the services of our White Hat program, now 240 individuals strong, and a very, very important service at the International Airport. So without question, we are a very vital component of the Calgary economy, and we are growing to ensure that that contribution remains very strong in the future. Thank you, Your Worship. That concludes my formal presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Atkinson. I'll invite members of council to ask any questions for yourself or for Mr. Mitchell. I have a couple to just start off with that I think are interesting. I was really interested to see the two charts, they're not numbered here, but the ones on service comparison and cost comparison. On the service comparison, that's very interesting that our airline seats per capita are so high. Are you at all concerned that we're overbuilt for the size of hub that we are? You know, when we compare ourselves to places like Vancouver and Toronto on that chart?
My apologies. Could you repeat the question?
I'm talking about the airline seats per capita comparison.
Yes.
I was a bit surprised at how high that was, given that we don't serve a big region and that our seats per capita are higher than major hubs like Toronto. Are you at all concerned that we're overbuilt with airline service?
My concern? No, I'm thrilled, actually. The way that you build that kind of a base is you need to become a major connecting hub. Mm-hmm. And Calgary, of course, is a strong economic city. We have a lot of head offices here. We're geographically well positioned. So that is certainly part of it. However, 30% of our traffic is connecting. And that's very helpful because what the airlines do is they bring in traffic from smaller centers. They consolidate it in Calgary, and that helps to support a lot of direct services in Calgary. So it's fantastic. We are what every airport actually in Canada aspires to be.
Because we're a hub for both airlines.
We are a hub for both WestJet and Air Canada, yes.
The very next slide, you were talking about the cost comparison, which looks fantastic, the direct operating cost per passenger. I'm just curious about that term direct operating cost. Am I right in assuming that that doesn't include the rent that you pay to the federal government, nor does it include depreciation, amortization, and interest?
What's direct capital? Operating costs? It's our goods and services, which is our biggest bundle of costs. It's our salaries and benefits, and it's our property taxes.
Do you know what you look like on an all-in basis compared to other airports? The reason I'm asking is because I'm curious about making the argument to the federal government about your rents being too high and how we can be helpful in that. When you bake in the rents and when you bake in the interest, depreciation, amortization, do you have any idea how you look compared to other airports?
Well, as of January 1st, 2010, all airports in Canada fell under a common rent regime. Mm-hmm. And so we all pay a percentage of our gross revenues.
Oh, I see.
Now, it's an incremental formula, but having said that, I would suggest to you that it is therefore relatively equal between all major airports in Canada relative to your revenue base. So I don't think the inclusion of rent would in any way distort that figure. In terms of depreciation and amortization, of course, that very much depends where every airport is in the long-term investment capacity cycle. Some airports have not had to invest. That'll come in the future. Some airports, Toronto is a big example, have had to invest significantly. So the answer is that all depends where you are in the long-term cycle.
Great. Thank you. Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Do you want to have someone recognize the class before we get into these questions? Okay.
Yes, thank you. I would like to welcome the grade 5 and 6 students from University Elementary. They're accompanied with their teacher, Laura Smart, and the volunteer tour guides are Sheila Morrison and Heidi Horn. So welcome today.
You can stand up if you like so you can be recognized. There you go. Thank you. Welcome to City Hall. Hope you have a great day here today. And as Alderman Farrell always likes to remind people, you were just on TV. Very exciting. So thank you. Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. And thank you, Mr. Atkinson, for being here. And I see from your charts that there's tremendous satisfaction for what the airport is doing. And you also mentioned in there about the economic benefit to this city. And I got to reiterate that. I'm proud to have the airport in my ward, and I think that I speak on behalf of Calgarians when I say we're proud of the job that you have done to build this airport. So I have to say that right up front. Now, of course, you didn't have the airport tunnel in your presentation, but I do need to speak a little to that and to ask you 2 or 3 questions as I go. First of all, I want to, for the benefit of my fellow members of council and the public, I want to I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want to say what I think you have been saying to us all along, and that is that we as a city are free to build the runway. You don't have an opposition, or the tunnel, I mean. We're not, that's too big a project. Sorry, we couldn't get approval for that much.
On that one, yes.
You're not opposed to us building the tunnel, providing three things. Number one, that it doesn't cost you any money. Number two, that it does not delay in any way the infrastructure that you have planned for building. And number three, that we agreed to a signed contract, which, by the way, thank you, we got in the last couple of days, the 100-page agreement. But so if is that fair to say that that's been your outlook on this?
Well, as you would appreciate, and I guess your worship through the chair, but this I've been involved in this particular matter since 2003. I have, I think now, 12 binders of 4-inch binders on this project.
You're one ahead of me.
My point to you, your worship, is that there are many aspects to it. I think those are three of them. I don't know if at this podium I can simplify it to three, but there are certainly many aspects that have been under discussion. Myself and Owen Tobert, your city manager, met last Thursday, with our respective teams. We went through a great many issues. I thought had a very productive meeting. So.
But the point that I'm making is that providing certain conditions are met, then you're not opposed to us building the tunnel.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, during the last few months, because there's been a number of months of talks on this, we started out talking about a 720-meter continuous structure, and then it changed to a 615-meter because that was determined that that's what you needed. But the talks have all been about a continuous structure, not about a segmented build, right?
Trouble is I've been on this file too long, but if you go back to 2003, and over those intervening 8 years, I believe there have been some discussions with the city on a segmented tunnel. I believe we both agreed, and this was confirmed, I believe, through the city's discussions with Transport Canada, that a segmented tunnel in this particular circumstance is not appropriate. So I don't think that's an issue between us.
No, and it hasn't been for some time, over a year, I would imagine.
I believe so.
That's
right.
Now, I just want to talk a little bit about our growth, so again that our people understand. We presently have approximately 50,000 people living north of McKnight on the east side of your property, and we plan to put in there a city the size of Red Deer north of that, and on the east side of your airport, including, by the way, not just residential, but there's a possibility of 40,000 jobs being created in the AVPA over the next 20, 30 years. This growth has all been, part of it's been approved, some of it's in the process of approval, but it's all been built or approved under the understanding that this tunnel and this expressway from Deerfoot to the East Freeway were a part of the plans. In fact, it's been in the airport's master plan since '95, I think, and in Calgary's transportation plan. So we have
2004, actually.
2004. Thank you for that correction. So it's been there for some time. So all of the growth and the plans and the road structure and everything have been done with that in mind. On the other hand, your growth, and I want to throw something out to you here to see if you agree or disagree. I've been doing, of course, a lot of study on international airports and their growth around the world and the projections, and that's why I've got a number of binders too. But one of the things that the experts are saying is that right now there's approximately 4.5 billion air travelers in the world each year, but they're predicting that within 20 years that will be between 12 and 13 billion. In other words, pretty well a 3-time growth in air travel. And they're also predicting a 3-time growth in air freight. Are these comparable to your projection studies, or what you think? Or do you think your growth would be lower or higher than those projections?
Sure. Our master plan projection is 3% per year. which would be consistent with an airport in a city of our size and maturity, so to speak. Obviously, in other parts of the world, China is a great example, and areas in that particular region of the world are growing at a much, much higher rate. And so when you average it all in, I'm sure you get a much higher rate. But in our master plan, we are using a 3% growth rate.
And of course, the announcement by China last year that Canada was an accepted destination, there's some huge potential for us in this city because of Banff to have a lot of those tourists coming here, right?
We certainly hope so.
Yes. So what, with our growth and your growth plan, do you feel that CAA has any responsibility or any role to play in us managing the growth and the projected congestion over the next 20, 30 years? Do you feel that there's any role or responsibility for you in that?
Yes, actually, we feel a deep responsibility to expand the airport to permit future economic activity to take place, which is why we've invested, of course, $1.3 billion to date since 1992, and now why we're undertaking what is the largest project in our history, as I mentioned, at $2 billion. So absolutely, we feel an important need to do our job, which is to expand airport infrastructure.
Now, it could be argued that the infrastructure for you stops at the border of your property, and once a vehicle, whether it be a car or a bus, a truck, a motorcycle, once they hit your property, you have a responsibility, but once they exit your property, it would be the city's responsibility. Do you agree with that, or do you think that you should have a role in helping us manage the congestion that is going to happen all around your airport?
Mm-hmm. Well, what I would say is we each have our own responsibilities in that regard. We have certain capabilities as the Calgary Airport Authority. We are within prudent fiscal parameters as we undertake $2 billion, but at the same time, I can tell you it is stretching us to our financial limits to undertake this expansion with no help, as you know, from the taxpayer. Not only do we receive absolutely no money from any level of government, as I noted in my slides, we have now contributed $350 million the other way to the federal government. So within that financial parameter, we are doing everything we can to ensure the continued economic success of Calgary. And of course, our responsibility is certainly everything to do with the airport.
Yeah. And we are not foreign to being strapped for capital. That's something that we're quite familiar with, as you know. Now, the final question I have is that, as you said to start with, that we were free to build you weren't opposed to us building the runway. But I have to ask you this pointedly, because that's not the word that we're getting. You met with the WestJet just a few weeks ago, and right after that, WestJet came out with quite a negative media approach to the tunnel and the necessity of it, and the concerns they had for security. When our people met with them, Mr. Atkinson, what they said was that that they had learned from you or your team that that you were not in favor of the tunnel, but also one of the reasons was because you informed them that we were, as a city, going after a segmented tunnel. Now, why would they say that after the meeting with you? Would that not have been cleared up, that we weren't talking about a segmented tunnel?
So you've got many questions embedded there. Let me see if I can recall them all. Certainly I would tell you that from a safety point of view, which I think is one of the thrusts of your question, we looked very carefully at a segmented tunnel, as we previously discussed, and discarded that idea some years ago. Having said that, beyond that, I can tell you that everything in aviation, whether it's airport authorities, whether it's airlines, whether it's air traffic control, is totally dedicated to the safe operation of aircraft and the safe arrival and departure and arrival of aircraft with passengers. So I would say that we don't have any concerns, and we're very confident that whatever is undertaken will be very safe, and we would never do anything, nor would any airline or any airport operator would NAV Canada ever do anything unsafe. So I can tell you, if I briefly recall those comments, they're not top ahead, but I'm very confident that we have a very safe operation today, and whatever we do in the future will preserve that very safe operation.
So you missed the point of my question, but also I'll ask it again. Why would WestJet and also, by the way, Transport Canada tell us that they understood that we were going after a segmented tunnel?
Yeah, I don't believe, Your Worship, either myself nor the honourable member were at any of those meetings, so I have no first-party account of them, and I'm not sure that if you do, but since I wasn't at any of these meetings, I can't really comment on them.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. You know, I think it is, thanks, Mr. Atkinson, for answering those questions. I think it is helpful for us to get out on the table where we stand, as there has been a great deal of misinformation. You know, when we get phone calls from reporters saying, the airport has said that they're fully opposed to this tunnel, it's important that we get the real facts on the table. So I thank you for doing that today. Alderman Carra.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation and for the job you do for the City of Calgary. And it is a vibrant airport is essential to the economic engine that's driving Calgary. I'm also pleased to hear the weight that you guys put into sustainability and some of the things that you're doing with the new expansion, some of the things you're doing with recycling on site. Very impressive. Sustainability, of course, is a two-step process. It's what you do within your boundaries, and then it's your relationship with outside the areas. I was disappointed to not see transit connection to the airport being addressed in any significant way, and I'd like you to expand upon what the airport's position is on transit access and your long-term plans, please.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. The airport for many years, actually going back, predating our current master plan, and including our current master plan, have anticipated and preserved a corridor for LRT to the airport. There's no question about that. How that will evolve over time, I think, would be similar to the City of Calgary's plans, where you go through usually a series of stages, which may involve upgrading the bus service, rapid bus service, eventually leading perhaps in many cases to LRT. We're certainly hoping, anticipating, and hoping that in the long term we will get an LRT leg directly to the airport. Now there's the official city plan, as you know, is to have what we call a superstation directly to the west of the airport, which would be a station housing the future north central line of the LRT, but also hopefully a station for commuter rail to Airdrie, and perhaps a high-speed rail station to Edmonton, which has been discussed in the province many times over the years, and is still on the drawing books of many organizations. It would appear very practical to us to tie into that superstation, because that would be a critical exchange point for passengers from many directions. How we would get people from that superstation to the airport could happen in a number of ways. It certainly could happen with a direct spur line off the LRT, or depending on the timing and the circumstances, it could initially happen with some type of people mover. But we certainly see increasing transit connections to the airport over time, as they can be facilitated. And the Northeast line, of course, we're well aware that with if an airport trail extension went ahead, that is another possibility for transit from the east. The Northeast line, as you know, actually swings around a bit to the north. Although it's called the Northeast line, it actually swings west. West eventually, and actually ends up almost directly north of the airport instead of east of the airport. So that would be another future possibility. But the official plan, if I can call it that, as it stands today, would be to tie into LRT from the future north central line directly to the west of the airport.
Okay, so just to sum up your comments then, you are taking your cues from the cities, long-range transit planning. Significant LRT transit connection to the airport is more of a long-term proposition, although you do acknowledge that the airport tunnel does provide the opportunity to connect the Northeast LRT in perhaps a shorter fashion if the city were to pursue that.
I understand that to be an option. My understanding of the geometry of the tunnel was that it was sized to include a potential future LRT link, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Carr. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. I'm going to get away from the tunnel and ask you a question about taxis. It's my understanding that the airport limits the size of, or requires a large size trunk for taxi cabs. And so that's why we're not seeing a lot of hybrid Prius type, for example, models of vehicles serving the airport. Is that the case?
We have some minimum standards. I apologize, I didn't bring them with me this morning. And certainly we have to ensure, I mean, one of the unique features of taxi service from the airport, and obviously involves usually a lot of luggage. And so to make sure our customers are served properly, they have to be able to accommodate that luggage. Having said that, I can recall from memory that we do allow and even encourage some alternative fuel vehicles at the airport and some vehicles like Prius. We want to ensure that obviously airport customers are served, but I think that's not incompatible as time goes on with sustainable initiatives that happen in various areas, such as taxis.
Incompatible. I'm just wondering if your policies are impeding the progress. We're seeing hybrids being adopted widely by taxi industry in other cities, and yet Calgary has very few, handful really. Maybe there's more lately. I would ask you if you could double check your policies to ensure that we're not impeding the progress.
Absolutely, I'd be happy to double check that, but to my knowledge, I don't think we're impeding anything.
Maybe you're being used as an excuse. I don't see our luggage any bigger in Calgary than it is in Vancouver, for example. Maybe it's colder here, so we're packing more. I don't know.
I can't say, although I have noted traveling occasionally with colleagues to other cities that even if there was two of us, we had to split up and take two cabs because they couldn't take our luggage. And what I would point out to you in that circumstance, although it may appear, you see, initially that there's a total energy saving by a very small car, in fact, when you see small parties even having to split up and take multiple vehicles, I think you will notice that the cumulative effect of that may well be very, very negative, but that's just perception.
Okay, thank you. So I'll next time you come next year, I'll ask you the same question.
I'll write it down.
Excellent, thank you.
Hopefully we get to chat more than once a year, Mr. Atkinson, though these days you might prefer if we only got to talk once a year, but Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Atkinson, thank you for being here. Well, I have, other than some concerns about the tunnel, which most of those questions were addressed by Alderman Stevenson, I do have some additional concerns. And I attended several open houses that were held up in the community, basically explaining how this new runway may impact the surrounding communities. And so some of the arguments that have been made in the past had to do with the existence of the airport for some time, in some cases even before some of the communities were fully built out. In this particular case, some of the adjacent communities or communities that may be impacted by this this new runway are currently in existence. Now, some of the discussions I had to do with the NEF contours and how those had been assessed for some time now, and that you were bound to abide by them. One of the questions I asked at some of these open houses had to do with how the NEF contours relative to this new runway don't seem to be, I guess, in equivalent to the NEF contours that are allocated to the existing runway. What I mean by that is the NEF contours seem to extend much further south proportionately on the old runway as compared to the new runway. And so there's some concerns from some of the adjacent communities that it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission after the fact. How is this going to be addressed in the future if those NEF contours aren't met?
Right. So, yes, your observation is quite correct. These contours, of course, just for everyone in the room, were put in place in 1979 as a provincial regulation, actually initiated, as most of you know, by former Mayor Al Duer when he was a city planner. And the existing contour, or the contour on the existing runway 1634, it goes more to the north and to the south because that affects the arrival departure program, as projected. Whereas the future runway is designed what I'll call 3-4 right will be more predominantly a departure runway. And that's why the contours go much further to the north than they do to the south. That doesn't mean that there won't be some activity, but these contours are predicated on a number of input factors, one of which, of course, is very significantly impacted by the balance between arrivals and departures.
So departures, and so what I'm assuming by that is that they'll be northbound predominantly as they're taking off?
There will be more northbound departures to the north. Our winds are primarily north-northwest, probably as you know, and that's why the runways are situated that way, and that's why the contours run that way. Yes.
Right. So it's not going to be used maybe as much for arrivals?
Yeah, it's a relative balance, and that's what generates the contours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you feel confident that those NEF contours, you'll be able to meet those?
Well, the parties involved in this are, of course, the airlines themselves. There's airport authorities, there's NAP Canada, and there's communities. And our experience is we're all going to work together to plot the new airspace activity. Airspace management, as you would appreciate, is a very complex matter, particularly actually in Calgary because of the volume of our activity. And as the new runway is put into service, NAP Canada will be putting in some new airspace management procedures. So we're going to work very closely with them. We're very aware of the contours, and we're going to work together with all of the parties to obviously to minimize any impact on the communities.
Okay. So on that point, currently it's been predominantly Maitland Heights, Vista Heights, Belfast that's been impacted by these NEF contours. With the new runway, some of the communities that may potentially be impacted by this would be some communities such as Albert Park, Radisson Heights. So do you envision adding resources specifically to address noise?
Yes,
issues?
we're actually, and again, I didn't bring the details with me this morning, but we have quite an extensive series of noise monitors throughout the communities in Calgary today. And we're actually in the process, and I may be behind the times, they may even be in the process of being installed now. I'm installing a whole new series of sensors that will be associated with the new runway. So we'll continue to capture the full kaleidoscope of activity out there and be able to monitor that and address concerns.
Thank you for that, Mr. Atkinson. I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you specifically to address some of the issues as addressed by some of the residents. Thank you for that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. I'm trying to resist the urge to say, well, I live due east, so how do the contours actually affect me? I won't. Don't worry, Mr. Atkinson. Alderman Marr.
And yet you just did. Thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple of questions. Now, in your presentation, which I'm holding here, the 16 pages, and you guys, you come to us every year, do you not?
I'm sorry, are you referring to this presentation?
Your presentation.
We've been here every year since April 1993.
April 1993. And that's actually quite a long time, actually, when you think about it. So the airport authority, how do you view yourself in relationship to the city of Calgary? Are you partners with us?
Yeah.
Or?
Because I obviously talk to my colleagues across the country, and I've been in the business for 34 years. I've been at Calgary 29 years. I have a pretty good perspective on both the relationship here in Calgary and the relationships across the country. And because of that, I can say to you that my belief is that the relationship over the past 20 years between the Calgary Airport Authority and the City of Calgary has been the finest in Canada.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to hear.
Tremendously positive. We've worked very closely on a whole range of issues, everything from improved air service, where previous mayors have come with us and supported our presentations in far-flung areas of the world, to transit issues, to planning issues, a whole range of issues that we've worked very cooperatively on. And our view is it's been a tremendously positive and productive relationship over those 20 years.
And the Calgary Airport, as an airport itself, serves more than just the citizens of Calgary, doesn't it? It's actually a regional airport in reality.
Well, yes, our trading region, if you would like to call that, certainly extends into Saskatchewan, very directly into Saskatchewan, into British Columbia and north. And of course, because we do pick up, as I mentioned, connecting traffic, some will have connecting traffic from Eastern Canada, from the United States, from other places as well.
Yeah, no, I know we're actually the closest. If you lived in Montana, I think we're closer than other cities in the United States from an international perspective. So the airport authority has probably, 1.5 million people in its trading area. Sorry, not the airport authority, the airport. Somewhere in that range, wouldn't it?
Well, a trading area for an airport is a little different to define than others, but I can tell you that, as I mentioned, about 30% of our traffic at Calgary International is connecting traffic. It's coming from somewhere else and going somewhere else.
Right, okay. And that would be international and national.
Transborder to the United States, international, or even domestically within Canada. There's quite a bit of connecting activity which takes place domestically just within Canada.
Okay. And you've been CEO for how long?
10 years.
For 10 years. So you're essentially the head guy for the Calgary Airport Authority, reporting to the board of the Airport Authority. Is that right?
As I understand it.
Yeah. Okay. We're just looking for a little bit of clarity, because who is responsible for the overall vision of the Airport Authority? Is it the board, or is it the administration of which you are the head?
The board of directors their responsibilities are actually very well defined in the Regional Airports Authorities Act and in the even more extensive regulations. And certainly the board of directors has overall accountability for the direction of the corporation, and management responds to that board of directors.
Okay, because the Airport Authority has done some really, really innovative things over the last little while. I can't tell you how many times I've used the mobile telephone calling park and waiting area. I think that's fantastic. It really is, because rather than paying for parking, an individual can now wait, say, hey, by the way, I'm at gate C, and nip over and pick somebody up. And that really helps in terms of mobility and allowing people to not sit there and wait, paying for parking. So that's been really tremendous. I know that you're making strides in an environmental way to try to make the buildings more efficient, try to do more recycling and things like that. And that was very, very handy information in the 16 pages that you gave us. So we appreciate that. My question is that we have also, over the last several years, an issue that we share with the Airport Authority regarding the tunnel. But I found it strange that it was not mentioned in this at all, given that it is something that has been widely reported on in the media, that it is something that we are currently negotiating with the airport and the Airport Authority, rather. But can you explain to me why you didn't mention it in your presentation at all?
Absolutely. Our approach in this latest round, and again, we've been involved in these discussions, a series of discussions, as you know, since 2003. But in the latest round, which I guess goes back about 4 or 5 months, it was our clear understanding as the Airport Authority that we would engage in those discussions in good faith and directly with the city. It's not our approach, and never will be, to negotiate through the media. Others may choose that path, but that's not our path. So that's why.
Okay. And that's a fair question. or sorry, fair comment. So at some point also, we had an agreement with the Airport Authority in a cost share for the proposed tunnel. Is that correct or not?
I'm not sure. Could you be more specific?
Well, did we not have a letter of understanding or a memorandum between the Airport Authority and the City of Calgary that the Airport Authority would venture into a cost share on any proposed tunnel?
You're referring, yes, during the administration, I guess a previous council administration, we had what I believe was called a memorandum of agreement with the city. We entered into that very particularly for a period of approximately 3 months, where the city undertook to undertake some very focused discussions with both the provincial government and the federal government at that time. And of course, I'm quite familiar with the details of that agreement. And of course, as you perhaps know, you may be very familiar with it yourself. It brought that period of activity and those covenants to a close very specifically at the conclusion of that period.
Right. But at the time, the Airport Authority was viewing this as a partnership in a cost-sharing arrangement.
At the time, the Airport Authority responded to the requests of the city at that time to undertake a very well, I call it high-powered and intensive campaign. I guess that was about a year ago. I've been involved in this file too long now to remember, but yes, I guess that was about a year ago. And I guess the reason it was so intensive and had a very specific end date to it was the recognition that with the runway, which was under development, and of course, we're on the same construction path for the runway, surprisingly enough, that we were on in 2003. So I guess that's good news. But I believe that agreement was undertaken on a fast-track basis, recognizing our construction timetable, and the administration of the day, I very specifically recall, felt it was important in their efforts to secure provincial and federal funding that they would like us to work with them. So that's why we did.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so understanding now that the federal government is not going to participate and the provincial government is not going to participate in a 25, I guess, the Airport Authority, its position is that because those other parties are not interested, that you're not interested?
I see. You may have a misunderstanding. Actually, we have never, since discussions began in 2003, ever been participating in the cost of building the underpass. That may be a misunderstanding, but no.
That is a misunderstanding, apparently.
Yes, I guess.
Okay. So I'll leave that for a minute because I do have some other questions about your other growth plans. And we were talking a moment ago about the vision for the Airport Authority, because I know that there's also some major industrial plans about what the Airport Authority would do in its general sphere. Can you elaborate on that at all or not?
Sorry, could you be just a little more specific in your question?
Well, there is future terminal expansion, is there not?
Pardon me?
Is there future terminal expansion?
Yes, that would be the $1.43 billion IFP project that I referred to in my presentation.
Okay.
Yes.
And is there also some other industrial development that's being proposed or not?
Well, when you say proposed, an airport is an economic entity, as you would know. Many people, when they come to Calgary, often comment we have two airports. We have a very large industrial sector, as we call it, general aviation sector in the south end. That area itself actually is bigger than some other airports that generally exist at the south end of the airport, which many of those industrial areas go back 40 or 50 years. Some of them are more recent, but an airport is more than just a terminal building for sure. It's a complex economic undertaking comprised of many hundreds of different companies doing different things related to aviation. Absolutely.
Okay, so there's overall a vision beyond what you're presenting here for the Airport Authority, because we're a growing city. We're obviously going to have more flights, and what Alderman Carra was suggesting that or was it Alderman Stevenson? One of my colleagues was suggesting that in the very near future, we're going to see a trebling of flights in and out of Calgary and increased travel, generally speaking.
I'm not sure. As I mentioned, our master plan, and we have a long-term master plan, currently projects growth of about 3% a year for Calgary, which is, in our view, is our medium case and reasonable scenario. Yes.
Well, 3%, according to your, that's like 450,000 people, isn't it? 450,000, like a 3% increase in passenger.
Last year. You're referring to our growth last year?
Yes, but I mean, if you're projecting that you're going to continue that growth, are you not?
As I mentioned, our master plan anticipates a medium case growth scenario of 3%. Yes.
Okay. Well, it's not a trick question. I'm just saying that we're growing. We know that we're growing as a municipality as well, and we're planning.
We generally airports, if I could, generally go with the broader economy. So as Calgary prospers, which we expect it will in the future, that drives higher levels of economic activity. And generally speaking, around the world, passenger air travel is very closely aligned with and proportional to growth in general economic activity. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, and getting to and from the airport for Calgarians and visitors and so on and so forth, how critical is that to you?
How critical is that to? You're talking.
How important is it that people can, customers, if you will, can get to and from the airport?
Yes. Well, I suppose the correct answer would be it's very important. Obviously, I remember very specifically one gentleman in Lethbridge who was concerned that he would not be able to get to Calgary International Airport, so I had to assure him that that would not be the case. We can't be in business, of course, unless people can get to where they're going. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Now, we were just going to go back to the tunnel for a minute then. Your position when I spoke to you about this a year ago, you were essentially saying that you didn't, or the airport authority, I suppose, was almost indifferent as to whether or not Calgary built this tunnel. Do you remember that?
I've had too many conversations to apologize to remember.
I imagine. I remember it quite distinctly, actually.
Yes, I'm sure you do. I can tell you that our view on the underpass, did I get that correct? When in Rome, you know.
Underpass, tunnel, whichever.
is really been no different over the past 8 years, I guess, that it's been. The city brought it forward to us, I believe, in 2003 during some detailed discussions, and identified that it would be a desirable part of their long-term east-west road network. We looked at it and said that we'd be prepared to permit that extension and tunnel across airport land, and that's why we put it in our master plan. Mm-hmm. And of course, that's why we've had, I guess, now 8 years or 7 or 8 years of discussions through many phases of this matter over the years.
Right, but your opinion, which we've heard in the media and so on, or maybe you can clear the air, actually. Is it true that you do not believe that the tunnel or underpass or whatever you like to call it is necessary for the operations?
Yes. You see, the tunnel, the east extension of Airport Trail and the tunnel is related to the city's road network, their grid system.
But is it also not complementary to your growth
I'll just
plan?
finish that. So your question was, how do we feel about that? And frankly, we're not in a position to determine whether that's the right priority for the city. Only the city can determine whether that particular piece of infrastructure makes sense from a cost-benefit point of view, not the airport authority.
Right. I sort of interrupted you a bit there, and you probably didn't hear my question, but would that not be at odds with your growth plan?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase the question?
Right. When we were talking a bit about the overall growth plan for the airport, your master plan.
Yes.
And how important it is for customers to be able to access the airport and egress from the airport. Right? So would the tunnel or underpass
Yes.
be able to hinder or assist people in that regard?
Oh, I see. Sorry, I couldn't get to the point of your question. Yes. Well, what I can tell you is that we, from the Airport Authority point of view, and in terms of access to the terminal, right? The airport's 5,000 acres, so some people access other parts of the airport, which of course are accessed through other routes. Mm-hmm. But in terms of access to the terminal, we're very confident that the access we have today as I stand here, is quite good and adequate in the long term and would serve our needs. Yes. Does that answer your question?
Yes and no. How many people work at the airport, approximately?
Yes, we're updating our economic survey this year. Actually, we do it every 3 years. The last time we did a survey, there were 15,000 people approximately on site. You have to appreciate, of course, as I mentioned, we operate almost 2 airports, and some of those are on the south side, the west side, the east side, the north side. I don't have the breakdown with me this morning, how many are each particular quadrant, but that was the approximate number in total on the 5,000 acres in the various different economic zones, as we call them.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. One final question, and I appreciate your time. Would you say since the closing of Barlow Trail, has the traffic situation up in the Airport Authority area improved or not?
Yes. Really, when you talk traffic, this would be, you would appreciate this, it's very similar to the city at large. You have to talk peak times, you see. And the situation was that in peak times, roughly 3/4 of the traffic through our main intersection was not actually coming to the terminal. It was going somewhere else. So, that traffic obviously has found other routes. The closure, and I want to take this opportunity to compliment actually the city administration. They worked very closely with us over many, many months. It was a very, very well planned and executed strategy, and we couldn't have done that without the close cooperation of the city of Calgary. But it's gone very well. Access is good, and did I miss your question?
No. Those are my questions. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. Alderman Putmans.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Thank you. Questions about the new CN intermodal operation at Conrich, appreciating full well the different characteristics of the freight they're dealing with, volume, weight, urgency come to mind. Are there any opportunities for the airport to work with that new facility in terms of business development?
Well, I've read about the development that you're speaking about, the rail complex, yes. What I can tell you about our business, air transport, is that there is almost no connection between rail freight and air freight. It's two different completely businesses. Air freight tends to be very high value items, often lower in weight and lower in volume, whereas rail freight is the exact opposite. So both are very vital to the economy and but they serve very distinct needs, actually.
So as opposed to Edmonton, which I think has been struggling with this concept in the past, we're not seeing any immediate...
Oh, yes. I think you're referring, I'd read about Edmonton's plan, I think was to, if I understood it correctly, it was to turn the airport into a rail freight yard. It's a very interesting plan.
I think there's actually value add anticipated as well.
It was a very interesting plan, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Putmans. Alderman Demong.
Thank you very much for coming out here. I'm really excited. It looks like a fantastic project. I just wanted to kind of ask a couple of questions on the growth port. You had listed that the cargo tonnage was expected to go up by 8.1%. Now, was that just for the new runway portion or the new access portion, or for?
Sorry, that's an historical figure. That was the growth in freight tonnage last year, 2010.
That was last year?
That was last year, yeah.
Okay. I presume, do you have any estimates as what do you expect the cargo tonnage to go up when the runway is completed?
Oh,
I'm presuming
Let
that
me
this-
make a general point. We generally build infrastructure to meet current and projected demand. I'd like to tell you that building a runway makes them come here. It really doesn't.
It's not a build it and they will come.
It makes sure what you need to have as an airport is you need to have capacity. The reverse is, of course, if you are capacity constrained, you have a problem, and then the broader economy suffers. But the simple virtue of putting down a piece of pavement is unlikely to cause aircraft to land. A good example would be Prince George. I understand that several years ago they lengthened, at considerable investment, their main runway to accept air freight flights. And I think they've had one flight by way of diversion in those years since. So my point is simply building infrastructure does not cause companies to come by itself.
Okay. The only reason I mentioned is you have no figures with regards to cargo, but just looking at the passengers per year that you've given us from 93 to 2010, it's averaging annual increase of between 5.25% and 5.5%. And I wonder, I'm encouraged that you're using conservative estimates of a 3% increase, but to me that seems rather conservative when you're almost seeing a doubling of that increasing even over the last 10, 12 years. Actually,
What you'll find if you look back, that our growth will very closely parallel the economic growth in Calgary. Of course, we've been through, we'll call them the boom years.
Well,
depending how long you've been in Calgary, you've been through many boom years and a few years that were not quite booms. But basically, our very strong growth in the past paralleled the significant growth in Calgary. And I think you will find that our growth projections going forward are roughly parallel to the overall growth rate in the city. And when you say conservative, they're actually our mid-case scenario at 3%.
And yet, the numbers you're showing me over the last, I say, 15 years, and we've had some definitely strong growth and some not so strong growth in that period, but we're averaging well above 5%. I don't know why you would...
Oh, well, I didn't come fully prepared perhaps this morning. I actually track, because I'm a bit of a statistician in my part-time, I could have brought you my 60-year chart. And I can show you passenger growth at Calgary International Airport over the last 60, perhaps 65 years now. And what you will see as you go through the decades is that growth has actually been progressively declining if you look over a long period of time. In other words, if you go back to the 1930s and 40s and 50s and 60s, those actually...
I'd like to stay when we actually had jets, not the propellers.
No, well,
I'm sorry.
That's okay. But what you'll find is if you take blocks of time, you will find the average growth rate in Canada, notwithstanding even the boom, has actually been declining. And it reflects, I think, a certain maturity level of the airport, of the city, of the economy. So we're very confident that our mid-case scenario is about right. Having said that, our master plan is flexible. We have a master plan. We do our mid-case projection, but then we wait for certain triggers to happen. So when we reach those triggers, we will build another piece of infrastructure to accommodate what has happened. This particular build that we're engaged in now, the ADP, is unusually large in our history. Since 1992, we've been able to expand the airport relatively incrementally, particularly the terminal. And you get to a point where that's not possible. And if you look at the 100-year history of an aerodrome, there's usually a point where you have to pick up the international business, which is outbound pre-clearance in Canada and inbound, and move it in totality. A good case study is Vancouver. When Vancouver transferred in 1992, shortly thereafter, they undertook a major expansion where they had to move entirely all of their international activity. Now, their passenger traffic, interestingly enough, was around 13 or 14 million at that time. And of course, that's almost exactly where we are. So we're just hitting that point in time where this one expansion will be less incremental because we have to pick up and move international traffic. We can't just expand where we are. In the future, so after this build and as we go forward in the next 60 years, subsequent expansions will go back to being more incremental. We'll add maybe 4 or 5 bridges at a time, and
Until the interorbital comes in. But that's another story.
Right.
What is the Vancouver passenger rate now then? Do you have them?
I certainly don't have it with me. I think they're somewhere in the 17 or 18 million passenger range, but that's a rough estimate.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Alderman Demong. I'm just going to go to Alderman Hodges for a moment, please. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'd like to introduce the other students from University Elementary School. Their teacher is Laura Smart, and they're accompanied by Sheila Morrison and Heidi Horn, the volunteer tour guides. And I'd like them to stand so we can welcome them.
Great. Welcome to City Hall. I hope you have a great day here today. And yes, as Alderman Farrell always reminds me to remind people, you were just on TV. That was fun, right? Enjoy the rest of your time here at City Hall today. Alderman Jones.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Atkinson, the one question in regards to the underpass tunnel that hasn't been asked was, we just received an agreement from the Airport Authority, and the question I'd like to ask is, what is the cutoff for this agreement? What is the drop-dead date so that we don't hold up proceedings?
Yes, it's an interesting term, the drop-dead date. But stepping aside from that, I believe we've mutually agreed that, and in fact, I don't think there's any disagreement between the parties, that our target date for a final lease agreement will be mid-May. You know, it's a complex agreement. I think reference was made to 100 pages. It may only be 98, but it's close enough. But certainly, there's a lot of due diligence involved in a complex agreement like this. We're working hard at it. But mid-May, I believe, was approximately our joint target for sort of final sign-off on the paperwork.
Okay, and if it's not done by then?
Sorry?
If it's not done by then? I guess what my question is if we've signed it and you don't agree with it and it gets prolonged.
Well, usually these agreements require both parties to sign, so that will probably be the case this time as well. Yes.
Okay. One other question I have for you, and it was in regards to the closure of Barlow Trail. Obviously, you must be doing monitoring around the airport on the streets that enter into, such as Barlow Trail and 96th Avenue, seeing as how that is now the main address or street access to the airport. Have you noticed any clogging of traffic or congestion?
I'm not sure specifically where you're referring to, but again,
well, the main access obviously is Airport Trail.
Our general observation was that the closure was probably the most well-planned, well-publicized, and well-executed closure in the history of mankind, and we thought it went very well. And again, I compliment the city for working so closely with us. We couldn't have done it without them.
So I'm assuming that at some point in time there's going to be structures needed, such as interchanges along there, to the north part of the airport.
Sorry, pardon me?
There's going to be interchanges required in the north part of the airport at some point.
In the north part of the airport? Well, I guess that depends how things go in the future.
The reason I was asking the question is, who would be responsible for paying those?
Well, of course, you're asking what would need to be a very specific question. We'd probably need another few hours here. This morning, my parking ticket is just to run out. I am prepared to stay, but...
Mayor can validate.
Yeah.
It's the one and only power I have with the Calgary Parking Authority.
I may take you up on that, Your Worship. In any event, what I can tell you is that to the extent you're referring to our discussions, they're intense, they're involved. We met just last Thursday, and I expect we'll be meeting again soon, so we'll all stay tuned to see how that plays out.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Mr. Tobert has just informed me that I actually do not have that power. It's another one off the list. List is getting smaller and smaller. Alderman Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Just to pick up on the, you said deadlines are interesting. Deadlines would not be near as much fun if the word dead wasn't in there, of course, but that's a factor of it. I guess I've been listening very carefully to the questions from Alderman Stevenson, Alderman Marr, and others with respect to the Airport Authority's position on the tunnel. And if I'm going to summarize it very shortly and please elaborate on my summary if you need to. And as I understand it, the understanding I have is that the Airport Authority is prepared to enable the construction of the tunnel and the access through on part of the city's major transportation routes. But given your financial capacity, as you alluded to in the early part of your presentation, you're not prepared to incur any expense. You're not prepared to incur any financial risk, and clearly you're not prepared to incur any operational risk. Would that be a tight summary of it?
That's a reasonably fair summary. Again, a very complex situation, but I would say that's close, very close to the case, yes.
Okay. And would you also suggest that that's probably a fairly normal starting point for any set of negotiations like this?
Well, I can't confess to having been involved in tunnel negotiations in my prior life, but this is the only one I've been involved in. But in general, I would agree with your comment that this would not be untypical for such a discussion between two parties such as ourselves. Yes.
Yeah, and for the city's part, I would hope so. The only question I've had about the closure of Barlow Trail, and regardless of where the rest of the traffic goes, actually came from one of my constituents who rides his bike to work. Now, he, I believe, rode up, used to be McCall Way, I believe, the bicycle path along there. Will that kind of access be enabled in the future? I understand during construction it's not likely to happen, but what about in the future?
Yeah, we have a bike path that we built quite a few years ago now, which
in my day.
Yes, basically was running north-south along Barlow Trail. We're actually building a new bike path sort of parallel to it, but just a little bit to the west, which will run up McCall Way.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's
so that access will be enabled in the future?
Well, there'll be a parallel bike path. Obviously, unless this particular bike has wings, it won't actually be able to hop across the taxiway, but you will be able to go all the way from McKnight Boulevard up to generally the area where the WestJet corporate headquarters is, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just again, I always like to understand the positions and where we are, and not getting into the agreement at all. At this time, does the Airport Authority have any requirements for the city to build infrastructure either on their land or on city land? Does the Airport Authority have any requirements? Could you just be a little more specific, perhaps? Well, are there any specific requirements for the city, say, to put an overpass at a different road, whether it's on Airport Authority land or whether it's on city land? The overpass, yes. To differentiate, of course, from the underpass. Exactly. I mean, in any shape or way is what I'm looking for. Certainly, we in our discussions with the city, we are identifying through our transportation studies certain overpasses that will be required. Yes, that is the case. I guess my question was, do we have any specific agreements that would trigger those between the two authorities at this time? I'm sorry, do we have any agreements? Or yeah, of anything, not specifically to what we're talking about, but in general. Right. Are there any agreements, or have there been any agreements between? Well, that's what we're working on at the moment, and which is occupying much of our respective time. So, okay, again, irregardless of the underpass. And I said that word again, didn't I? Underpass. That's a good old Saskatchewan, irregardless, which is not a word. But anyway, we'll go on. What I'm trying to get at, is there or have there been any agreement where the Airport Authority has said, in an agreement with the city, you must build this at this time, regardless of the requirements of traffic or because of the necessity of traffic? Well, I guess there's, if you're referring to historical circumstances, of course, we're dealing with an historical circumstance where we have a certain status quo. I'm not particularly aware of those agreements. Likely I would be if they were in existence, given my tenure. But certainly I can say again that those elements are under discussion among various other issues as we go forward, yes. I apologize. I guess I'm not answering the question simple enough. I thought it was. I was looking to see if there were any agreements or there are any present now that would trigger infrastructure, and I'm guessing there is none. Thank you.
Right. I apologize. I'm from Saskatchewan too, so the simple answer is no.
Oh, when the Saskatchewan people start talking, I think Mr. Tobert can help on this one.
Same answer, no.
Oh, that was easy. Thanks very much, Mr. Atkinson. I don't see any more lights. I think it's very helpful that we're having this discussion today in an open public forum, notwithstanding your statement about not wanting to negotiate through the media. Unfortunately, I think that has been happening, and particularly through third parties. So it's important that we have an opportunity to speak to one another openly, and I'm very pleased that so many members of your board are here with you today. And I suspect, based on the tenor of the conversation we've had today, we ought to continue these conversations and make sure that we're doing so very openly. So I would like to today request an opportunity to spend some time with your board in the next couple of weeks personally, so that we can really talk about where we are at on some of these negotiations. So Mr. Mitchell, I'm sure that you would be responsive to us trying to find some time with these folks, yes? Thank you, sir. I think that is important, because I think that even a lot of what was heard today are things that perhaps have not been entirely clear and openly. For example, indeed, this little piece of infrastructure has been on the city's map since before 1995. It was in the 1995 GO plan. So it hasn't just been since 2004. And it is interesting to hear you say that the airport's position hasn't changed in 8 years. I would suspect that our negotiations would have been a little easier if the airport's position hadn't changed in 8 years. But in fact, there have been a number of changes on both sides. And I think that we need to continue having this discussion in an open way. You know, I note that your mandate is to operate in the best interest of the general public of your region, as of course is ours. And I'm confident that we have enough in common here to have an interest in the success of the airport, but also the success of the community, that we'll be able to come to a good conclusion here. I always chastise my counsel for making statements that don't end with a question mark at the end, and I just did. But, you know, I really want to thank you all for being here and spending so much time with us this morning. Seeing no more lights, I look forward to our next set of discussions, but Madam Clerk is waving at me. Oh, we need to do that? All right, I need a motion to receive for information. Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Seconded, Alderman Lowe. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Question period. I know Alderman Chabot, he hasn't got to his light yet, but he told me he wanted one. So go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Oh.
Oops, thank you for that. So in the past, according to the procedural manual, I think we're supposed to get authorization through PAC to use council chambers specifically for standing policy committee meetings. And there's a possibility that the land use planning and transportation meeting on Wednesday will necessitate the use of a larger room. And I think really the only room that we have that would be larger than the engineering traditions would be council chambers. So just wondering, Your Worship, what mechanism we need to use. Do we need council's direction here?
Madam Clerk?
Your Worship, the bylaw was amended in order to permit, and it's a power, the mayor and the city clerk to agree.
You and I have a power?
We have a power.
Outstanding.
If it's necessary, we can just move them over here.
So we'll just do that on Wednesday morning, depending on how many people there are. Makes sense, Alderman Chabot?
So don't need to get council approval. Thank you for that, Your Worship. There may be a need for it. Thanks.
Thank you. Alderman Hodges, question period.
Yeah. Your Worship, we have a report C-2011-38, Airport Trail Underpass Capital Program Update, but it wasn't distributed with our agenda. It's supposed to be distributed this morning. Has anybody got a copy?
I got it in my hands. So as soon as we approve the agenda, we'll send that out around.
You'll distribute it?
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Question period? Very well then. Thanks, Alderman Moore. Alderman Moore is moving the agenda. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Anyone? Any changes to the agenda? Oh, sorry, I don't have a note on that. We have a report from the Audit Committee? Oh, it's under urgent business. All right, Alderman Pincott, you already seconded the agenda. Alderman Jones, would you mind moving that? Thank you. Alderman Stevenson, thanks for seconding that. All right, so to add the report from the Audit Committee under urgent business, are we agreed? Any opposed? Okay, great. Anything else under urgent business? I didn't see. Is that it?
Everything else was already added to the agenda, Your Worship, for the in-camera, for the nomination.
Oh, so there is 2 from audit, so we'll add both of those under urgent business. Okay. All right.
Your Worship, was there not your notice of motion concerning the taxi industry?
It's already in there.
Oh, it was in? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I obviously missed that. On that one, Your Worship, I'd like to suggest that we may be advantaged if we were to move that in camera to start with.
Second.
I don't see why, but it's moved and seconded. So, because we can always move in camera should anything sensitive come up in that conversation.
I think, Your Worship, as a preliminary, it would be to our advantage to discuss it in camera prior to discussing it out here.
Did you hear that, Alderman Lowe?
No.
Madam Clerk needs a reason in order to go in
reason
camera.
that there may well be personnel items that council may wish to become aware of or discuss.
Okay, so we've got a motion then to move 9.1.2 to the in-camera session of the discussion today as 12.7. On that one, are we agreed? Any opposed? I'm opposed. Okay, Alderman. Oh, you'll have to call the roll.
Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe. Yes. Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carra.
No.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
It's carried, Your Worship.
All right. Anything else? Okay. That's probably the smallest number of discussions we've had on the agenda ever. So on the agenda as amended then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Very well then. On the minutes, can I have a motion to approve the minutes,
Move it.
please? Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Pootmans. Any changes to the minutes? Okay, so on the minutes then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Consent agenda. Can I have a motion to move the consent agenda, please? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman McLeod seconding. On the consent agenda, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right then. Tabled reports. Notice of motion 2011-10 on secondary suites in undeveloped R1 districts. Alderman Demong, would you care to move that? Thanks, and Alderman Farrell is seconding. Oh,
Point of order, Your Worship.
yes.
Thank you, Worship. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Before we move this item, there is a recommendation too, even on the amended motion, that references and any other areas which.
Point of order. There is a revised notice of motion.
This is the revised.
Oh, there is?
That is not the revised notice.
All right. Okay, so we'll let you introduce the revised one when you stand up, Alderman Demong.
Okay. Well, all I can base it on, Your Worship, is on what's before me. So.
I'll give you a chance once you see the new one, Alderman Chabot.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Since you haven't actually moved it yet, Alderman Demong, I spoke a little too soon. If you want to move whatever you want to move at this moment, then we can go from there.
Thank you, Your Worship. There is a revision. The clerk should be distributing it shortly. I had to go through this. There was a couple of points that obviously, as Alderman Chabot had mentioned, were awkwardly worded, let's say. Went through with administration to come through with a better wording and a more simplistic manner. It basically deals with, as the notice of motion says, secondary suites in undeveloped areas. As was noted earlier in previous council chambers, you realize I am against the blanket citywide legalization of secondary suites because many homeowners have purchased their residences in certain communities specifically because these communities do not have secondary suites zoning. Changing the rules after the fact does not seem to be a fair procedure. A new rule implementing a blanket approval for all new subdivisions is entirely different. This would allow new homeowners the prior knowledge that this is an option and use in their area prior to purchasing. I think it's a fantastic idea that allows people to... Hey, I don't think anybody else is going to toot it. I may as well. It just seems to me that to allow people to know what they're getting into prior to doing the purchase, rather than coming along after the fact and changing the rules on them. Now, there are 3 subheadings, or now 3 sections after the now therefore resolved. What? What are you talking about? No, it does. Sorry, the first point basically, just a short little sidebar discussion with Alderman Collier-Urquhart.
No problem. I was having one too.
The first point basically is just addresses the optics of the property rights issue regarding the land rezoning prior to purchasing a lot. The second point basically addresses leveling the playing field so that amongst developers and builders, so that as quickly as possible these zoning rules can be equal, so you don't have an unfair marketing advantage. The third point was an issue brought forward by the law department that they say would allow this to have a necessary manner to enforce the policy. I look forward to the discussion. Please, honourable colleagues, consider it, discuss it, and then vote yes to it. Thank you.
I like your style, Alderman Demong. Alderman Farrell, you're still seconding the revised version? Thank you. Alderman Lowe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Alderman Demong and I have had a conversation about this. The difficulty I have with this motion, Your Worship, is that virtually every community we have approved in the last 4 years, the R1 properties have all had a piece designated R1S. And those pieces of those communities have been very, very carefully placed by the developer. The issue around secondary suites, when you've heard as many complaints as I have, or as many appeals as I have, always centers around 2 things, traffic and parking. By very carefully placing the R1S component of the new communities on laned product, you minimize the traffic or the parking issue. By locating them very carefully on the peripheral edges of communities, or at least away from schools and playgrounds, you eliminate to what extent you can the traffic concerns. So, we've done a lot of work in locating the R1S product in the new communities. We don't know what the uptake's going to be at this point, but the fact is people moving in clearly have a choice. And clearly those choices have been designed in such a way as to minimize future complaints and concerns as these communities build out. So for that reason, Your Worship, I will not be supporting the motion before us. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Your Worship, I have a very simple question, but the answer actually is fairly complex. How is the phrase developing area to be interpreted in the context of the land use bylaw? I can name you some developing areas, but I'm sure my list and the planning department's list would not be the same.
Sorry, actually, through the chair, I hope it would be the same. There's a map in the land use bylaw that shows developing areas.
That doesn't say that. This doesn't say that here.
Well, that was I believe that's the intent. It's the land use bylaw. So it'd be the developing areas, not the developed areas.
Well, Your Worship, I think this is going to lead to even more differences of opinion than there are now for what is R1 in a new area and what is R1 in a potentially and partly developed area. Some may regard Tuscany as a developing area. To me, it's 95% built out, but is that a developing area? We go to Rocky Ridge and we have the famous acreage area at the north end of Rocky Ridge that council considered at the last public hearing. And yet Rocky Ridge developments began about 16, 17 years ago. Then we have truly new areas for which no land use designations have come in yet, up at the north end of Alderman Lowe and Alderman Stevenson's area, where there's yet to be a single foundation poured north of Stoney and up towards the city of Airdrie and west of Highway 2 North. So I'm not sure those maps are in the land use bylaw. So I think we need to define what a developing area is going to be. And then we get to the issue that Alderman Lowe brought up as to accommodating parking and access properly. A typical single-family lot in, quote, the developing area is smaller than a single-family R1 lot in the developed area, which is now called RC1, of course. So if this is the idea, I think it needs to be fleshed out as to what it really means.
Mr. Watson, you look like you were going to say something, but actually, I have a question for you based on what Alderman Hodges was just saying, Mr. Watson. I hear his concern about what does developing area mean, but as I read the motion, it actually never uses those words. It just says, for all new applications, employ R1S instead of R1, and then review all current applications in the pipeline. Isn't that clear enough direction for your department?
Well, through the chair, that was certainly in discussions with Alderman Demong, the idea. We're not going back and undoing anything. What we're doing, in fact, is reversing the situation now where if you want R1S, you have to apply for it. Secondary suites would now, in R1S, would be sort of the standard R1, well, there would be R1S. That would be the standard low-density dwelling unit district in the city. Whether you chose to build would be up to you to decide, your builder to decide, or you to build at some point. This does not preclude the need for a development permit. Even if it is a permitted use, we'd have to look at it to provide parking and so on. So, you know, there's some issues around that. And Alderman Lowe is absolutely right, as is Alderman Hodges. The lot sizes are much smaller in the developing areas than they are in the developed. But this really says from now on, if this is passed, the standard would be that you come in for R1. We'd say, well, actually, there isn't any R1 anymore. It's R1S. That means you can have a secondary suite if you want one sometime in the future, or if you develop it now, it'll be up to the builder, landowner in the future. And then we'd have to, certainly as we get down. But I mean, right now, as council knows, there is an R1 narrow S or R1S narrow, which is already existing. So we find ways to put secondary suites into smaller lots than what we're suggesting or even talking about in this motion. And then there's, sorry, Your Worship, I don't want to go on too long, but there's about 7 applications in the pipeline today, about 22 hectares that have 22 hectares of R1 that are already in the planning department going through the pipeline. We'd have to sit down and look at those, and that's what the second number 2 is all about, is to look at those ones.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Watson. Oh, we have lots of lights on. I'm going to lose my pool. Alderman Putmans.
Thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps first question to Alderman DeLong that he might address in his close is, have you had a chance to consult with industry on this matter, and what has their response been? Questions to perhaps Mr. Watson and maybe Mr. Tolley at some point as well. Will this in fact lead to some counterproductive consequences or counter-desirable consequences, as Alderman Lowe suggested? And I'm beginning to wonder if in fact this might perversely lead to less options for us in terms of development in some of these areas. In other words, by restricting and by having a blanket R1S, will that in fact create some constraints that will not support innovative design work and perhaps maximize the number of options that might be available? That might be it.
Through the chair, Your Worship, I cannot think what those would be. So my short answer would be yes. If sorry, no, that would.
No, you're saying it, on the face of it, there would not be a constraint.
That I can't see. I mean, it's like there's many districts in Calgary where there's, well, we already know there's single-family houses in what is multi-family districts. Having a district and a zoning doesn't mean you necessarily have to build to the maximum of that zoning. It just gives you a list of uses that you can put on a lot. So I'm not sure that in looking at the subdivision design and the lot layout that this is going to affect things one way or the other. It'd be up to the developer builder to decide how they do that, and up to the purchaser, either in the short term or the long term, to decide what they want to do on the land.
Thank you. Follow-up question that perhaps might have other consequences. I'm interested in the positions that developers, I suppose in particular, have made in land with 5, 10, 20-year time horizons with certain expectations as to the densities and zoning that they might have reasonably expected. What might the impacts be of this on those land? This is before outline approval or anything like that. These are investments made with some understandings, I think reasonable understandings of what their zoning might look like. Would this impact the value of those investments, do you think? And if so, would those impacts be actionable?
Well, through the chair,
question,
I mean, as we know, we're not supposed to discuss value and whether or not this would impact value or not. And you're absolutely right. Developers look 20 years out and have some expectations, but it really, those aren't realized till you come down to the actual outline plan discussions, which are in the context of the policy or the area plan that's approved for the area. So I'm not convinced that this is really going to affect that equation. And Mr. Tolbert,
I feel like I want to say something about that too, Mr. Tolbert.
Thank you, Your Worship. Alderman Putman's, no one knows what 20 years will be like, and when they buy land or take options on land, I'm sure they do a pro forma to say, based on what we know today, this should make money. 20 years from now, I'm sure they're making prognostications based on certain assumptions, but no one guesses the future correctly. And so everyone takes a chance. There's a risk involved that the world will change.
And it's not our job to mitigate everyone's risks.
Thank you for that. And let's take the 5-year horizon, which might be more, it doesn't really matter. Whatever the time horizon is, I suppose that it is risk, and that's exactly where I was going to go with this. I think we've added another element of regulatory risk. And I think we would have to really consider carefully from a public policy point of view after consultation with industry experts as to what this does to our regulatory risk, because that is one of the major risks in development cost.
If Council wishes to undertake action to put the MDP in place, you need to do things. You need to make decisions to change the future, because if you don't make decisions to change your future, it certainly won't take place. So if there's an aspiration to accomplish what was in Planet, you need to take steps.
Are you suggesting without industry consultation when significant investments have been made?
Your Worship, when developers acquire land, there are many unknowns. They don't know what the interest rate's going to be like. They don't know what construction inflation is going to be like. There are always risks. You cannot avoid them. You mitigate them. And I would argue that increasing the density of a piece of land enhances the value of the land. It doesn't detract. So that would be a necessary offset that would actually reduce financial risks in other categories. It wouldn't increase it. Of course, that's my opinion.
And I fully respect that opinion. I would suggest in the interest in open, fair, and transparent government that moves such as this should be done in consultation with our industry partners.
That's Council's wish, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Thank you, Your Worship.
Alderman Jones.
Well, I agree with what Alderman Putman's just said, and that was my question. With a new agreement about to be signed with the industry, and I don't know who I should ask this question, the new agreement about to be signed with the industry, did this ever come up? Because virtually we're eliminating R1 altogether.
Well, I think Alderman DeMong will speak. I think he has had some conversations with members of industry, but I have not. No.
But don't you see this as totally eliminating R1?
It eliminates it except where it already exists today. which is in a lot of areas, in a lot of places. I mean, it doesn't take that back. R1 will still exist, but it'll eliminate it going forward in new areas.
So maybe I should ask this question, and it's probably an unfair question. How many areas that have not been that have been done, how do I ask this? How many areas are there yet to come that have not been assigned land use?
I've got the document here, but I don't have the numbers, so you'd have to give me, but we just released this on Friday. We have about somewhere between 12 years of land that's already planned and ready to go, not built on yet, with land use in place. So, I mean, there's a number that have not been built on. And then beyond that, we're undertaking 4 ASPs as we currently stand here today. And then beyond that, I know I've had conversations with developers over the last couple of weeks. There's at least another 3 areas that they would like to have them done by the end of this year if they could, if we had the staff and the ability.
So all the ones, so this would affect all the ones that don't have ASPs to date?
This, as I interpret this was catch anything that does not have an outline plan, land use application in front of us going forward.
So it kind of sets a double standard, doesn't it?
Well, it'll set a standard that there'll be some areas of the city that'll have R1 where you cannot have a secondary suite. And as you go farther out, you'll have R1S, and you, if you wish, can have a secondary suite. So I'm not sure it's a double standard. It's a different standard. And it's much like, you know, you've got different zoning now. Some areas you've got, some you don't. But this, my interpretation of this would be council's direction for newer areas. And again, Alderman DeMog will speak to that in his close, if that's his intent, that any new area where a developer or builder would like to have R1, in the future it will be called R1S, that will have secondary suites included in the list of uses.
And if I recall, when we, a couple of years ago, three or four years ago probably, when we added the R1S designation in certain areas of the city, to allow for the secondary suites in those areas, there was quite a bit of pushback at that time as well. They accepted it, but they accepted it reluctantly, if I recall.
I seem to remember there was some pushback. There seems to be always some pushback every time council decides a different direction, but it's used now. As Alderman Lowe points out, we use it at Planning Commission, council approves it, developers, I mean, they would much rather not have any rules at all and just tell us what they're doing. But
So by approving this without discussion with the industry, is it kind of like we're doing an agreement our way whether you like it or not? Like, well, what's the point of negotiating if you're not going to talk about it?
Through the chair, I mean, that certainly is council wish. If this is a motion that there needs to be or council wants to understand what industry thinks about it, there's various ways of doing that. I seem to remember it in the secondary suite debate that we had a couple of months ago that generally industry was in favor of secondary suites, but I may be wrong.
I mean, and that's an important clarification. This is a fascinating discussion for me when we had representations from UDI and the home builders during the last debate saying they want more secondary suites in every single residential neighborhood in the city. So it's fascinating that we're claiming to speak for an industry that has not in any way said that what we're saying is true.
I don't plan to speak for them, but I remember the discussion 4 years ago, or 3 years ago, about the pushback on R1S. And it's, you know, it's, I look at it in this aspect too. I'm not an investor in an industry, or in the industry, but I certainly understand the investment from the people that are. So, anyway, I have no other questions. Thanks.
Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is for GM Watson. This may be a very simple answer, but I don't understand it. We have diverse density targets of 8 to 10 units. And if a development is planned with all R1 or a big significant part of it is R1, then they have to have multi-family units a part of their plan, right? And in order to reach those density targets, and when it comes down to it, they're going to be forced to build, or whenever they build, they have to be multifamily units in order to reach those targets. My question to you is, if the whole development now has no R1, all R1S, is that counted as double the number of units in their density targets? And does that mean that that they have to wait until they see how many people actually develop a secondary suite before they know what they have to make up at the end of that development?
No, it's a very good question through the chair, Alderman Stevenson, and I've not sat down and thought through that in terms of a specific application. Certainly, we'd have to look at it. A neighborhood of all R1S, with the assumption that they're all built out with secondary suites, still I don't think would actually meet some of the newer density targets. So there'd still be a necessity for other multifamily sites within a neighborhood in order to do it.
I agree with that,
may help.
Mr. Watson, but the fact is that the developer has absolutely no control over who exercises their right to build a secondary suite. So what that means is that they could have every unit in the development with two units in the house, or they could have none. And what control do they have over that? And how does that affect the end result as far as density?
Well, interesting enough, most developers will tell you they'd rather build single-family houses than multifamily anyway. So, in fact, if they could reach the density targets by making it R1S, I can see some of them making that argument in front of us.
But that wouldn't accomplish our targets, because it depends on how many of those are taken up. Right? Okay. Now, there's something else that you said a few minutes ago, I think in response to Alderman Hodges. You said about there would still be a DP necessary for development of an R1 S suite. Did I hear you right on that?
We'd have to work through some of those process things, but I think that would still, despite, well, depending on whether it's permitted or discretionary, we would still be looking at, and we're bringing a report on that particular question coming out of the last debate on secondary suites. But because secondary suites has, as Alderman Lowe rightfully pointed out, parking issues and other issues, we'd probably want to see a development permit of some sort. Now, even if it's a permitted use, you can have a development permit in order to make sure it meets some specific rules. You can't refuse it on the use. You can't refuse it on the issue of use, but you can certainly have that discussion to make sure that there are, in this case, sufficient parking to allow it.
You remember the issue, going back to Alderman Hodges' question about what's a developing area. You remember the issue we had in Martindale, where it was classified as a developing area, and as a result, am I right on that? It was classified as a...
I believe you were.
No, it was classified as a developed area.
Developed area, that's
and right. Then because there was a section there because of the oil well setbacks that was eliminated, we got to a position where, because it was classified as developed, every single home was going to require a development permit, which threw the industry and the builders up in arms. We were able to make some kind of a concession there to allow them just to have building permits. But is that something that will affect us here?
Well, I'm standing on my feet to remember, through your worship, through the chair, it's not my motion. And we're working out some of these things, but I would think the way
I'm sure Alderman Demong is taking lots of notes for his close.
I think we would work it out that when a builder came in, I mean, first we'd get it zoned, and that'd be up to council. Council decides zoning, that's your power. You decide whether or not it's R1S or not. If it's R1S, then the developer would, over time, sell it off to builders. The builders come into the counter and they have a building permit that shows a single detached house. No suite, no nothing. And that goes through the building permit process. We do not require development permits for those. If he or she came in and said, well, oh, by the way, I've got R1S and I decided because of location or market or whatever, I want to put a suite in the basement, we may tell them to go down the other end of the counter and apply for a development permit. Because I frankly don't, again, this is my opinion, Your Worship, and I'm speculating in the future, which is dangerous. I don't think that builders are going to put suites in every single house.
No, they're not. No.
We've got areas in town now where we've, Garrison Woods, it was actually an item at Planning Commission the other day. There's a couple of areas there that allow secondary suites. Some of them have it, some of them don't. I don't think you will see that in any particular area every single house will have a secondary suite. Now, what it does do, to be fair, to make sure we understand this, that 20 years, 15 years, 10 years in the future, when there's a homeowner in that house, he or she may decide, for whatever reason, they want to put a secondary suite in. And they would not, of course, in this case, have to go through the rezoning process that we see coming to council.
One final question for you. Do you have any stats, because we have had this R1S in place for a while in the new areas, do you have any stats on how many of the builders are taking up on this, and what numbers, percentage-wise, of these designations that they're actually building R1Ss in, or suites in?
Short answer is, standing here today, no. I could probably research that, but I don't have those numbers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Watson. Well, Your Worship, I will not be supporting this for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that we have put in the opportunity for R1Ss in all the new developing areas, and we don't know what the uptake is on that, and if it would be necessary, according to Council's decision, that we upgrade the percentage of, and I don't know what that percentage is, as far as how many are designated of a new development, how many of them are designated as R1S. But if we have a designation of a certain percentage, maybe we might want to double that. But I don't agree with us just taking that that R1 designation out of all future communities that are being built. The second reason, and I think it's, to me it's an important reason, I believe that when we're attracting new head offices and new businesses to Calgary, that there's a number of executives that would be moving here and would like to build a house or buy a new house in an R1 area. And we're going to be able to say, sorry, that choice is not available in any new areas. You'll have to buy in an older area. So we're eliminating choice, and I think that's the wrong thing for us to do. If we want to add more R1Ss and see what the uptake is, I'd be fine with looking at that. I just do not agree with blanket things saying never in the future are we going to build a new area with any R1s in it. So that's why I won't support it, Your Worship.
Stevenson, Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Watson, along the same lines of what Alderman Stevenson was asking you before, based on a new subdivision plan, if somebody were to come forward, had a bunch of proposed R1s and some R1S areas, and we said to them, no, go back to the drawing board, no R1s, all the R1s will be now R1S. Could they not use that as part of their argument that they potentially are increasing their density or actually achieving a higher density by virtue of having all R1Ss, thereby minimizing or reducing their need to provide multifamily?
Well, I've been doing this for a number of years, and I can tell you that I'm sure that somebody will try to use that argument. I've heard just about every argument, both forward and backwards, on every issue you can imagine. I'm saying I don't think the process, and again, we haven't seen one of these where we would sit down and say, oh yeah, you're absolutely right, you've got all R1S, so we're going to say you're going to get double the density for all those R1Ss, because I don't believe the uptake will be that way. I mean, the other way, thinking about this, the other way to do this would, frankly, could have been, take R1 and just put secondary suites inside R1. I mean, that was one of the proposals at one time during the previous debate this year. On the ground, there's districts that have land uses and there's a page of uses. What we're doing really is saying R1S, or you could say R1 with secondary suites in it, and that just gives you one more use. You have to decide whether you want to use that use.
Mr. Watson, notwithstanding what's indicated here or being proposed here, if administration is given direction by council to require that all R1s be designated as R1S, does that make it happen, or is it still up to council to make that decision when the subdivision plan comes forward?
Well, ultimately, you're absolutely right, Alderman Chabot. It's council's decision to rezone property.
Right.
My interpretation of this motion is that in going forward in properties that have not been the subject of an outline plan or a land use application, we would ask and say, no, you've got to come in and it's R1S. R1 is a historic district now that exists in Calgary, and a large number of neighborhoods would continue to exist. There'd be no change to that. But in new areas, everything going forward is now R1S.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Watson. I believe my next question is going to be for our city solicitor, and it's in regards to if administration comes forward with the new subdivision plan, where we're going to be redesignating or rezoning a number of different properties, and council decides that maybe there's too much R1S and that some of that should be reverted back to R1s. And it's going to change the overall density by virtue of having single family versus multi or you know, 2 suites. And we change it over a significant area. Would that require re-advertisement?
I don't think it would, Your Worship. It's still essentially the same land use district as I recall. I wish Ms. Floan was still here, but she's the expert on this, but I don't believe it would require a re-advertisement. Mr. Watson may have some thoughts on that as well.
Microphone.
Microphone.
Thank you. Call your Kurt. If I understand the question, you're saying if an RS application was on the floor at a public hearing and council said, no, we've changed our mind, we want it to be R1, would that require re-advertising? The general rule of thumb is if it's less, not more, it doesn't require re-advertising. It's only if you're adding things that are in addition that you'd have to re-advertise.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Watson. Thank you for that answer. Actually, you're actually helping to make the argument as to why we should not do this. Just simply by that simple answer that you just gave, that R1 would be a reduction in density rather than an increase in density. And R1S, although it may not necessarily be an increase in density, may actually appear as an increase in density and could be used as an argument to allow more R1s, thereby ultimately maybe actually reducing the density if no secondary suites are actually end up actually being developed. So this notice of motion, while I see it's well intentioned, is fraught with problems from my perspective. Even the whereases, where it says the whereas undeveloped R1 areas in the developed area do not include secondary suites as a listed use. Undeveloped R1 areas in developing area. And just, I'm not sure I quite understand that, because there are R1S areas in the undeveloped developing areas. So I don't quite understand what this meaning is for that first whereas. And the second whereas says it's appropriate to ensure there's opportunity for secondary suites in single detached dwellings in all low density land use districts in new undeveloped communities in the developing area. And yet both of the two whereases don't actually refer to the operative clause of the now therefore be it resolved, because this is talking about land use areas that, or new areas that currently don't have any land use, that are SFUD, future urban development. So the two whereases don't even refer to the operative clauses of the now therefore be it resolved. And furthermore, the second whereas...
Well, I hear your point, Alderman Chabot. I'm not sure today is the day for a class on legislative drafting. You know, our debate really is about the operative clause on all of this.
Okay, so here is my debate as to why I'm not going to support it, which includes the reference to the whereases and the now therefore be it resolved portions of it. The entire notice of motion, in my opinion, is not well thought out and does not flow well. The operative clause, now therefore be resolved that administration be directed on all land use redesignation applications received after the adoption of this notice of motion employ R1S instead of R1. So we're now going to force administration to impose onto the developers the requirement for them to change any potential R1s to R1S, thereby giving them the opportunity to include more R1s by virtue of claiming that they're achieving a higher density because there's potential for a secondary suite. And reducing the number of multifamily dwellings. Of course, the developers will be supportive of this for a couple of reasons. One, increases the number of R1s, actually reduces the overall density, and two, potentially increase the property value of each one of those units because they have that S suffix, that S designator, which potentially could end up being developed to a higher density, increasing their value. Second, review all current applications proposing R1 or appropriate R1S instead of R1. Same issue. At the end of the day, this is ultimately council's decision as to whether or not they're going to approve R1 or R1S and change the municipal development plan to reflect this direction. Just based on my previous argument, we're looking at potentially reducing the required density as opposed to increasing it. I thought there was an interest in raising the bar, not lowering the bar. And in my opinion, this actually ends up lowering the bar, ultimately. So I'm not going to be supporting this. I would urge council not to support it either.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Carra.
Well, I've got a couple things to say. I would like to reiterate His Worship's point in response to, and I'll start by saying I'm definitely going to be supporting this motion, and I want to sort of flesh out some of the arguments I've heard here today. I will reiterate His Worship's point to Alderman Pootman's question as to why there was no industry consultation. Industry's position, the UDI, the CHBA, was in support of a blanket allowing of secondary suites across the entire city. They're very supportive of secondary suites. They are proven generators of value for properties. It's that simple across North America. The other issue that Alderman Pootman's brought up was the question as to curtailing innovation, which I think is a very interesting point, and I would like to sort of offer my insights into this. And I've got two examples that I'd like to bring to the table. The first one is from a recent Subdivision and Development Appeal Board hearing that I heard on a secondary suite in Simons Valley. And what you have in Simons Valley are a couple of areas that are all built as walkouts. They're all functioning as de facto secondary suites, and the road system has not been designed to allow for all the extra traffic. And in fact, the particular secondary suite that we heard was, in fact, in my opinion, not necessarily even a secondary suite. It was a family that was living in a walkout house. The son and his wife and their kid were having a house built in another part of Simons Valley, and the house was being developed, and in the interim, they moved in with the parents. They were living in the basement, which had a walkout, which the current owners had purchased, developed. It had been developed by a previous owner. There was a kitchen in the basement, but everybody entered and accessed from the front door. And so, family of 4 adults, there was a fleet of vehicles, there was a bunch of storage in the garage, and they parked 2 on the driveway and then 2 in front of the house. And they were just one of many residences in that community that were doing that. But the fact is the roads were packed, and it created an issue. And so I have a tremendous amount of understanding for the leeriness that my fellow councillors, especially who have constituents living in those kinds of areas, are facing, because there are a lot of complaints about there being very little to no parking, because you have front driveways onto the street and virtually no room between driveways for on-street parking, and it becomes a significant issue. So that is the question in terms of curtailing innovation. What I'm putting to you is that if everyone's supposed to put in a secondary suite, and that's going to force the design of these communities to alter a little bit, and that alteration will actually allow for way more innovation than we have right now. And I'd like to bring up as a second point, we recently heard another, in this council chamber, we heard a land use application for another area of Simons Valley, and Alderman Lowe brought forward the plan that had been scrupulously designed to allow R1Ss on corner lots where the corner condition would allow enough on-street parking so that it wouldn't become a serious issue for the rest of the area. I pointed out that although the scrupulous design of the area had sort of allowed for R1Ss where they would be minimally impactful to the rest of the community, the rest of the design had some serious issues, including having extensive fences onto a public road that were privately maintained, creating more of the issue we're having there. I think the reality is the way we're building, the way we're sort of building our communities right now are designed for single purposes. We're packing them in as tight as possible, and it doesn't allow for innovation or for change over time or for all kinds of other opportunities that exist in more robustly designed urban environments. And so a simple R1S will be one of many things that is forcing us to actually innovate how we do our subdivision design and make them comprehensively more functional, make them comprehensively more able to support themselves from a tax-based perspective, and more functionally socially as well. So the final thing, and this is responding to Alderman Stevenson's question about choice, saying, you know, an executive moving to Calgary might want to live in an R1 area, and we can't be curtailing that choice. R1S is a strange little land use. You know, think of it as this. If you've got an R1 property with an S designation, you've got an R1 property, but you also have the choice of putting a secondary suite on there. And so this is actually increasing choice. And I don't know why we're curtailing choice. And I don't know why we are allowing, and I agree that there are neighborhood-based concerns, but that has to do with how we're currently building our communities. And there are innovative ways to really solve that. And we won't get there if we keep allowing the status quo to continue. So I encourage everybody to support this because I honestly, humbly believe it's a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Carr. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you, Alderman Carr. That was great debate. I wanted to thank Alderman Demong for bringing this forward because I think what he's done is address the concerns that's been identified by members of council for several years, is that the residents moving into a community or living in a community want to know what's in store for them in the future, and this addresses that concern elegantly. And I agree that I don't see this as eliminating R1. We're adding another use to R1, and it's the choice of the developer when they're developing the community and the community in the future, or the residents in the future, if they want to take this opportunity. We heard from the industry, and I've got the letter right in front of me from Ben Brunin from the Chamber of Commerce. It talks about the Chamber of Commerce, the Calgary Real Estate Board, Calgary Home Builders Association, NAOP, the Commercial Real Estate Development Association, Urban Development Institute, all together are asking for blanket support for secondary suites citywide. So I don't see the industry as being a group that would hold us up in this regard. I just find the whole discussion interesting because we address one problem and then another problem is put in front of us. So maybe we just need to be frank and say we don't want these things in our city. So our experience is with other cities, and I don't know why Calgary would be any different, is that very few of these are built. But they're built on an opportunity basis when the homeowner sees an advantage. And I purchased my property because there was a secondary suite associated with it. It was a legal non-conforming well before 1980, and it helped my purchase. Then a few years later, didn't need it anymore, took it over and had my own basement. So I think it just offers people some opportunity when they're trying to get into the housing market. So Council, I hope we support it. This is a natural step in a continuum that will finally get us to accepting secondary suites.
Thank you, Alderman Farrell, and your timing is perfect because we're exactly noon. We'll be back at 1:15. And we're back. We are still on, we're doing just about as well as we did last week. Still on the first item. Let's see if we can beat last week's record, shall we? 7.1, move trying to beat last week's record? Oh, but Alderman Hodges isn't here. Oh. All right, so as everyone's settling in, I'll call them. I've only got a few names left on my list. We may not make it to coffee on this item, Alderman Putman's. Never mind, Alderman Fincutt just turned his light on. That'll take us. Alderman Marr.
Thank you. So I've got a couple of quick questions relating to this. And notwithstanding the MDP and the goals that we have, would this change the density per hectare?
Not sure. Can you run that by me one more time?
Sure, absolutely.
Large sandwich for lunch.
So my question is if we were going to implement this and we could forecast a certain amount of secondary suites in the developing areas, my question is, how will that impact the way that we view the MDP and its threshold, density threshold?
Well, the NDP has target densities we're trying to achieve over a fairly long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
I do not, as I think I answered a minute ago, believe that, well, I guess it's the question of the comments you made, Alderman Marr, if you could forecast what kind of take-up you would have.
Would it be 3%? We would have to come up with a number, I imagine, to be able to model it, would we not?
Have to look at it. I frankly think at the level that the MDP is looking at densities and the targets we've got in there over the period of time, that this would have a very modest impact on those densities.
Almost insignificant.
I don't think this would require, if that's, not to put words in your mouth, you're suggesting we'd have to relook at all the MDP.
Well, I would like clarity as to whether or not we would just say, notwithstanding the density thresholds on the MDP, if we were to implement this, we would just remove it completely and recognize that the uptake on it is going to be so insignificant as to not factor it in, and hopefully when we move forward with the municipal development plan, we will not look at this as contributing at all towards the overall density.
I don't believe this will contravene the municipal development plan. Remember, we look at densities in the context of individual applications, in the context of individual area plans.
Yes.
Many of which have been approved already. I mean, we're working on ASPs right now that have vacant land, that have policies in them, so that were approved long, or in some cases long before the MDP was approved. And we haven't changed all those, and those are the the overriding document. The MDP looks at citywide longer-term goals. So I don't see putting an S designation, what we're proposing today, in R1 is going to materially affect the longer-term 60-year targets.
Well, and thank you for that. I really, really appreciate the direction that Alderman Putman's, my apologies, Alderman Demong is heading on this. But I also think that Alderman Putman's, see, I brought that in, there's the arc, was making when he was talking about consultation with the public and the industry. I know that we have a letter on record from the industry saying that they are interested in seeing this densification and having this as part of our municipal development plan and part of the planning rationale. What I would like to do with the with support of my colleagues, of course, is to refer this to LPT, to have to LPT, to have this discussion in public for greater transparency and to also ensure that we are indeed getting the best information that we can, and also to see if there is any changes that need to be made to the MDP as a result and report back to LPT no later than July. And I believe Madam Clerk has it in writing if members care to see it. That's my my motion. Thank you.
All right, we've got a referral motion on the table because we love those. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Jones, thanks you. All right, so we've got a referral motion on the floor then. I've still got a long list of lights on, so I will just look to you to wave if you'd like to talk about the referral motion. Alderman Putmans.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. When this motion had originally come forward, I perhaps did not focus on it as much as I thought I would because there were certain elements to it which I thought would not allow it to proceed very far. This morning when this new revised issue came out, frankly, I looked at it and said, well, this probably might pass, and found myself ill-equipped to respond. I spent the noon hour speaking to more than a few people in both my ward and in the industry, conducted my own sampling of industry response. It's very unscientific sampling, but am comfortable now supporting it and therefore will not be supporting the referral motion. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Putmans. Anyone else on the referral motion? Seeing none, on the motion to refer, are we agreed? Opposed? I guess we have to call the roll.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod. No. Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
No.
Alderman Pootmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carral.
No.
Alderman Chabot.
Whoops. Sorry. No. No.
Alderman Collier-Cart.
No.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell. Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Lost.
Alderman Marr, you still got the floor if you want it.
No, good.
Thank you. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple of questions directed to Mr. Watson, and I want to get a real good handling on the discretionary and the permitted use and what requirements you have to go through to apply. So if we go to an R1S, is that a permitted use of a secondary suite or it's a discretionary use?
Through the chair, the motion as we've developed doesn't indicate whether it's discretionary or permitted. That would be something that we would have to actually, let me back up on that. It's R1S. I think, do you have, I don't have my bylaw here. Do we have a bylaw in?
We think it's discretionary, but we're looking it around. We're looking. Is Ms. Flown here?
Yes.
Where are you? Oh, Ms. Flown, can you answer that question for us, please?
Your Worship, I don't have my bylaw either, but I believe it's discretionary. It definitely requires a development permit, though.
Okay. Ms. Sloan, you don't have the bylaw tattooed to the inside of your arm at this
No,
point?
I know I should. It would take up both arms, though, because it's so big now.
So we're pretty sure it's discretionary, Alderman Keating.
So now discretionary, go through the process to apply.
Well, a discretionary permit means you have to have a development permit. You have to come into the front counter. We have a list of things you have to give us in order to make a complete application, plus some money. Then we process it, look at it against the rules that are in the bylaw,
and is
circulate it to the alderman, and circulate it to the neighborhood, community.
Oh, so it is circulated, it's posted, and people have a chance to respond? That's right. And then a decision is made from the responses, or is it?
Well, no, a decision is made by the approving authority based on the input, and then that, of course, can be appealed to the subdivision appeal board. Decision is made there on the evidence that is at the appeal hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. The fact that it's discretionary opens up that possibility for people to say, this is not what we want in our area. But I do have an amendment, and I'm hoping that we can look at it. I've written it up, but it just simply says secondary suites may not count in the density numbers required. So I'm proposing at this point. I don't know if that's...
Saying, Alderman Keating, let me, if I may put words in your mouth, you're trying to address the issue that a couple of speakers have had, saying that a developer could, in theory, say, well, because it's R1S, it's double the density of what R1 would be, ergo, I shouldn't have to build any multifamily.
Yes.
So, Mr. Watson, what do you think of this amendment? Is this something we can do? Sorry, Alderman Keating, I'm just trying to...
No, well, perfect question.
Well, Your Worship, that's fine. I mean, if that's a concern of council, I mean, I'm not as worried about it, but that would make it even clearer. And if that your motion passed, Alderman Keating, your amendment, that would make it very clear when we got an application that we would not be treating it in terms of a density calculation any differently than we would if it was a straight R1. And that would add some clarity. Yes.
So did you say you have the language already?
Well, I have it here very simple. Secondary suites may not count in density numbers, but I can put density calculation.
So maybe what we can do is say that your amendment then is to add a number 4 to this, which is to confirm that, and I think we should be very clear, the difference between, I'm just speaking this out loud, so Mr. Watson or Alderman Keating or whomever, tell me if it doesn't make sense. Between R1 and R1S shall not be used to calculate final density. So I'm talking about the difference between the two. No, I'm still trying to get the language right. Does that give you clear direction, Mr. Watson? Okay.
Just insert the word density there.
Okay. The density difference between. Okay. To calculate density. Okay, so do I have a seconder for that then? Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Thanks, Alderman Marr, sorry. Alderman Pincott. And I've just written down what I just said for the clerk here, so if you want that may be helpful. Okay, so on this one, any discussion? Just wave. Alderman Chabot?
Yeah, well, a couple of issues that I have with regards to this amendment. First of all, on what policy would we amend to make sure that this was adopted? Like, you know it, and maybe every one of your staff that's here knows it, but what specific policy are we going to amend to make sure that it gets implemented after we are all gone?
Thank you.
Through the chair, I don't think we'll ever be all gone, but...
Alderman Hodges.
When council passes motions such as this, I mean, we make changes within our computer systems. We make changes at the front counter. Obviously, this wouldn't change the bylaw, but as applications came in, we would actually be looking at the process. Part of it, which is the number 3, would be, and I can't speak to the actual chapter or policy within the MDP, but we would add something in the MDP so it'd be clear at the MDP also.
So if I may ask you a question also, Mr. Watson, when council approved, when we were debating the whole secondary suite issue and they broad-based approach of rezoning or redesignating. I thought we approved a motion that said that we would change the R1Ss as well as the RC2 from discretionary to permitted. So what happened to that decision?
Alderman Chabot, I believe, now I could be wrong, but I believe that we didn't actually talk about the R1Ss in that motion.
Yeah,
I think it was the R2s, the RC2s, and so on.
The only two that are listed as discretionary, as I recall,
Oh, I could be
is
wrong. It's
RC2
entirely
and
possible that I'm wrong.
R1S. We did not include R1N in that decision.
Ah, you're right. We'll see if we can figure that out for you while we're
So if
Alderman Chabot, as usual, you have a very good memory. There is a piece of work that is underway. I'll quote it. Council direct the administration by bylaw amendment. Those land use districts where secondary streets are currently allowed as discretionary uses. R2M, RC2, R1S, R1LS, MCG, MC1, C2, MH1, H2, H3, MX1, excluding R1N and RC1N, make them permitted. So that piece of work is underway.
So
sometime during the course of this year, we'll be coming back to council with amendments to the land use bylaw.
And so
Did not apply to R1N. Yes, it did apply to R1S, which is the subject of what we're talking about here.
Correct. So this
apply to R1S.
intent is to come back with an amended bylaw to transition.
My apologies. It is today discretionary. It could be permitted in the future, depending again on another decision of council based on this motion.
So I think the appetite at the time, which is what the basis of this amendment will be, is to make R1S from discretionary to permitted. So I think that answers one of the questions as to whether it's permitted or discretionary, at least what's going to be coming forward in light of the previous decision. I can't support it on that basis because it doesn't allow the opportunity for an appeal process to occur.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot, and although that has nothing to do with the amendment on the table, it was a very helpful clarification, so I'll allow that conversation. He knows when he can turn his light on. Anyone else? Alderman Carl? Could we get it up, please? Anyone else? Alderman Stevenson?
Thank you, Your Worship. As usual, I'm confused. This whole thing that we're talking about here now is putting us flipping the other way in my mind, because before what I was concerned about was that the developer could actually use all of the R1s, because they would be R1Ss, as a part of the density package, right? Now what we're talking about here is that they wouldn't be able to use any of that. So that puts me on the other side saying then if we have the density, the normal density requirements there, which include the multifamily sites, and this community is not designed for such a huge increase in number of units, we would have then the possibility, never know what the uptake would be, but we would have the possibility of a huge number of extra units in this area that's not, the roads and structure is not set up for that. Is that not true? We would have the regular density, Mr. Watson, but then we would have the potential of all of the R1s being times two.
Through the chair, I mean, if you make the assumption that everything that is R1S has both a primary and a secondary suite in a building, yes. The
potential. That's the potential of it. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I will not be supporting this.
So thanks, Alderman Stevenson. On the amendment then, as you see on the screen, the boldface on the screen, on the amendment, are we agreed? Any opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman McLeod?
Agreed.
Alderman Marr?
Yes.
Alderman Pincott?
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans?
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson?
No.
Alderman Carra,
Yes.
Alderman Chabot,
No.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart,
Yes.
Alderman Demong,
Yes.
Alderman Farrell,
Yes.
Alderman Hodges,
No.
Alderman Jones,
No.
Alderman Keating,
Yes.
Alderman Lowe,
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
Carried.
Lovely.
Your
On the
Worship.
main motion then, Alderman Pincott.
Point of order.
Oh, Alderman Keating, yes, go ahead.
Still have the floor?
Yeah, you can keep it.
Okay, thank you. Going back to my original question of permitted or discretionary, I still have a concern there, so I am forced somehow to make another amendment, which will be number 5. And I don't know how to word this one again.
There we go.
Is there a way of making new development RS1s discretionary?
Through the chair, absolutely. I mean, they are today, and if you do not approve the thing coming forward later on this year, you...
So I would suggest the right thing to do then, Alderman Keating, is since they are today, it would be weird to put it in this motion. Yep. What we'd want to do is when it comes forward, we'd want to make that change at that time to say that they become permitted in existing neighborhoods and discretionary in new ones, or whatever we wanted to do at that time.
Thank you.
But as of today, they're discretionary. And I said Pincott, but I meant McLeod, Alderman McLeod.
Now it's my turn to be confused. So we don't, because it is, if I'm understanding that last part correctly, because it is discretionary now, we don't want to put in a number 5 to keep it discretionary. Should it change, we just change it when the change comes.
So,
which could be a different vote than what we might have in the context of this, sorry.
That is correct. But to me, it would be a bit strange to make a motion now saying we reaffirm the way the world is today, because that's the way the world is today. But if we ever wanted to change that, then council could choose to change the whole thing, change none of it, or change part of it.
Interesting that you should say reaffirming the way the world is now, because that sort of feels like we're having the secondary suite debate all over again.
Oh, but I haven't gotten the floor yet. That's yet to come.
Yeah, I rest my case. Most of what I was going to say has already been said. It just seems to me this is a lot about the boogeyman, and I, for one, am having trouble believing in the boogeyman. I think we leave it to the market to determine what people want to do with their individual homes. I think that people that live in high-end areas, as was mentioned earlier, want high-end nanny suites. I mean, I just don't see the problem with this. I really don't. I do see a few process issues. My sense with that is that we need to make a statement with this notice of motion by passing it, and then move on to deal with the implementation tidbits. I see them as tidbits. I see them as details. And if we've got problems with that, it'll have to come back. But I will be supporting this.
Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Alderman Pincott.
Well, thank you. So I want to thank Alderman Demong for bringing this motion. I think when we debated secondary suites a while ago, one of the things that we heard, one of the concerns that we heard was from some members of council was that people bought into an R1 neighborhood and their expectations were that it would and should remain an R1 neighborhood. And council did not support making secondary suites legal in across the city in established neighborhoods. So Alderman Demong has taken that has heard what we said and has brought a motion saying, okay, you know what? I'm bringing a motion to say new neighborhoods, ones that aren't built yet, that nobody lives there yet, should have secondary suites. And so we bypass entirely the argument as to whether people are buying into and have expectations that they're going to live in, quotes, an R1 neighborhood and have no secondary suites there. Alderman Demong's motion addresses that completely. So I honestly can't see any reason not to support this motion, and I hope that everybody does.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Chabot, you've spoken already twice, as a matter of fact.
By that, Your Worship. So I voted on the motion as it was originally presented. I voted on an amendment to that. Now we have a motion before us as amended, which
Yeah, no, you can't. Thanks, Alderman Chabot. It's a good try. No. But thank you.
Actually, I can't.
No, you can't.
But so you're ruling that I can't do that?
I'm ruling that you cannot do that.
Okay, so
You've
this
already
is a
spoken on the main
change in
motion
direction
and you've
to the
spoken on the
previous
amendment.
way we did business. So on that point, Your Worship, I would like to challenge the chair on your
Yay!
decision.
First one ever. All right, he's challenging the chair.
First one, and it'll be more
We have
to
a
come.
seconder. Do you need a seconder for that? Okay. All in favor of the challenge to the chair?
No,
Nope.
you need a seconder. Seconder. you need
That's
a
what I
seconder.
just said.
Yeah, you need a
Let's not listen to Mar anymore. Do I have a seconder for that challenge? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. All those in favor of the challenge, are we agreed? Opposed? Shall we call the roll?
On the challenge to the chair, Alderman Carra.
Not supportive.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Collier-Cart.
No.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell. Alderman Hodges. Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
No.
Alderman McLeod.
No.
Alderman Marr.
No.
Alderman Pincott.
No.
Alderman Pootmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson. Mayor Nenshi.
No.
It's lost, Your Worship.
Thank you. Alderman McLeod?
Mayor Nenshi.
Thanks so much, Alderman McLeod. This has been a very, very strange debate. And one of the reasons for my finding it so strange is because I too applaud Alderman Demong for putting this forward and looking for a compromise, because I also heard the primary argument against the suites was not, in fact, traffic or parking. It was that people are worried about traffic and parking because they think they bought into a certain neighborhood. I've always found that to be a strange argument, particularly considering that every R1 neighborhood in this city, with a few small exceptions, has fewer people living in it today than it did 5 or 10 years ago. But nonetheless, regardless of that, this particular one actually addresses the concern that many of our colleagues have brought forward. I've heard many, many times from the distinguished gentleman to my left that he's not opposed to secondary suites as long as you ask people. Well, here's the thing. There's nobody living there to ask, so it's relatively straightforward that this makes sense. And, you know, I would suggest if folks really are opposed to the suites, then be opposed to the suites. You know, let's stop hiding behind other arguments for why this is the case. And in addition, I just feel the need to point out that I thought it was very interesting that a number of our colleagues jumped up to the defense of an industry. Boy, that's sort of reflexive almost around this council sometimes, right? An industry that is in fact in favor of the change. And as a matter of fact, I checked, and my screen has just gone blank, so you'll just have to trust me. But we received a joint submission from UDI and the Home Builders Association on February the 18th, exactly 2 months ago, stating that they believe that Calgarians need access to safe, affordable housing. They believe in rental accommodation, and they're strongly in favor of making every single R1 house in the city having secondary suites as a use. So given that, I will echo, as I sometimes do, maybe the first time actually, Alderman Carra, in saying, guys, this one's a no-brainer.
That was a very eloquent Carra-ism, I believe. Alderman Hodges? Okay, and we're going to call a vote. Very well. You may close, yes, because
Just to address a few issues. With regards to traffic or with regards to parking, the same rules are going to apply to secondary suites that we've already instituted or in the process of, which mandate mandatory parking allowed on site. Industry concerns, as we've discussed, are very minimal. At the very most, the only concerns I'd have from industry is a level playing field with some that have R1 zoning, and after the moving of this, those that will not. That's what the second part of this motion is basically involving. For the most part, everything else has been dealt with. My apologies to Alderman Chabot. I agree, but for the less than perfect wording in the motion, I am new at this. I will get better, and I'll be signing up immediately for your legislative verbology lessons. We are moving into the sandwich generation. The vast majority of us are already there. We're going to be looking for grandmothers and grandfathers or parent suites, children's suites. Let's not misunderstand this. First and foremost, this is a property rights issue from my point of view. I don't agree with changing an existing person's R1 location to allow secondary suites because they bought on the perception that they would not have to have it. If, on the other hand, they need to be able to have their parents, their kids move in, this allows them to move into a new district, have the secondary suites available to them, and solve their problems in that manner. I hope my colleagues will be willing to support this. Thank you very much. Moved.
And it's closed, and we've
recorded
been
vote?
asked for a recorded vote.
On the recorded vote, Alderman Marr for, Alderman Hodges against, Alderman Farrell for, Alderman Carra for, Alderman Colley Urquhart for, Alderman Chabot against, Alder Demong for, Mayor Nenshi for, Alderman Lowe against, Alderman Pootmans for, Alderman Keating for, Alderman Stevenson against, Alderman Jones for, Alderman Pincott for, Deputy Mayor MacLeod for. It's carried, Your Worship.
Thank you.
All right, folks. That takes us to 7.2 in our agenda. I don't think we quite made the record from last week, I'm afraid. And that is, again, Alderman Demong on liaison for wholly owned subsidiaries. Did you want to introduce this one, Alderman Demong?
Yes, let's just call it the Demong Show today. This is a very simple notice of motion. It's not stating we are going to do something. It simply is suggesting we look at some of the options that are in front of us. Wholly owned subsidiaries we have a number and a growing number of wholly owned subsidiaries of the City of Calgary. I would like us to simply go to the Governance Task Force in conjunction with City Manager and City Solicitors to look at the way this is governed. Come back to us with some suggestions, some options. There are a number further be it resolved. As far as I'm concerned, if somebody wants to amend that to lose them, it's not a big deal to me. They're simply suggestions and options that I believe the task force and those involved should look at. It is simply a suggestion to say, what are we doing? Are we doing it properly? Are there better ways to do it? And should we look at these other ways? I look to you. I look forward to the debate.
Thanks very much, Alderman Demong. I need a seconder, please. I heard it. Alderman Keating, thank you. Alderman Pincott.
Well, thank you. I struggled with this one. And I've had conversations with Alderman Demong about it, and I have struggled with it. I think that if it was clear-cut that we were going to make a decision to remove members of council from wholly owned subsidiaries, I think that would be a worthwhile conversation to have, because there are very definite consequences to actually making that decision. And I think, honestly, we should and could have that conversation. It changes our relationship with our wholly owned subsidiaries. Are we as a council willing to have a conversation and say to our wholly owned subs and the boards of directors of our wholly owned subsidiaries, and currently I believe we're talking about 3, Tainable Homes 4, Tainable Homes Calgary, CMLC, NMAX, and I almost said crap. The Calgary Regional Aquatic Provider. But it's not.
As you know, Alderman Pincott,
I can't believe you didn't go with my name.
As you know, Alderman Pincott, the reason council chose not to go with your name is that is only half of the business of the proposed
okay.
subsidiary.
Anyway, the Calgary Regional Aquatic Provider. So we have 4 wholly owned subs. If we are willing as a council to say to those organizations and to say to those boards of directors, that's fine. We recognize that you are independent, and we want to, and we as a council are putting our trust in you as an organization, and you as a board of directors. I would be willing very much to have that conversation. Unfortunately, what we have before us is not that. It's not to allow and support the independence and the greater independence of the organizations. It is looking at how we can extract members of council and yet find a way to have a watchdog or greater watchdog role over these organizations. And I don't see how we are further ahead with that. I don't see how looking at creating hiring and creating a new position and hiring somebody to go to board meetings for our wholly owned subs and then find a reporting mechanism back to council gets us any further ahead. We would have somebody sitting in the room who wouldn't be able to participate in the discussion, who wouldn't be able to bring council insight on what council is thinking as the shareholder is thinking, who wouldn't have any voting responsibility, who would have to leave the room for in-camera discussions, or should they sign non-disclosure agreements, would stay in the room for in-camera discussions and yet would not be able to actually report those to the shareholder, to council. At the end of the day, we would have created a new position, created a new level of bureaucracy, and from a reporting and accountability and a governance perspective, in my view, we would actually be further ahead, further behind. Yeah, right, further behind. So if this motion had been clear to me in saying, council decide not to have members of council on boards of wholly owned subs, and B, let's find a new reporting mechanism for those wholly owned subs, I would be willing to consider that. But to look at something where we're trying to create a new reporting relationship, hire new people, what are the qualifications for those people, and then be further behind in how we relate with our wholly owned subsidiaries, just to me is wrong. As members of council, we add value to those organizations. We add value. A lot of times these are not boards that we would be on if we were not members of council. And that's fine, that's good. We're there for a reason. We do add value. We make the organizations better. We make them more responsive. We bring a perspective to organizations that are owned by the City of Calgary that cannot otherwise be brought. If we are willing to look, if we want to consider the independence of those organizations, that's a whole other beast. But to look at doing this under, to me, the guise of having a tighter rein on our wholly owned subsidiaries, this to me is not the way to go. So I was looking for, Alderman Demong, I was looking for a way that I could support this. I was looking for the piece in there that I could support, and I couldn't find it. I couldn't extract it. So I will not be supporting this, and I would urge Council to think very seriously about supporting this. There are consequences. There are consequences to our relationships that flow out of this. And those are the real questions that you need, that we should be asking ourselves.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Lowe.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I, too, had conversations with Alderman Demong about this motion, and at the time, I'm a great believer in less is more. And this motion went on an awful long way. I agree with Alderman Pincott. You know, I think I add value to NMAX. I think I add value to Council by being on the NMAX board. But from a pure governance perspective, there is an issue with a related director on a board. And best practices clearly suggest that boards should be made up completely of unrelated directors. And from that position, I'm quite prepared to have Council look at alternatives, because there seems to be a desire on the part of Council to have some oversight of its wholly owns other than approving the strategic plan and the annual budget and appointing a board of directors. But that at the moment is ill-defined. I was just running through this to see if there's any way I could shorten the language up, and unfortunately I can't without running the risk of becoming contrary. Doesn't mean to say I'm not going to support it, but if in fact we do that, I think Alderman Pincott's point about Council then has to recognize that if we take members of Council off these boards, regardless of the oversight arrangement we make, we then have to have the courage to entrust to those boards the governance of our wholly owned subsidiaries within the policy direction set by Council, who is the shareholder. So there's a couple of quantum leaps that we have to make in there. So I am, given the language of this motion, which I see as seeing as looking at and bringing recommendations through the Legislative Governance Task Force, I'm prepared to support it. It will be interesting to see what sort of things we come out with at the end, and whether the level of oversight of our wholly owned subsidiaries, as I say, other than approving the strategic plan, the budget, and appointing board members, if that satisfies Council's concerns. It's been done by other municipalities in Canada. EPCOR does not have any members of Council sitting on its board. To be candid, I don't know the relationship between EPCOR and the City of Edmonton. I know that anecdotally, the city manager and the chair or the CEO of EPCOR meet periodically. And that seems to satisfy the requirement for that corporation of a similar size, similar nature, similar industry. But again, with a different council than we have here. So I will support this. My support is if it sounds tentative, it is tentative, because I am curious about what it is really that Council wants to have and how we achieve that, and if in fact we achieve it in a better way than having members of Council sit in these boards. And I will repeat, I think I serve NMAX well. I think I serve council well. And I think I serve the city of Calgary well by my presence on that particular board. Are we conflicted? Every day. Are we conflicted here? Every day. Alderman DeWong points out some of the problems, Alderman Pincott points out some of the problems that whoever we would have, and they're exactly the same problems we have today. So I think it's an area, given that we're at 3 moving to 4 wholly owns, that we should address. I think it's right and proper to address it now, because I think as our corporation grows, the corporation City of Calgary grows, and we become more complex, in all likelihood, there will be more, not less, wholly owned subsidiaries in our lives. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. Alderman McLeod?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have several issues with this. What I would be willing to support is something that is broader and more encompassing. The motion captures all wholly owned subsidiaries as if they're equal. And of course, each one, I think, is different and has different needs for aldermanic involvement for varying reasons. My issue, I think, is also with respect to NMAX, for example. I think that if we have an oversight person, we have one individual that has been noted is equally conflicted as the alderman, and yet would have no voice. And I think that's the worst of both situations. I think we're either in and we're going to participate in the governance of NMAX, or we get out, and likewise with our other wholly owned subsidiaries. In my opinion, what we need to do is look at what the purpose is, why we're creating these organizations outside of administration, and then deal with some of those issues and how we oversee those organizations. Because I think this is a pattern that we're developing. NMAX has been one, but we're looking at the water and wastewater. And we're looking, yes, and we're looking at several others that I can think of off the top of my head, at least 2. So, in my opinion, we need to make this much more encompassing. Look at our policy statements first, and then talk about how we're going to oversee. Incorporate that into the bylaws of each organization, because I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all.
As a quick clarification, Alderman McLeod, and I'm sorry to pick on you, but I've heard this a couple of times throughout. So I just wanted to clarify one thing, which is, as you know, Council set up a legislative governance task force, which is meeting this week, I think, tomorrow. And one of the things on the task, and the clerk really wants us to set up more and more task forces because she loves them, but one of the things on the work plan for the legislative governance task force is, in fact, a broad review of Council's representation on wholly owned subsidiaries, because right now it is all different. And so the way I read this notice of motion really is that it's throwing in one item that should be discussed as part of that overall review. Don't forget to talk about this as you're undertaking the review. I think the timeline's in here a bit aggressive. Sorry, I'm getting into debate. But that's how I read it. But just to give, hopefully it gives you a bit of comfort that that overall review that you're asking for is something that is already underway through that task force.
But what I'm hearing you say is the overall review is about representation being different, and I do think it needs to be different.
It's about, I think the wording that we used was governance of subsidiaries and arm's length organizations. So it's sort of a big...
I'd like to take it go back one step further. What are the pros and cons? Why are we creating these things?
You. I get it now. Okay.
I think we need to understand what it is we're creating before we figure out how to govern it.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I misunderstood you, so thank you. Alderman Stevenson.
Your Worship, I'll be interested to read Alderman DeMong's book, what he writes. It might only be 3 paragraphs long. This is a sentence here with 165 words in it. So I had to stop it. I had to stop and take a breath here reading it. But my question is whether or not this timing, as you mentioned, Your Worship, what do you, maybe I could ask the city manager, Mr. Tobin, what do you think is involved in coming back in 3 weeks with a report? Is that something's doable?
Not well.
Pardon? No. Not well. Because it seems to me, and I read this sentence over and over again, trying to pick out exactly what it is that this report is going to have. Overall, I'm supportive of what Alderman Demong is trying to do here. I think it's important that we do have this discussion, have this look at it, but I'm just not sure that the 9th of May is something that's reasonable for us to get the kind of information we need before we move forward. So I'll leave it to see what the rest of council thinks, but I think that's a problem for you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Stevenson. I suspect someone may try to change the dates soon. But anyway, Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I hate to go down a little bird walk, but unfortunately you brought up last week. So once again, I would like to thank Alderman Lowe for not ducking the issue and going forward and continuing it. Usually he gives us very good, wise as owl words, and I appreciate them all. But let's talk about change of practice, because I've said it many times. We're asking city administrators to do it. We're asking the city to do it in general. I think council should be leading that practice, not sometimes finding ways to avoid it or to go around it. All we have before us is a motion that says, let's get there and discuss it. And let's go through the governance task committee to actually look at it and move forward. Once again, council should be leading this way, and we should be looking at different ways of doing things as an example rather than opposing changes. All the items that Alderman Pincott raised were the exact reasons of why we need that discussion, so that we can simply look at them, decide whether we should continue down this road, and once again, see if there's a need for change in practice to have better governance. There have been some simple issues in the past, where as a council we've had trouble even getting over the simple hurdles. And I think that's, once again, the direction council should be setting for everyone else and going down that route much more. And this is simply that way of saying, let's look at it. Is there a better way? Let's discuss it. So I certainly will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Alderman Putmans.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I too remember discussing this with Alderman DeLong, actually St. Patrick's Day, if I'm not mistaken. The notion of a liaison officer concerns me for a number of the very strong and solid, wise points that have been made earlier, but also from the perspective of the host board, the subsidiary boards. I frankly would feel personally uncomfortable being with such a liaison officer whose responsibilities, fiduciary duties would perhaps be uncertain, and whether the candor that a board needs to operate in the interest of the organization would be impaired by such a presence, I think is an open question. I thank you for bringing this initiative forward. It's been the elephant in the room since we've been elected. In fact, during the campaign, certainly in Ward 6, the notion of NMAX board governance came up at more than one forum. So your motion is timely. I would like to, and I'm not sure procedural through the chair, the idea of perhaps referring this to the Legislative Governance Task Force, and if that would be an appropriate motion to make at this time.
I think that's really what the motion does.
But it makes explicit mention of the liaison officer and all the rest of it, which is parts of this that I'm concerned about.
It is sort of, I won't say confusingly written, just a lot of words there. But I really do think that Alderman Demong's intent with this is just to throw an idea into the hopper of the work that the Legislative Governance Task Force is doing anyway.
But this is a council motion, and I'm wondering if a referral would get it into the hopper in a more direct and succinct manner. I think a council motion at this point.
Telling me that's what it's doing anyway.
Well, I'll take that advice then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Putmans. Alderman Marr?
Thank you. So I think that this is a very, very interesting concept. What it is it's asking us to go through a periodic review. Maybe we should be looking as to whether or not members of council should still be on these wholly owned subsidiaries. Maybe we should certainly investigate these options. So the question that I have is, the motion suggests May the 9th, which I think is very, 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 very soon. And we are also undergoing right now a governance review of NMAX. And I'm wondering if referring this back, but changing the time that the committee would report, or the task force would report back to council, needs to be addressed. And I think that when are we... Sorry?
I'd consider that friendly.
Oh, okay, thank you. When is the NMAX review scheduled to be done? Do we have a date?
Well, it's not, are you referring to the work of the Legislative Governance Task Force?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's not specifically an NMAX review, but the overall governance stuff.
But if I could tie it in...
We don't really have a timeline, but I imagine that given some of the other appointments that we have to make and bylaws we have to promulgate, I'd really like to see that work done this year. And we've had discussions in the past around Organization Day as being a potential day where we might want to change around some appointments, since we do that anyway on that day. But that too might be a little fast, so I would suggest by the end of this year.
Somewhere sort of no later than end of 2011 then. This does not, Council, this does not change the ability for the work to be done sooner, but it does allow us to have that flexibility and be able to report back. So I think I will change that date to be no later than December 31st, 2011, or well, whatever the last council day in December is, if I might, Madam Clerk.
December 19th.
December 19th. I think that's...
Followed by holiday treats.
That's about 6 months for us to get the work completed and allow the complementary work to be completed in conjunction with. So that would be my motion, but I am supportive of the idea and the overall concept of examining our own policies. Thank you.
Okay, so you have an amendment on the floor then to change May 9th to December 19th.
Considered friendly?
Who was the seconder? Let's just vote on this one real quick, because it is a substantive change. So do I have a seconder for that? You can't, because you seconded the main motion. Thanks, Alderman Lowe. All right, on the date change amendment then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right. Did you want to close on the main motion, Alderman Demong? As amended? Oh, Alderman Chabot, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I guess a couple of questions, Your Worship. If the governance task force is already undertaking this work, do we actually need to pass this motion to review this?
No, but it doesn't hurt to do so either. It's I had Alderman Demong not put this motion, I'm not sure this exact idea would have been investigated by the governance task force. If this one passes, then this exact idea will definitely be investigated by them.
And we're looking at December now, right?
As amended, which to me makes sense because it'll allow this to be considered in the context of the other questions the task force is asking.
Okay, well, I'll see what Alderman Demong has to say in his close to decide whether or not I'll support it.
1 hour. Alderman Demong.
Well, as to Alderman Pincott's concerns, we may well have those discussions about removing aldermen. All of the concerns you brought up should be discussed and brought forward. Ultimately, it's simply a motion to explore the options and alternatives that are before us. I'm a little perplexed at your comment that you would be willing to take the aldermen off the boards and then looking at an idea of how to have them do a reporting, but not willing to looking at the options first and then taking them off. What ultimately, for colleagues, what may come out of this, we may end up saying that what we've got is the correct methodology as it stands. I'm just saying, let's open up the discussion, let's open up the dialogue box, and let's see what comes out. Closed.
Thanks, Alderman Demong. Then on the motion as amended, are we agreed? Opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman Carra.
Yeah.
Alderman Chabot?
No.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart? No. Alderman Demong?
Yes.
Alderman Farrell? No. Alderman Hodges? No. Alderman Jones? No. Alderman Keating?
Yes.
Alderman Lowe?
Yes.
Alderman McLeod?
No.
Alderman Marr?
Yes.
Alderman Pincott?
No.
Alderman Pootmans?
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson?
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi?
Yes.
Carried, Your Worship. 8-7.
All right. Alderman McLeod?
Can't hear you.
I'm just wondering if this is appropriate to do a motion arising for the Governance Task Force to look at the broader question of wholly owned subsidiaries.
That is entirely appropriate.
Because I think that's really important, and I think it's impossible to do the governance work without that.
Okay, so let's quickly get some wording on the floor here. Do you have any?
Not really.
Go for it.
Okay, my motion would be to ask to direct the Council Governance Task Force to consider to review the question of. That's not quite it. To review the question of why we're creating wholly owned subsidiaries, or the purpose of creating wholly owned subsidiaries as and I'm struggling here, as a way,
Okay.
we create them as a way of administering certain isolated.
So how about that council direct the Council Governance Task Force to review the overall structure of service delivery and the creation and operation of wholly owned subsidiaries?
Close. I'm really more concerned about it as why we create them, as a policy statement, right? Why we create these things, because I think we've got more coming forward, and it's as if we create them to avoid the administration, to do something separate that's easier to manage.
Given that it's a bit more complex than I thought, why don't I suggest this? Why don't you and I work on the right wording for this, and why don't we bring it forward through the notice of motion process to our next meeting of council so we've got it right?
I'm happy.
Sound like a plan? Yeah. And I'm happy to help you on that.
Thanks.
And I'm sure Alderman Lowe is too. Okay, great. That takes us then to 7.3 in your agenda. Cultural Sorry? Did I miss something? Oh, we're on a roll. 7.3 in your agenda. Cultural Capital 2012. When we finish the next two, we'll actually be done with last week's agenda. So maybe by coffee we might be done with last week's agenda. Alderman Pincott.
Thank you, and thank you for that we get to this motion. So I distributed this motion to everybody, and let me give you a bit of the genesis of why we're here. Council last summer approved a motion and approved directing our city to go after the Cultural Capital for 2012 bid. This is a federal program, and with it comes $2 million. Should we get that? Should we get the award of being Cultural Capital for 2012? Based on that direction, a committee was formed, and a committee was formed with Calgary Arts Development and the Stampede co-chairing it. And it also involved the committee. On the committee was Calgary Economic Development, Tourism Calgary, the City of Calgary Recreation Department, and the Public Library. And the reason why this proposal was brought to us by CADA and the library and Stampede was because 2012 is going to be a noted year for us. It will be 100 years of the Stampede. It's 100 years of our library. It's 100 years of our rec department. This year has been 100 years of our parks program. So it just seemed like a perfect fit for us to go after this, this designation for being the cultural capital for Canada for 2012. Made total sense. Council supported that. Back in June, Council said $677,000, away you go. And we supported that because the deadline for the nominations was October. And we were going to know in February of this year, 2011, who the winners were. So based on that direction, the committee went out and they did a whole bunch of public engagement. They talked to all kinds of communities, cultural organizations, arts organizations, and came up with a whole submission package. And they in the guise of theater, they came up with a really great submission.
It's really big.
It's really big. Well, size matters, I read somewhere.
Moving right along, Alderman Pincott, right along.
And
we don't like props.
And so
right
so they went and they put together a whole package in engaging our communities, our cultural communities, of what we could do to celebrate our city through the year of 2012. And then, as senior levels of government are wont to do, the timelines changed. And the federal government said, no, rather than submissions in October, we'll tell you by February, which gives you 10 months to prepare. They changed it and they said, no, actually submissions are due in February of this year and we aren't going to tell you till October. And October is just not long enough for us to do the planning for the cultural celebration. And I distributed to members of council this morning a brochure that has been prepared that looks at some of the programs and the stuff that these 6 organizations have planned to do to celebrate Calgary in 2012. And this requires more than a couple of months of planning. So my motion is essentially arising out of the fact that we've been delayed and that we have community excitement, community buy-in on what we've said we want to do. And now, with not knowing until October whether we're going to get the notification, it's too late to do the planning, to start the planning in October. So we need to get going on it. So my motion then is for us to basically say, we're doing this. We have a lot to celebrate, and we are going to be doing this. So my motion is in 3 parts, is to give $333,000 to the Calgary 2012 Committee right now to get going with the planning that needs to be done. It's to make the 667, 667, the council has already said, and to make it non-contingent, so they actually can know some base level of what they're doing. And then the third piece is to say that we give another $1 million for the program. What are we going to get out of this? Well, we're going to get a lot of things out of it. This is taking money that we'll put into it and leveraging it with $2 million from the federal government and an anticipated $1.1 million from corporate Calgary for an anticipated budget at this point of $5.1 million for a year's worth of celebration. And this is important to Calgary. This is important to us as a city, for ourselves, but it's also important for the rest of the country. I was at a presentation last week. The Calgary Economic Development is launching a whole national marketing campaign about how to get businesses and people here, that we have an opportunity for marketing our city across the country and internationally. And in this presentation to corporate Calgary, they said, look, there's a few things that we are trying to accomplish with this national marketing campaign. Budget of over $1 million in this on marketing Calgary. And the things that they're trying to accomplish are, 1, get people here, qualified human capital to our city. 2, target industries so that we actually grow our city economically and sustainably. And the third thing that they're targeting in this is positioning Calgary as an international and cosmopolitan destination. And by that, they specifically mean arts and culture. That is what they are going to be marketing to Canada and across to the rest of the country and across the world. Calgary Economic Development and our business sector see this as a solid business investment We have a lot to celebrate here in our city, and Calgary 2012 has come together with a group of organizations and a group of people who said, we're ready to celebrate. And Council, we've already given some conditional support to this. My motion is to remove the conditions and to be fully supportive of this so that 2012 will be an amazing year in celebration.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Do I have a seconder for this? Alderman Marr, thank you. Oh, did you? Oh, I thought you were kidding. Okay, Alderman Chabot seconded it. All right, very well. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. Well, I'm happy to support this. I'm just wondering if there should be one more step for item number 3, which is I'm going to attempt an amendment, which is an additional $1 million be committed to 2012 celebrations, subject to presentation of final program and budget to SPC on CPS, no later than December 2011. And it just gives us an opportunity to see the details. I've got...
Okay, so I've got a seconder and Alderman Marr on that one. So the amendment, I think, is correctly put. So on the amendment, anyone? Just wave your hand. Sorry? You sure can. Could you read it back, Madam Clerk, when you get it? Or Mr. Alderman Farrell, you've got a copy. Why don't you read it back?
Okay. It's just to insert subject to presentation of final program and budget to SPC on CPS no later than December 2011.
Okay. Anyone on this one? On the amendment, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Farrell, you've still got the floor if you want it.
I'm very happy to support this motion as amended.
Thank you, Alderman Putmans.
Yes, thank you, Worship. To pick up after some of the comments of Alderman Pincott, and if I may say, well put, thank you. Very much an economic development perspective. I think inherently on its own merits this project should go forward, but to add an element perhaps, as I've spoken before about the virtues of promoting the city, I think that everyone in this room appreciates that our cultural sector is perhaps a best kept secret. It's a national treasure. Our brand, Calgary, the perceptions of it are not strong in this area. When we are looking to attract business investment, when we are seeking workforce talent, on many occasions, walking along any street in downtown Calgary, I'm asked, where is your art gallery when we were promoting the city? Are the highly educated, highly trained professionals that we need to run our operation and attract from around the world into an energy sector, a financial services sector, an IT sector, a transportation logistics sector, to attract the kind of workforce talent that we need, these people coming from every continent perhaps, they're thinking of Calgary as always what we would want it to be. We have to adjust our brand. We have to promote ourselves in a far more effective manner and in a far more, not sure what the word would be, successful manner. And the Notice of Motion for Cultural Capital of 2012 is an important step forward on that process. I would look at this as the beginning of that voyage, supporting Calgary economic development's activities, tourism, Stampede, many city agencies involved in these activities, and establishing yet again another foundational piece in our brand and our promotional activity called Cultural Capital 2012, I think will pay enormous dividends for our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Putmans. Alderman Collier-Cart.
Sorry. Your Worship, what I'm wondering about number 3 is that certainly Alderman Chabot and I on the Stampede Board, and we have worked with Alderman Farrell and Alderman Pincott on this whole funding issue and the complications of the timeline. The province is very interested as well, right? And there's no reference in this motion to the province. And I was thinking of amending number 3 to, before Alderman Farrell's amendment, an additional $1 million be committed to 2012 celebrations contingent upon matching provincial funding. And I know that's not the intention of what Alderman Pincott was wanting to do here, but the way this is left is that we're not asking them to step up to the plate, and I know that the Minister has expressed an interest, at least, to do their part. So what would your advice be?
Just say again, contingent on securing funding or contingent on asking for funding? I'm a little confused. because I don't want to make, I think what Alderman Pincott is attempting to do with this motion is actually say that council, whenever they passed this a year or two ago, made this funding contingent on the federal government playing, and he's now saying we want to do it regardless of whether the federal government plays.
Right.
And I think that you're saying we want to get the province involved. Am I following correctly?
Yes. So maybe it's a number 4
So maybe
then.
it's just a number 4 that
we
says that we should formally
request that His Worship formally request the province to match the city's commitment.
Sure. I think that would be fine.
Then it's not contingent upon, okay? So hopefully, Council, you'll support this. I do think they have an obligation to contribute and to really make this a spectacular year for the city of Calgary. So if there's a seconder, I'd like to place number 4.
Alderman Marr has seconded it.
Okay.
So why don't
Thank
we,
you.
it's not really a number 4. Let's add another paragraph.
Okay.
Be it further resolved that council direct the mayor to formally request from the province. Oh, you can direct me if you want. Oh, you can't? Okay. We won't get into that one. Request the mayor to formally, well, now we have to use request twice, you see. Formally ask the province to match city funding for the 2012 projects. Okay? And Alderman Marr is seconding that. Any discussion on the amendment? Alderman Lowe?
Is there value added by also in the same sentence referring to the federal government?
Well, I think we've already requested it of the federal government, so.
Well, that they're in such disarray, maybe it's ask again. I'm only going to say no once.
We can ask again.
Thank you. Just on that, this is an application to the federal government.
I see.
We
Okay.
have made the application. If we are successful, the federal government will be giving us $2 million.
Yeah, I misunderstood that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What the intent of this motion is to divorce the federal government's response from whether we give the money or not. Okay, so we've got an amendment on the floor. Anyone else on the amendment? Alderman Pincott?
Just briefly on that, I do know that that Calgary 2012 has been having discussions with the minister. He is very supportive. He's been non-committal as to the funding, so as to funds, but he is very supportive. So I fully support this. I think it's a great idea.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Anyone else on the amendment? All right, then on the amendment, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Back to the main motion, Alderman Chabot.
Yep, thank you, Worship. I'm not sure if it was clear or not, but part of the our application to the cultural capital application to the federal government was somewhat contingent on us committing some funding towards it. So in order for us to be taken seriously, we had to allocate some funding specifically towards this this application, although I don't believe there was a much better timeline associated with when we expected to receive a response back from the federal government initially. It does provide some challenges in regards to being able to coordinate efforts without knowing for certain whether or not the money that you're applying for will be forthcoming or not. So this provides a greater opportunity for the organizations to better plan their efforts for 2012, better coordinate their efforts in 2012, and if the federal money does come forward, it certainly provides increased opportunity to provide a greater experience to those people coming to the city on all the fronts. So I will support this and as amended, and I think the province should contribute as well.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Before I call on Alderman Pincott to close, I am going to ask Alderman McLeod to trade places with me for a moment.
Mayor Nenshi.
This wasn't really just because I wanted to send more tweets from Alderman McLeod's account, but I do appreciate the compliments. Thank you. This one is really challenging for me because you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone in the community who agrees more with Alderman Putman's sentiments about the importance of investing in cultural industries and investing in this kind of work for the future economic development of our city. However, I have to say I do have a problem with the process behind which, under which this has come forward. I find it very troubling that through the notice of motion process, we'd be asking to make a very significant financial commitment in the absence of budgets, indicators of success, measurements, and governance and reporting structure. So I find this very, very, very challenging. I really appreciate Alderman Farrell's amendment because I think that at least helps us on number 3. I'm still a little bit concerned about number 2, making that $667,000 completely non-contingent. That said, I understand the money's already been set aside by a previous council, so I can live with that. But I just wanted to highlight for members of council that we've asked our administration to abide by more stringent requirements for the information that they provide us. And in fact, they're going through a big process right now to make sure that we always have the information needed in order to make decisions. And I think that we as council, it's absolutely incumbent on us to hold ourselves up to the same level of standard of behavior through the notice of motion process. I'm a big fan of the notice of motion process because it allows members of council to bring their issues directly to the floor of council. But I do think we have to hold ourselves up to the same standard of behavior. And when we're asking for significant financial investments, as we are in this notice of motion, we owe it to our colleagues to ensure that the backup data is properly provided.
Thank you, Mayor Nenshi. I see no other lights. Alderman Pincott to close.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, thank you. I mean, it's been really great to hear the support that I've been hearing around the table for our city and our cultural sector. You know, it's really interesting. I came from the cultural sector in our city, and I moved here. I remember first coming here in 1992 to do some work in theater. And I'd been working in theater for 7-8 years, and I had no idea at how vibrant and how vigorous the arts and culture sector and industry is in Calgary. And sadly, it's not just a secret that we keep from the rest of the country. It's very often a secret that we keep from ourselves. And that is something that I think that we need to change. We have a lot to celebrate in our city. There are these organizations who are more than prepared. They have developed a very complete program on what we can do to celebrate our city. And I look forward to giving them the tools to allow to move forward with the planning for the celebration that we are going to have. I look forward to, in December of this year, having a wonderful presentation with a wonderful launch and jump off that will get Calgarians excited about our participating in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're now closed. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously.
All right, that takes us now to item 7.4 in your agenda, tabled report regarding granting agreement with the Shepherd Community Association. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I hesitate to begin with a small story, but Alderman Stevenson said, yes, I should. And it talks about plans that maybe don't go exactly as thought. When I first moved to my house, someone was telling me that suds were very good for my lawn, of the light lager note, beer in other words. So anyway, they gave me a calculation per square foot of what to put on the lawn. And so I went through this and calculated it very carefully and figured out I needed a keg and a half. And I'm thinking that if this works extremely well, if I triple it, then I would be going down a much better method. And so I did that. I put 4.5 kegs on my lawn, went to sleep that night with a smile on my face thinking, this is fantastic. I got up in the morning and looked, and I was very, very disappointed at my plan because the grass was much longer than it was the day before, and I assumed with that much suds that it would be half cut. So, yeah, exactly. So, I apologize for that, but Jim said so. So we'll go from there. But not all plans go, and obviously Shepherd Communities' plans were not as half-baked as my lawn story was, but my long lawn story. But coming back to it, I guess the issue is where do we go from here? It has been an issue that's been around for 4 years with the City of Calgary and SCA, and it's something that has been there and it just needs to be solved. Discussions in the last little while have brought it back to the surface, and so my motion here today says we need to talk about it and we need to go forward. I do have some pictures as we can go through them, some drawings and some pictures of the existing facility and what it would look like if it was completed. And that's the issue. It needs to be completed. I would characterize the difficulties as no fault on either side, simply red tape and being annexed halfway through a project that had different expectations and different procedures and different policies that were not able to be, I guess, set aside and move forward, and a bit of rural stubbornness of saying this is what we had planned and this is where we'd like to go. And I think that's where we're at. There definitely has been history on both sides, but it's not the history we want to go down. We want to actually push the history aside and look at the goal of just changing something into, from a liability, I guess, to an asset, and then we need to go from there. Because no matter what happens in the end, we have a building that's uncompleted, and it has been uncompleted for 3 years. And if we can go to the next. It is also the possibility of moving forward on 40 acres of recreation land that is sitting idle, and we've gone through a number of different looks and a number of different plans over the number of years. And it should be noted that this plan has been in the works for 20 years plus. SCA worked with the developer and Rocky View at least 20 years ago about what to do with the MR land that is there. They wanted a buffer zone between the community and the industrial park that was there. They developed it, we put in one spot, so you could have that buffer. It was then leased to SCA in early 2005. They began construction in 2006 and were annexed in 2007. And due to the fact of the changes in policies and procedures and a plan that was worked out with the previous municipality that did not fit the present municipality. And again, what we need to do is make sure that we take an unfinished building, which is technically a liability, and it has been sitting there for 3 years like this, and change it into an asset for whoever holds the lease in the future. There is only, I guess, a guy could go down the line and say there's only really two options, is let's move forward and change it somehow or tear it down and begin new. And I think the latter of those two is not the direction to go. So we do have to come to agreement somewhere along the lines and see what we're doing. The building has not sat idle. SCA, in probably the last three and a half years, has put in excess of 5,000 hours of volunteer working on the site. And if we get into some of the further pictures, you will find that they have been doing everything they possibly can on a volunteer basis to complete the interior of the building. They've been drywalling, putting in tile, painting, doing a number of things that they can, as well as getting grants. This is the site looking to the east. The site is approximately 800 meters long. So it is 40 acres, 50 acres in one site, 10 acres encompassing where the building is, and another 40 acres of MR recreation land sitting idle. Here you see some pictures of the equipment and supplies that have been purchased over the time. That is kitchen restaurant equipment to be ready to go in at different times. When it's ready. First of all, I want to also go over a number of, I guess, questions that may come up or points that have been said in the past. So the question is it a good location or a bad location? And I think the answer is in the comparables. If you compare it to something like the Hotel Arts, it's probably not in a great location. If you compare it to a rural style hall, it's in a fabulous location. It's close to Stony Trail. It offers a lot of the amenities that rural halls do, and therefore it fits well. And that's the comparables, and unfortunately I don't think that it has been compared in that light in the past. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're still continuing where we are. I think in many ways, if we wanted to be far-fetched in our vision, and that's really what it was, is people, you could pull something out of the hat and say, you know, Rosebud Theatre may not have been a great idea at the time to some, but it's flourishing well, and this hall could be exactly the same thing. It may not be a great vision to some, but it certainly could be to others if we were allowed to move forward. And I think that's the other. It needs to become viable, and it will be viable depending on your criteria and the comparables and where we would continue to move on from there. So what really needs, and I've said it before, the building needs to be finished and the decision needs to be made. And we have to continue. Here's piles of ceramic tiles that are sitting waiting to be installed, many of on donations and bought at cost and different things like that. So the SCA has been working extremely well, putting up drywall, painting, doing all of the things they can, getting CFEP grants, which they've had 2 in the last 3 years, working casinos, and they have put in, on top of the 1.2 million that they put in at the very beginning, they've probably invested another $300,000 to $400,000. And again, it's going to take an awful long time for it to be done. And that's why I'm asking Council now to look forward, look at the possibility of, here's a very unique situation where a project was annexed halfway through its construction with a different set of criteria. And that doesn't mean that it's making a precedent. It doesn't mean that it is going to impede the way the City of Calgary works in the future. It just means we're addressing a situation at this time that needs to be addressed and look forward. So the precedent is easily explainable. I'm not sure if ever we've had a project annexed halfway through the construction point. Reports. If we look at the number of reports that have been done in the last number of years, I do have a very lengthy lease which has been agreed that it is legal and binding, and there are things in here that, quite honestly, the City of Calgary does not like. Unfortunately, they're there, and the only way we can agree is to have both parties renegotiate them. And the only way that SCA has said they would be interested in renegotiating is if they feel they are appropriately compensated for the lease. I do have a letter from 2010, December 8th, which says, in the event that you have a variation of either option A or B, you can present them for discussion and consideration. And of course, A is to proceed with compensation, B is to decline further compensation. The next sentence down farther says, the one thing that is not negotiable is the amount of compensation identified. So we have been in this situation where it is take it this way or forget it. And I think that somewhat needs to change. It's been appraised. There has been a business plan developed, which, again, we can talk about that. There has been a study to identify the uses of the building as well as the land done, and there has been a study to do the cost to complete. I think it's been studied in depth. In the motion, it says that we will go forward with 2 more studies just to make sure that everyone is covering and everyone is happy with, I guess, moving forward so that money isn't spent needlessly. And I think this motion sets out what is required, a good faith gesture by the City of Calgary and the willingness by SCA to look at options. And without it completely moving forward specifically from here, we cannot delay it, we cannot refer it. A decision needs to be made, and it should be made in such a way that both parties can finally come together with terms. It allows for the possible participation of subleases of other organizations, And there are other nonprofit organizations out there willing to come forward. And we heard just not too long ago at one of our committee meetings, the 3 or 4, the skateboarders and a number of different organizations are out there desperately looking for land. And here land sits idle, again, because of the unique situation. It identifies that all the revenue that can come from those would go back to the city to recoup the $1 million investment needed to finish the hall and to make sure that we will move forward from there. Repayable grants have been in the past, and I do have some documentation on a number of cases where a grant was given and it was accepted back. And again, the city has the choice on that. To sum up, I guess I've gone on for a little bit. All I'm asking is that we fix this situation rather than ignore it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Alderman Lowe.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I have a referral for this motion. And I hope, Madam Clerk, you were able to read it. There we are. Your Worship, I'm going to move that we refer this matter to Community and Protective Services for a report in camera where appropriate, describing the history of the issue, the range of options available to Council, and a recommended course of action supportable under the MGA and Council policy. There's a whole range of issues here, from the sale of MR to the differences between leasing and licenses of occupation, to business plans that I've had come across my desk over the past several years for this that quite frankly weren't there. So that there's, to use a vernacular, there's a huge amount of hair on this issue. So, not mine.
That's where it went.
Is that where it went, Alderman Lowe?
This and many other places, Your Worship. Nonetheless, I think I had a very brief conversation with Dr. Hargensheimer. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Hargensheimer, but you would be prepared to put together a comprehensive report around the issue, consult with law, land, and with respect to the options available under the Act and city policy for resolution of this matter. I would like to congratulate Alderman Keating on at least bringing it forward. You're right. The issue's got to be solved one way or the other. But I think we've got to understand, Council through committee has got to understand what we're looking at here. It's in my mind, the confusing relationship is the issue of the land, the lease, annexation, subletting of MR land or possible sale of MR land back to the city, which is a novel thought. So there's just a range of issues here. So if I have a seconder, Your Worship.
Second.
Alderman Putman, thank you.
No, second the referral motion.
So,
yes,
so Alderman Putmans will second that. Thank you.
So I think we've got to tread very, very carefully and very, very thoroughly to arrive at a conclusion that's supportable for this issue. And Dr. Hargensheimer, unless I've covered it, if you want to add anything to that, I know that this has been a trying one for CPS because it keeps coming back to you and to land with glancing blows. Did you have anything you want to add? No, I guess not.
Well, Your Worship, it's quite true that I think Alderman Keating also characterized it quite well. This is a group that's been caught in between an annexation, and the situation needs to be resolved. From the city's perspective, the MR land and keeping it for public use where the way it was intended is a very important principle, and so that's wrapped in here as well. But I think we would be prepared to work with the Community Association and Shepherd Community Association and bring back the status of the hall currently, what the estimates are, and some of the, we could perhaps, I'm not sure, I'll have to speak to Alderman Keating, it would be helpful, I think, if we had some of the information regarding the business plan and the cost to complete of the complex so that Council could have, Committee and Council could have that information when you're making your decision.
But more importantly is the relationship, I think, with law so that Council understands where we can and cannot act in this matter.
Right. So you don't have a reporting date
The reporting, I was going to ask you how long you would need to prepare this report. Would 2 months? That would be a report in June to CPS in June be acceptable?
We have 2 dates in June, one at the beginning and one at the end, so I think we could make it for the, at least for the end of June.
For the second CPS meeting in June, that'll be the date, then the reporting date, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Your Worship. I'd ask your support, Council. This is a very confused and complicated issue. It is resolvable, but we've got to proceed very, very carefully on it.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe, and I think Alderman Putman seconded that. So we now have a referral motion on the floor. So on the referral motion, just wave at me, Alderman Keating, and then Alderman Demong.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do appreciate the attempt to try and resolve it, and your understanding is complete. There is history, and there are issues here that are very difficult. The referral, again, though, all I can say is just same past, same future. This has been referred, this has been gone in camera, it has been referred, it has been ignored, it has been kind of gone many, many different directions in the past. I consider this not much more of the same. That we need to get past this point of saying, you know what, we're going to study it, we're going to refer it, we're going to make a decision, we'll do something, but who the heck knows when? And I think it's time that we made this decision, that we move forward in an appropriate manner. And I know that SCA is saying, you know, let's look at it openly, referring back to this letter where it says the one thing that is not negotiable. So here we are again, we're saying that the one thing is not negotiable is what we may find unpleasant. The unpleasantness is that you have a community association who has been in limbo for 4 years, and you have a building that has not been able to be used for 3 years, sitting there, and money has been spent needlessly over that time to keep it in that state, rather than just moving forward. The unpleasantness is that we have to set aside all of the requirements of where. Now, the lease is there. What we want to do with that is another question. The question we have here today is that the building needs to be finished. And the only way it's going to be finished is we open up the subleasing in a manner which is very acceptable, or the city is willing to fund it in the interim. And I think that's the question that we have today. All of the other issues, I can certainly agree that they need to be addressed, and I think they can be addressed in the future, but you cannot delay the moving forward of this project at all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Keating. Anyone else on the referral? Alderman Demong, then Alderman Chabot. Oh, and Hodges, I'm sorry.
Dr. Hargesheimer, does this, Alderman Keating had referred this, that this had been going on for 4 years now? Is that an accurate representation?
Yes, I think it is.
So there have been negotiations, discussions, etc., for the better part of 4 years?
Yes, with the former alderman involved.
What would lead me to believe that in the next 2 months we would be able to come up with a suitable solution if we haven't in the last 4 years?
Well, I think what's very different here is that Alderman Keating is putting on the table the fact that some municipal funding will be required to come to some resolution in the short term.
And that wasn't part of the concern whatsoever before? Well, can you give me the details as to what the majority of the concern was if it wasn't funding to finish the structure, which seems to be the gist of their big concern?
Well, the history is very long, and there were many, many reports. There was attempts to put subleases on the land, and the lease that Alderman Keating is referring to that we inherited from Municipal District of Rocky does not allow administration to approve any subleases, and those decisions have to be made by City Council. And so when opportunities for subleases came forward that would have brought in some funding, those were not approved by City Council because, and I would say that Council made those decisions because they felt that a business plan and a business case for the ongoing operation of the community association in the hall had not been made to their satisfaction.
But those subleases were actually brought to council for council airing and denied?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Demong. Alderman Chabot, Hodges-Marr. That's how we'll do it.
Thank you. At least it wasn't Lowe and then Chabot, as it usually is. Thank you, Worship. So, usually it's...
I always say Lowe, then Chabot. No, he's right. No, but we have 15 minutes before the break, you see, so...
It won't take me that long. I don't know about supporting this this referral motion. As Alderman Keating indicated, we certainly have debated this issue ad nauseum. There's been a few things that have come forward out of all this, and I was prepared to make an amendment to his notice of motion to look at directing administration to negotiate a purchase agreement as part of the previous agreement with the Municipal District of Rocky View, including the lands and the improvements made to the property, excluding, of course, those monies that we had invested in the property to preserve that asset, because there was some issue that had arisen some time ago as to whether or not the facility would be able to withstand a winter without having some money invested into the facility to protect it from further deterioration. So because council has invested some money in that facility as well, I thought it'd be appropriate that we recapture that investment, but then allow the community to move forward based on an agreement that was signed before annexation. So we purchased the building, we purchased the lands. These are things that we're pretty much obligated to do, and then that would give them the means to finish their building and negotiate a standard license of occupation, as we do with all of our community associations, and that's all part of what I was going to put forward as an amendment. And that's part of the challenge that I have with what was proposed by Alderman Keating, is that we don't do this with our community associations, and short of going down that slippery slope and looking for other community associations to undertake a similar type of negotiations for third-party leases, it's probably best that we keep this community association with the same sort of agreement as we have with all the other 140 some odd communities that we have in the city, and bring the decision or the agreement that was signed with the Municipal District of Rocky View to a conclusion, and move forward with this once and for all, and allow them the ability to finish their building. And of course, this would necessitate the need to find some sort of a financing mechanism, and I would have asked that this also have been forwarded on to LAS with financing options no later than July 19th to allow us, again, further opportunity to protect the asset for the winter. So I'm not going to support this referral motion. Hopefully Council can consider what I may be putting forward if this fails, and make their decision accordingly.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Your Worship. My idea would have been to refer it, all right, but to refer it to Land and Asset Committee for a report not later than the first committee meeting of June, not this end of June. I think Alderman Keating is looking for a path to resolution for this whole process that he's been tangled up in, which Shepherd area has been tangled up. There's a reference, the second last paragraph, Your Worship, is a reference to up to $1 million from the FSR dedicated to the completion of the complex. Obviously, there's going to be some further funding required for this, but my guess is $1 million is not going to do it. So I don't know if they've ever employed a quantity surveyor to get a handle on costs, but that's what $1 million doesn't go very far on repairing, renovating, and bringing a building up to current standards. So all of those questions can be dealt with in camera at Land Committee, and I think that's preferable to Community and Protective Services. This issue was at Community and Protective Services several years ago, and representatives from the organization were there, and it didn't go anywhere. So I don't believe this is an issue where Council, the City Administration, and the community organization need to debate anything. The facts are known. Alderman Keating probably has most of them. And what he doesn't have, he can soon round up. and put it into report, and let's get a decision made. And one of the decisions I would suggest may be that this is no longer a municipal reserve site. It can function possibly better as a SPR site, School Park Reserve Site, and that way it doesn't have all the restrictions I believe that municipal reserve currently has. Anyway, land committees would be my suggestion, Your Worship, so I won't be supporting this particular referral.
So hold on. Did you say you'd rather have it at land committee? Are
Yes,
you
Your
making an
Worship,
amendment?
we
Are you
can-
making an amendment to that?
We can get into all of the issues, but you may rule it contrary. That's why I didn't
It's
make
contrary, or would you allow it? You're fine with it? I always look at the mover and seconder to ask if they feel it contrary. Do you? Okay. Well, let's take the amendment on the table, and then we can do that. Okay. Oh, but you can't refer. You can't amend a referral motion. So.
Defeat it, put a second motion. Your Worship.
Yeah. So what I would suggest is, if you feel that way, we can go ahead and defeat this one and then put another, if that's what you'd like to do.
I'm just afraid the Standing Policy Committee will be a time of 2 to 3 hour public debate that isn't going to be any more satisfactory than the last debate that occurred before Alderman Keating was saddled with this issue. I can understand part of the problem. I'm not as familiar with it as many other people probably are, but there's been similar problems elsewhere in the city over the years, and but it isn't going to be resolved with a public debate or in camera or in public at a standing policy committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Then on the referral motion that you see before you, Alderman Marr.
Thank you. I was actually going to suggest what Alderman Hodges suggested. So, Council, let's defeat this motion and then bring it to land. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else on the referral motion then? On the referral motion, Alderman Colley-Urquhart?
Well, I understand the frustration that Alderman Keating has with this, and if we defeat this, which it sounds like we may, I think Alderman Keating is only interested in a range of resolution options, not a whole bunch of other options. It should be strictly confined to whether it's mediation or what are the options to resolve this matter. So if we have another referral placed, Alderman Hodges, I would hope that we would define what kind of options we're looking for. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Colley-Urquhart. Alderman Lowe, did you want to close on this?
Well, I will close, Your Worship. If it goes to land, that's fine. The reason I chose a standing policy committee was exactly for the reason of transparency. In other words, that the community would have an opportunity for input at this stage, and that was the sole reason. Land is a great place for it to go to. The difficulty, of course, with land is that it's done in camera. And there will be stuff on this, Alderman Carra, that will bring it and keep it in camera, trust me. Hence my little phrase in there. The other thing, Alderman Keating, with respect to your concern about the motion was, you'll see the last sentence says, with a recommended course of action supportable under the MGA and council policy, which means at the end of the day, we want a resolution to this. And that's the goal of this whole exercise. Whether we go through Community Protective Services, I'd actually thought of finance at one point, bailed it out of there. And as I say, I put it in the Standing Policy Committee simply for the sake of transparency, but land is just fine, and it is very capable of actioning it. Thank you.
Thank you. As long as you don't refer it to the mayor, you'll find out later this afternoon what happens when you refer things to the mayor. All right, then. On the referral motion, then, are we agreed? Opposed? Call the roll, please.
That one's done.
Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
No.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Carra.
No.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
No.
Alderman DeMong.
No.
Alderman Farrell. No. Alderman Hodges.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
Lost.
Thank you. Alderman Hodges?
I'd like to put a motion of referral, but land and asset strategy for the first meeting of June. I think there's at least, well, there's only the one meeting in June. I don't have my calendar right handy. I think it's the second Tuesday of June. But the important thing is, if, through the chair, if Alderman Hargesheimer's staff would collaborate with corporate properties.
He didn't really
Alderman
mean to
Keating to put a background piece together of hopefully less than 10 pages with this motion attached, because there's about 3 or 4 aspects to this thing that I don't know. Alderman Keating has tried to get me up to date. I know I'm not up to date, but I know the questions that should be asked. And between the two staff components, I'm sure they can put it together.
Thanks, and I think Alderman Marr is seconding that. So now we've got a new referral motion, which I think, do we have it up yet? Okay, no problem. On this referral motion, anyone? Alderman Chabot.
Take about 20 seconds to address that. Your Worship, should this referral motion fail, I would like you to recognize me for a subsequent amendment that would look at reporting this reporting back through LES with specific direction to administration. I won't be supporting the referral motion. I think we need to move forward on this with specific direction to administration to negotiate an agreement. So hopefully this, no, you can't amend a referral. So, so I will be voting against the referral and would encourage council to vote against it as well and actually move forward on some sort of resolution on this.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Will do. Alderman Keating on the referral motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess my comments are the same as the other referral. I'm much more open to Alderman Chabot's suggestion. Once again, we're referring it for what? For more study. We can sit down as a group. We have the history. We know what the issues are. I think we've even talked about ways of resolving this. Unfortunately, we need council direction to say, sit at the table and do it. I do know SCA's mind. They want it solved. They would like it solved. Coming back to the idea of compensation, if we take away the idea of you will get this amount and it's not negotiable, if that is removed, the issue can be solved in no time whatsoever. The refer does nothing again but months of discussion that do not need to take place. I would like you to turn this down and open your minds to Alderman Chabot's motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Anyone else on this referral motion? Alderman Carra. And Demong, did I see your arm?
This is just more a question. I mean, I'm under the impression that we could receive input from the public at LAS. It's just easier to go in camera in that venue. That's a question.
Your Worship, the practice at Land and Asset Strategy, because it's a special committee rather than a standing policy committee, in the last couple of years has been up to the discretion of the committee. So if there's others that would like to vote or like to address council, it's usually put by the chair to the committee at that time. There's not a standard practice one way or another. It's left to the decision of the committee.
So, for example, on IGA, which I chair, we have certainly in the past allowed for public submissions.
Yeah. As we have in LAS, if I'm not totally mistaken.
Great. Thanks, Alderman Carl. Alderman Demong.
I have had the pleasure of pre-reading Alderman Chabot's amendment, and I am truly looking forward to the legislative verbology lessons. So I would strongly encourage my colleagues to vote down the referral and take a chance at the amendment that Alderman Chabot is putting forward. It also does, in the long run, in and around way, go back to Land and Asset anyway. So I think you might be interested in seeing what it has to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Demong. Alderman Hodges to close.
And members of council, the idea of a referral is not for further study. The idea of a referral is we have a complete report in front of us, and it will have recommendations that will be brought back to council later in the month of June. I think that's a reasonable request, but it certainly isn't for more study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On the referral motion before you then, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Opposed? 3. Call the roll, please.
Alderman Keating,
No.
Alderman Lowe,
Yes.
Alderman McLeod,
Yes.
Alderman Moore,
Yes.
Alderman Pincott, Alderman Pootmans,
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson,
Yes.
Alderman Carra,
No.
Alderman Chabot,
No.
Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
Yes.
Alderman Demong,
Nope.
Alderman Farrell,
Yes.
Alderman Hodges,
Yes.
Alderman Jones. No. Mayor Nenshi.
No.
It's carried.
All right, then. Given the time, we will recess. We'll see you back here at 3:45. And yes, we got through last week's agenda. And we're back. All right. So Alderman Jones is going to move the next one. Thanks, Alderman Jones. Do I have a seconder? This is item 8.1.1. Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Discussion on this item? Hey, look, I have some, Alderman McLeod.
Here we go.
Boy, she's busy.
Mayor Nenshi, I see your lights on. Would you like to say something?
I would. I feel like I'm spending a lot of time over here. I really enjoy your Twitter screen.
And the perspective is good.
The perspective is good. It's a very different perspective. I just want to point out that I know this is just a boilerplate report to council, but I was really struck by the line that says, the city does not have the jurisdiction to prosecute offenses or LAEA offenses. And I think that one line summarizes so well what an incredible mess we are in as it relates to campaign finances. As many of you have known, I have been an advocate for comprehensive campaign finance reform for many, many, many years. And I am, in fact, writing a letter to the minister, which maybe Alderman Pincott might co-sign with me, about some of the changes that we need to see on this file. And I'm very sorry to report that based on my analysis, the tentative, grasping, tiny changes that the provincial government put forth to campaign finance just before the last election actually made items much, much worse. There are so many inconsistencies and challenges in the law currently. You know, just to pick on one of my colleagues, Alderman Farrell, because I see you right there, right? The way that Alderman Farrell reported her disclosure expenses was totally legal and quite different than the way others did. And the law actually allows for that, which is a significant challenge for me. The cap on individual and corporate donations was set so high that it became a de facto floor rather than a ceiling. In the 2007 election, there were fewer than 5 donations of $5,000 or greater in the entire province. And now $5,000 seems to be the ticket to admission for many donations. The thing is a mess. And it's extremely important that the provincial government recognize this and start to promulgate very real changes to it. Because, as I say, in attempting to do this in a grasping, simple way, they've actually made matters much, much worse, and it's not fair to voters or to citizens.
Thank you. Alderman Pincott?
Sorry, thank you. I want to echo what Mayor Nenshi has just said. And we as a council last year basically expressed our dissatisfaction with the amendments that the province was making to campaign finance, and because we recognized that they were ultimately not helping the situation. I think that we is at a point, and I think we are at that point, and I will be bringing a notice of motion forward for us to look at campaign finance reform and put real campaign finance reform in place. We last year, 2 years ago, we as a council sat back and when we discussed campaign finance reform and said the province is doing something, we're going to let the province deal with it and see what they come up with. Well, we've seen that they haven't come up with anything that works at all. And I think that we as a council are going to have to show leadership on this and move forward with real campaign finance rules. Yes, it is that first line is striking, as that first line is striking so many times, and so many things that we deal with that we see are a bit of a dog's breakfast. But at a certain point, we're going to have to do something about it. So watch for a motion coming to a floor near you.
With great anticipation, no doubt. Oh, we've got more lights. Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, as I see Ms. Clifford in the audience here, we have been assigned to come up with some changes for 5.1, and that's the part that we felt should just be totally withdrawn because there are so many parts of it that are not workable. But the government through the AUMA asked us not just to say to withdraw it. They're dealing with political pressures there. They said come up with some solutions. So the law department here and Ms. Clifford and myself, and now there's some others involved with us from the AUMA, but we're coming up with all the different amendments, all the different changes. And I honestly have to tell you, I think that when the Municipal Affairs looks at it, they're going to say, we better just withdraw the whole thing, because there's so many things that as we fix something, it creates more problems. And so we were a lot better off when the city was in a position of developing their own bylaws and could actually put some regulations rather than them trying to come up with a one-size-fits-all, and it's created a lot of problems. So there is some progress. We have to have this draft prepared in the next 2 weeks, because the final meeting of our committee is on the 6th of May. So once I have the rough draft, once we're finished with it, then I'll be circulating it to members of council and to the mayor to have you give your input before we present it. So we're working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Worship. Well, a few years ago, we actually undertook a process with the provincial government. Minister Liepert at the time was looking at heading up the review of the Local Authorities Election Act, and they chose at that time not to amend that portion of the Local Authorities Election Act, which would have given them authority over campaign finance rules. Subsequent to that, of course, there was some public input, I don't know how much public input, but some, that I guess necessitated from their perspective the need to amend the Local Authorities Election Act to give guidance as to campaign finance rules. Prior to that, it was left up to the municipality. So we could actually come forward with specific campaign finance rules. But with the new legislation, they've actually taken that power away from us, taken over that control and said, here are the new rules and regulations. Okay, well, we have a process now, as Alderman Stevenson indicated, whereby we can actually make recommendations on how to fix that, how to change it, or how to revert back to what was previously in the hands of the municipality to actually put in specific rules, that our own rules were actually a lot more stringent than the current regulations. So members of council, if you want to provide input on what the rules should look like in the future, I suggest you probably should get on it and talk with Alderman Stevenson on what proposals you'd like to see made to the Local Authorities Election Act to address the issues that you would like to make. So I'm going to support the motion to receive this report for information, but certainly would encourage members of council to participate in the amendment process.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. Of course, it is an issue that affects every one of us. On the motion that council receive this report for information, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed?
All right, that takes us to 8.1.2, although there's no number on this one. C 2011-37, supplementary report to PAC 2011-018, International Avenue overall project scope. Alderman Chabot, did you want to introduce this one?
Certainly, Your Worship. Well, we had a chance to debate this briefly at committee, and some of the members of committee expressed an interest on additional direction or additional supplementary information to help to support the application. And administration has put together some recommendations and their opinion on this application and what they see as something that would be very beneficial at a very minimal cost, and looking at new opportunities, new ways of potentially encouraging development or redevelopment in an existing area. So I'm just like to also point out that Miss Alison Kareem McSweeney, who is the head of 17th Avenue BRZ, has been here in the audience all day, waiting, showing her support of this particular initiative, in case some members of council might want to have some additional information from her, certainly within council's prerogative, to ask a member of the public to come forward to help to support a particular initiative. I'd be more than happy to make that motion if there's an interest for it. Either way, I will. I'll sit down. Listen.
Sorry, Alderman Chabot, there was a bit of static on the line.
Sorry, I was indicating that Ms. Kareem McSweeney was here in the audience, and if members of council would like to hear from Ms. McSweeney, if they feel the need to, certainly entertain a motion and be more than happy to support a motion to have her present to committee.
Do you want
I think
to,
it's pretty self-explanatory.
Do you want to put a motion on the table first, Alderman Chabot? And I would suggest that motion might be that the administration recommendation is simply that council receive this report for information, but I would actually add
the council support the funding requirements.
That council approve okay, council approve what?
Funding.
Council approve the application to the Innovation Fund, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so the council received this report for information, and further that council approve the Innovation Fund application, seconded by Alderman Carraw. So you were also going to make a motion to have council hear from Ms. Kareem McSweeney, or?
Well, I'm happy to do so, Your Worship, if some members of council would like to hear from Ms. McSweeney.
I always enjoy hearing from Ms. Kareem McSweeney, but why don't we wait to see if there's any questions?
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Questions, comment, discussion on this one, Alderman Carraw.
I just want to say that my entire life in Calgary, really, as a political force and as an urban designer, began on International Avenue with the International Avenue Design Initiative. This is a continuation of that work, and it's really about how do you revitalize an area, prevent gentrification, how do you make an equitable revitalization, and the International Avenue Design Initiative, which is a major step forward for the communities of East Calgary, was the result of an outside catalyst, the University of Calgary coming in and supporting. And we've reached sort of a point where we need another outside catalyst. And the individuals we're working with are world class. and have a very, very interesting program that could be of significant value to the rest of the city too, as we talk about how do we intensify and populate our inner city without driving away the income groups that are necessary to remain a complete community. So I highly encourage everyone to support this, because it is exactly, I think, what the Innovation Fund is about.
Thank you, Alderman Carra. Alderman McLeod.
Thank you, Your Worship. I, too, am somewhat familiar with this, although not nearly at the level of Alderman Carra's involvement. And I, too, think this is a very exciting initiative. I think it has huge potential, and it could be, I'm not sure what the right word, a leadership piece in the city. And it is a great opportunity that we have here. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Alderman McLeod. Before I call on Alderman Chabot to close, I actually have a question, which is, Alderman Chabot, I hope you can do this, but perhaps you can just walk us through the budget a little bit. It just wasn't 100% clear to me what the money was being used for, and in particular, there was the money, I don't even have it right in front of me, but there was money that was going to professional fees, and I just didn't know to whom that was being paid.
Well, Your Worship, without going into, well, there's certain aspects of this that I probably can't provide the same level of understanding. I didn't put forward the application. The application was put forward by the BRZ specifically, and some of the components within here are actually something that could probably best be answered by Ms. McSweeney.
And the application is being distributed right now as well. I didn't realize it was.
What I can tell you is that the bulk of the intent, of course, is looking at communications piece, trying to get as many people engaged as possible, providing some opportunity for advertisement, securing of a venue, providing, I guess, increased opportunity for people to participate in the public engagement process. But as I indicated, Your Worship, I'm happy to put forward a motion to have Ms. McSweeney address that one particular issue.
She looks ready.
Because she could probably address it better than anyone.
So I'm happy to take that motion. Alderman Carra, you're seconding it? Thank you. Are we agreed to have Ms. McSweeney come forward? Any opposed? Very well. Hello, Ms. McSweeney. You thought you could escape, but...
So thank you. I'm wondering, actually, Your Worship, if I could have a copy of that budget that was submitted, please.
Can we... Just on our way to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Didn't actually see the end. So the professional fees and analysis are a number of, I don't want to specifically say the people, but it is actually a number of things that we're doing, the capital analysis and a number of those things. So we do need to pay some professional fees for that. Obviously, we do, because they are from out of town, we are going to be paying their travel and accommodation. Right. And then the room rental is specifically for the public lecture that we will be providing to the City of Calgary to make them more aware of this sustainable project.
Okay. That really is all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. McSweeney while she's up? Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Ms. McSweeney, page 3 of 3. The first number I saw is a question I'm going to ask. Travel accommodation, food and hotel, 11,500. How many people are going to be arriving?
That is 2.
How far are they coming from?
One's coming from South Carolina, the other one's coming from Texas. That's in line with what...
Take it they're not Aeroplan subscribers.
And they are here for a number of trips. And
just
then also...
2.
Yeah, so it would be 2 trips, so 4 times. So it would be 4 for 4 trips. And it is in line with our budget, but that's actually...
I understand them. You should get them to subscribe to Aeroplan.
Use their points.
Unfortunately, since they're coming from the U.S., we actually, I'm not sure that they have Aeroplan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Did you have a question for Ms. McSweeney, or were you closing?
Just closing, Your Worship.
All right. Anyone else? I love the clerk loves it when I say that. All right, Alderman Chabot to close.
Yeah, very briefly. So in regards to some of the expenses, travel accommodation as one in particular, as requested by Alderman Hodges, we're talking about not just airfare here for travel, but also accommodations during the period of which these two individuals will be staying in the city. So their room, their meals. It's not like they're coming here for one day and then leaving. They're going to be staying here over a course of several days and on multiple trips, 2 trips specifically, and how long they end up staying here. This is a budgeted amount which I think will be, if anything, conservative. There is some significant contributions by the BRZ in association with this, as well as significant in-kind contributions. So this isn't completely funded by us. There are some additional funding sources associated with this, and this potentially will actually assist us in making an application for the CRL, which Council has already approved. However, we have to justify how we apply and the criteria specifically in relations to a community revitalization levy. So this will help to more clearly define why it is that a CRL is the only way that we can actually redevelop this area. It'll better define our application to the provincial government, which potentially could help us to provide some financial resources to help to redevelop this area. So it's a modest investment with a potentially significantly large benefit. So hopefully Council can support it, and maybe we can make use of this process again in other areas. So
great.
I'll sit on that.
Thanks very much, Alderman Chabot. So on the motion, which is both to receive the report for information, but also to approve the $59,500 from the Innovation Fund. So on that motion, are we agreed? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. That takes us to 8.1.3 in your agenda, which is the report that was circulated a little bit earlier, C 2011-38, Airport Trail Underpass Capital Program Update. This is basically an update on how much money has been spent to date on this project. Alderman Stevenson, you're moving this? No, not
yes,
this one.
Your Worship, I'd like to move it, but I'd also like to ask you the one that's in camera, 41. That one is now circulated and it's unrestricted. It's not marked confidential. So can we pass it too?
I thought we would do that after the in-camera discussion today. I would ask Council's
All right, I'll just move this one then for now.
Table that one later.
Thank you.
Doesn't really matter, but since we'll have a discussion. I need a second. Or Alderman Jones, sorry. Mr. Logan, did you want to say anything about this report?
Your Worship, thank you. This report is intended to do 2 things, Your Worship. First off, advise you of where we're at with the expenditures on the preliminary investigations, which we had set up as budget 8, or we got the budget 686. We are to date $225,750 on a $250,000 approved budget. That is largely related to consulting fees of Deloitte Touche to do the market sounding on a P3, geotech work to ascertain the feasibility of mining out the rock and what would be involved in mining for the tunnel, and then a functional planning study to look at the roadway designs. Salary and wage relates to a test that we brought on. Contracted services has to do with external legal advice and an external land valuation. And finally, the business expense is largely related to a trip to Ottawa that several staff members took to meet with Transport Canada and present the report to them. If there are any questions on that, I'd be happy to respond to that. Program 855 is the capital budget related to moving forward on the actual construction. In support of that, whilst we do the agreement, Your Worship, we have engaged the services of CH2M Hill and PCL to work with us on the detailed design. So consultants is PCL on the detailed design. Contract services is for the construction management, and internal services relates to survey work and some overhead work from the project management office, Your Worship.
Great. Mr. Logan, I see Alderman Carraw's light is on, so I'll recognize him in a second. But if, God forbid, we cancel this project 6 weeks from now, what would your estimate be for how much we would have expended?
At the current burn rate, Your Worship, I would suggest that we would probably end up spending about another $400,000.
So $1 million in rough numbers?
Yeah, about $950,000 or $1 million.
Okay. Thank you. Alderman Carraw?
Yeah, I'm just going to talk about the triple bottom line reporting because I like to do that from time to time.
All the time in the world, Alderman Carraw. All the time in the world.
Social objectives say key objectives motivating the city to pursue this project include the positive impact construction of the underpass would have on airport employees living in the Northeast and the provision of route choice the underpass would provide those traveling to and from the airport.
Alderman Carraw, you're in the wrong report, sir.
My apologies.
We can come back to that one.
Okay, let me...
38 is the one that's on the floor.
I will respectfully sit down now.
However, I know exactly what you were going to say, and I thought the same thing, and we'll have a chance to talk about it later. Thank you. Anyone else on this one? All right, on the recommendation then to accept this report for information, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. That takes us now to item 8.1.4 on your agenda. E 2011-02 Sinalta ARP ARP deferral request. Alderman Marr, are you moving this one? Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Marr, anything on this one? Any discussion on this one? On the deferral request, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Reports 8.2.1 report from the SPC on CPS. Little alphabet soup there. Alderman Marr.
Thank you. Well, we had a very interesting day at Community Protective Services when we were discussing the overall plans for reinvesting in Calgary, reinvesting in our community. As you know, Council, we voted overwhelmingly to move forward with a plan for $42 million per year to invest back in our community. So I am very pleased that that committee chose to move forward with our plans and to eliminate, as part of the community consultation process, and after hearing from all of the speakers that came to committee, that we were going to just move forward on our CRIPS and our ERIPS process, not to move forward with the CLIP process, because we did not hear any persons in committee asking us to invest in corporate properties and in our own office buildings, but rather looking for us to move forward on things like the zoo, things like recreational facilities in the southeast and the northwest, upgrading life cycle maintenance to the community pool and the new proposed downtown library. So I'm very pleased that we made this decision, Your Worship, and happy to move the recommendation of the committee.
Alderman Keating is seconding. Thank you very much. Alderman Chabot.
Your Worship, well, first of all, I'd like to ask your opinion as to whether or not it was within the committee's authority to actually change Council's direction. Council had previously given direction
I hear you.
to allocate money within 3 envelopes. So Council voted on those 3 envelopes, and whether or not the committee chose to allocate $0 to a particular envelope, certainly, in my opinion, was within the purview of committee. But to eliminate an envelope altogether, I don't think, in my opinion, was within the authority of the committee, because Council had given direction. Here are the envelopes. You decide how much you want to put in each envelope. And the committee chose to eliminate one of those envelopes. Now, granted, it wasn't listed as clips when Council gave direction for other municipal infrastructure, and there is a particular project that I think would actually benefit the city of Calgary. And if I were to be asked, which piece of municipal infrastructure do I think we should invest in, I would respectfully have to say probably Andrew Davidson building would be a good place to invest some money, because it's no point in having a building if we can't actually put people in it. And we currently don't have that mechanism. And I was asked by the chairman if I was prepared to put forward a particular infrastructure project, and would be happy to move that particular piece of infrastructure, because the potential cost savings from the City of Calgary not have to enter into lease agreements to accommodate staff that we could potentially put into the Andrew Davidson building could certainly have some pretty significant cost savings. Now, having said that, I guess I'm at your discretion in regards to whether or not we should move forward on the following basis.
Well, Alderman Chabot, I hear what you're saying, and the confusing part about this is that what Council actually approved was the language that said, where is it here? That the SPC on Community and Protective Services be directed to allocate the funds across the CRIP, ERIP list, and other municipal infrastructure, excluding transportation. However, what was before the committee was something that was quite different. And so the challenge here is we actually do have a problem, because we've got a gap between what Council approved and what went to committee. Now, committee is well within its rights, I think, to amend that and bring it back to Council, and that's really what we're debating now. Mm-hmm. The challenge I'm having is a little bit around the original gap between what Council approved and the wording that went to committee. So that said, I think I'm going to allow the motion the way it is, given that committee has brought it back to Council. However, sir, if you would like to amend the recommendation to better reflect your view of what Council approved on March 21st, you're very welcome to do so.
Okay, so if I could then, Your Worship, I would like to put forward the lost recommendation, which was to add back in that municipal infrastructure piece, and not CLIPS specifically. As you correctly pointed out, Council did not give direction for committee to assess ERIPS, CRIPS, and the CLIPS list. It simply gave direction to approve ERIPS, CRIPS, and other municipal infrastructure, which is the amendment that I actually tried to put forward in committee to sort of reintroduce that component back into the motion, which again still doesn't allocate a specific amount to it, and it doesn't dedicate it towards a particular project. It simply reintroduces the opportunity for us to reinvest back into other municipal infrastructure.
So you are suggesting then an amendment to recommendation 1A from the committee to add in the words after CRIP and ERIP lists attachment to, comma, and other municipal infrastructure excluding transportation?
Correct, Your Worship.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Yes. I'll just say that Alderman Stevenson seconded it, so it's on the table.
Thank you. Thank you. On a point of order, we had this semantic development at committee, and we were discussing as to whether or not this was the intent of Council. Now, if you read the recommendations in the report, it's that we agreed that we were going to spend $42 million annually, and that the SPC on Community Protective Services be directed, which I took as having the authority to allocate the funds across the CRIPS list, the ERIPS list, and other municipal infrastructure, excluding transportation. Mm-hmm. Now, we had this discussion at committee where we heard from the public. The public was supportive of the CRIPS list. They were supportive of the ERIPS list. There was no mention about the CLIPS list. Now, this is the first time that Alderman Chabot actually even mentioned the Andrew Davidson building, even though 6 times I requested him to bring up the building in question that he wanted to at committee, where we could have easily amended it.
It's on a point of order, Your Worship.
So I'm not debating. I'm just trying to explain the rationale as to why the committee did what it did.
No, this is the right time to do it.
And
keep going.
This was a committee, as I said, a committee decision. Now, when Alderman Chabot attempted to suggest the other municipal infrastructure, that was, we found, too vague and not expressive enough to give direction to administration, whereas the CLIPS list and the ERIPS list is something that has a rather substantial booklet associated with it that we've been using for many years. So in defense of the committee, and certainly we appreciate what Alderman Chabot was trying to do, but the opportunity to amend it was presented several times, Your Worship. So I am supportive of the recommendations of the committee.
And here it is again, being recommended. So we certainly have an amendment on the table. Boy, that committee meeting sounds like it was a lot of fun. But I think Alderman Chabot, given that he stood up on a point of order, I don't think you were done, so I'll give you back the floor.
Oh, and I'm still waiting to hear what point of order he's rising on, Your Worship. But having said that,
the amendment is now on the floor, by the way, seconded by Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, as I indicated, there is in committee. There's the reason that I didn't put forward specifically the Andrew Davison building, although it was discussed very briefly, is because I want an opportunity to discuss this further with administration. And I indicated that at that time, that I would prefer to do my due diligence, discuss with administration on where they felt it would be best to invest some money into which piece of municipal infrastructure. Now, having done that, there may be some higher priority pieces of other municipal infrastructure than the Andrew Davison building. However, they agreed that that would be a very worthwhile piece of infrastructure to invest in. May not be the highest priority, but without the opportunity to assess them all and rate them to determine where the highest and best use of those monies are, they felt that if there was a project that we wanted to move forward and make a recommendation towards, that they would be more than happy to support the recommendation to invest in the Andrew Davison building. Now, I'm falling short of actually specifying that because I want administration, whether it be our GM of Community and Protective Services, Dr. Hargesheimer, and our GM, Mr. Brad Stevens, to discuss how to work out the cash flow to address the intent of committee, which is to predominantly invest in CRIPS and ERIPS. And I think that was pretty evident based on the discussions at committee, and look at how can we help to supplement the that corporate properties in regards to achieving some of the other objectives as identified, maybe with some additional direction towards the Andrew Davison building. So anyways, Council, I hope you support this amendment. It essentially mirrors the intent of Council, which was voted on by Council, and the amount of votes that actually carried the original proposal, I'm not going to debate, and nor will I try and influence what sort of a cash flow recommendation is going to go towards which particular envelope which Council has previously given direction to. I will look forward, though, to the recommendations, which is coming back to us, and at which time we can then further debate whether or not we think the allocation mix, the cash flow mix, is appropriate or not.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. Oh, I was going to say Alderman Carra, but I think you turned your light off. On the amendment, Alderman MacLeod.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't be long with my comments, just that this particular change was also put forward at committee, and the committee did debate and look at all of what was put forward, including municipal infrastructure. The committee thought that ERIPS and the CRIPS list was the highest priority, highest and greatest priority, I think is what was the term that was used. And I will not be supporting this because it clearly CRIPS and ERIPS was the recommendation from committee, and I support that.
Just having a little sidebar with the city solicitor on an interesting procedural issue that we've walked into here. But I still don't know the answer, so Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a question about how approvals of this money would happen in the future. I don't know who to ask. Would it come back to council? Would it go to committee? How would it be done?
Your Worship, as per the recommendations in the report, we were going to bring forward the recommendations for allocation in June to Community Protective Services, and then, of course, the final decision is council.
Would that be an annual basis or an ongoing basis? I'm talking about in the future rather than just the first.
Okay, so typically capital is put forward on a 5-year plan. And so what you would see in June is a 5-year recommended allocation and then a 10-year long-term plan. Because you don't allocate capital on a 1-year basis.
Exactly. And then that's where I was going with the idea of other infrastructure. I mean, I never mind allowing the door to be open in case there's a reason for it. But I wanted to know how it was going to be decided on who actually makes the approval so that we can say, if it does come up, we have the choice to either not apply it to other municipal infrastructure and stick with the CRIPS and the EREPs, or if there's a scenario where it may be a good idea to go with other infrastructure, then maybe we have that choice, as long as that choice is there and there's that council has the ability to approve it. On that note, I see it going where we still have the choice in the future. We're identifying those two as our priority, but you never know if there's anything else out there that might be a valid reason. So I would support this.
Alderman Carra?
I'd like to propose an amendment to the amendment. Okay, so the debate, if you can characterize it as a debate, at Standing Policy Committee.
Was there popcorn? Were there clouds?
I would have enjoyed spectating rather than participating, but that's another thing. I think the point that Alderman Chabot raises is that there could be the opportunity for significant savings across the corporation if we were to, consolidate a couple of operations into one building, and then we might be able to find $42 million or more by being a little bit smarter about how we deploy corporate forces, which is, I think, an idea that we want to keep on the table. And so I'm not against supporting this, but I want to add the caveat as my amendment to the amendment that provided other municipal infrastructure offers cost savings equal to or greater, and that money is transferred into CRIPS and ERIPS. Because that was the whole idea, right? Because I think what we heard from the public was that CRIPS and ERIPS are severely underfunded, and we need to put that forward as something that's very important for Calgarians. And is there any way to word that in a way that makes sense?
I absolutely hear what you're saying, and far be it from me to offer you advice on the floor of council.
Please do.
I would never, ever do that. My suggestion is that, especially given the language in B below, I kind of feel like we can trust the committee on this one. That, it is at Community and Protective Services for a reason. And I would be very surprised if Community and Protective Services as a committee would decide that all of this money would go to, and it has to come back to council too, by the way, that all of this money would go to, renovations to council chambers or something like that. So my suggestion is that we trust the committee rather than shackling the committee with that kind of language, because that would force administration to really show the numbers to the penny. But of course, you're welcome to put it.
Well, you make it sound like showing the numbers to the penny is a bad idea, but I'm comfortable with B offsetting that, I guess. I will withdraw the amendment to the amendment, but I would like to keep council's in mind that was the discussion that was happening.
And I think that's important, and I think committee understands that. Council, we have sort of a procedural issue that I would be very pleased to share with you at this time, because we love these things. We're adding back in language, which is precisely the same language that council approved the first time. If this motion passes, if this amendment passes, no problem. If this amendment fails, then we have de facto reconsidered a previous decision of council. So, we've got a little bit of a conundrum here, folks. Well, remember, you need 2/3. So, Mr. Tully and I have had a little discussion about this, and Madam Clerk looks like she has an opinion on the matter about how best to proceed.
It's actually easy, Your Worship. If you vote on it and it passes, then you're fine. I would not have stood up to mention the reconsideration until it passed, at which point I would have said, or it didn't pass, I would have said we have an issue now.
But if it fails, does that mean we require it to fail by 2/3 or greater? Otherwise, it has to be read in.
No, the reconsideration would have.
All right, so let's go to a vote, and then once we get there, and if in fact it does fail, then we have an interesting situation in front of us, and it'll be fun. Okay. Alderman Marr, I think you've spoken on the amendment already, so Alderman Pincott.
Well, thank you. I will do my best to make sure that we land in a conundrum.
Thanks.
I'm not going to support this amendment. Upon consideration and certainly hearing from the public at committee, I don't think it's appropriate for us to look at spending these monies on municipal infrastructure. I think that this. What was important for the money that we're talking about is that it is, for the first time, looking at essentially social capital infrastructure and funding it essentially from the tax base for the first time. And that's very, very important. But I think that we have to make sure that we are using those direct taxpayer dollars to invest back in the communities from which we are getting it, so that we see the benefits of the tax room that was vacated that we have taken, and see the benefits being directly in the community. And that to me is the most important part of what we're talking about here. And to dilute that and to move it into saying that we could use some of that money for upgrading buildings for civic employees, while I am completely supportive of making sure that our employees have the best workplaces that we can give them to work in, and that our buildings, I recognize the cost savings and of doing all of that work, and I support it completely. I just don't think that this source of money is the appropriate place for that. So if this money is coming from the community, which it is, I think it needs to go back to the community. Therefore, I will not be supporting the amendment to dilute that.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. On the amendment, Alderman Lowe.
I find Your Worship, I find the discussion about diluting the money interesting, but only interesting. I found Alderman Carra's almost motion about if we did this and there were operational savings, about how we get that back into the capital for further community investment, I found more interesting. And I'm accepting that B effectively gives us that sort of capacity. I think, bearing in mind that whatever comes to committee in June will require council to pass it item by item in June, and that other municipal infrastructure, excluding transportation, brought forward would be subject to significant scrutiny at that point in time, that I'm going to support it now because I think we really have a good chance to look at it in June. The question I've been aching to ask, and I will ask it now, Your Worship, to Mr. Stevens, what's in the top of the CLIPS list?
Your Worship, the CLIPS list is just being redone on CLIPS we've done on a 3-year basis. So at the beginning of every budget cycle.
What was in the top of the last one?
I think there was, I think it's right here, and I can't remember if Mr. Tobert's got it. Just looking at it. While he's looking, let me tell you what I do know so far.
Sure.
So CLIPS is made up of about 11 different business units. And the project that Alderman Chabot has been talking about is in corporate properties and buildings after the police vacated Andrew Davison. that portion of the CLIPS bucket has been prioritized, and that is at the top of the corporate properties list. What I can't tell you today is for 2012 to 14, the prioritization of all of that. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The first item there was a bunch of them. There was some legislative items. There was a fuel tank upgrade, PCI credit card adjustment, East Calgary stormwater management. So you can see there was a finance project. There was a stormwater or a landfill project. There was a number of them because that's the diversity of projects that come across the CLIPS list.
Okay. So I guess, Your Worship, in June, when we get to look at it, I would hope if other municipal infrastructure put forward definitely has a front-facing element, then I think we could look at it. But again, Council, we get to choose. Thank you.
So just to be clear, Alderman Lowe, I just had
it was
a little,
8 miles apart in Saskatchewan, Your Worship, but that was a long time
Is that true?
ago. That's right, yeah.
Saskatchewan people. Suddenly I'm starting to learn. Anyway, I won't go there. I just had a quick lean over with Mr. Tobert here, who confirmed to me that it is correct that the committee will see this in June. Council, however, will deal with it in November as part of the capital budget.
So well, that's twice then we get to look at it.
Yeah.
Once a committee, once in November.
That's right. I just heard you say council will see it in June, just clarifying.
I'm sorry. You're absolutely right, of course, Your Worship. But my point is that my suggestion would be that it be front-facing, which deals with the Alderman Pincott's perception issue, which is valid. I'm not debating it. But council gets, or committee once, and then council once gets a good solid kick at it. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Marr, now you sort of had your chance on the amendment, but you did rise on a point of order, so if you got something quick, I'm happy to take it now.
I appreciate that. So I'm not going to support this because of the fact that we went through and hashed our way through this at committee. I certainly understand council trying to say other municipal infrastructure, but there was at committee absolutely nothing brought forward, not by a member of council, not by the public, other than the fact that we understood we wanted to have a public library, we wanted to have life cycle maintenance, we wanted to have fire halls, we wanted to have things that Calgarians could actually use. I don't see myself ever supporting something where we would go to the citizens and say, you know what, we're going to use this money that we've adopted in the tax room that we said we were going to use for building community infrastructure, but instead we're going to renovate one of our office buildings. I'm not up for that, and I don't think you were elected to make those kinds of decisions that are not going to impact the day-to-day lives of Calgarians. So while I appreciate we want to make sure that our staff are as comfortable as we can be, and we want to make sure that we're as efficient as we can be, I'm not prepared to stand up here and say we, as the City of Calgary Council, are going to instead renovate an office building instead of building recreational facilities for Calgarians. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. Alderman Chabot? You are closing on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So, members of council, essentially what I'm trying to do here is save the chairman of Standing Policy Committee from having to vote on a reconsideration, which will require 10 votes, I might add, because it's less than 6 months that has gone by since council originally moved the recommendation, and yes, it would have to be moved by reconsideration. It would have to be moved by somebody on the prevailing side. So there's a whole plethora of issues associated with the decision that was made at committee, and I tried to fix it at committee just to put that back in there. It failed, but here's an opportunity for us to fix it very briefly, very quickly, and then address the issue of how much we allocate to what in June, as was indicated before. We don't know how much we're going to allocate to what, and we heard through committee that the bulk of the investment of $42 million a year for the next 5 years we want to see invested in the CRIPS and ERIBS list. not asking for that much money. I think all I need is about $9 million total. That's assuming that it's all financed through this. But that may not be the highest priority. That's something that council can then decide on what amount of money we're going to allocate to what in June. So if you vote against this, just got to remember that the following item that's going to be coming to you is going to be a motion to reconsider council's previous direction, which then somebody on the prevailing side of the original motion will have to move reconsideration, which will require 10 votes.
Just to be clear, Alderman Chabot, everything you said is right except for the on the prevailing side bit. That's only at the same meeting.
Oh, correct. That's right. Sorry for that. My apologies. I stand corrected on that. Thank you, Your Worship. Closed.
Thank you. On the amendment, as you see before you, which is to add the words in boldface, are we agreed? Agreed. Opposed? Call the roll, please.
Alderman McLeod.
No.
Alderman Marr.
No.
Alderman Pincott.
No.
Alderman Pootmans. Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Carra.
Sure.
Alderman Chabot. Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
No.
Alderman Demong.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
No.
Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
It's carried, Your Worship. Thank God.
May make it out of here by supper after all. Okay. Not that that's the issue in any way. All right, so now we've got this motion as amended. Any further discussion on the motion as amended? Alderman McLeod.
Okay, I'm still baffled. Seems to be a theme for me today.
It's my theme every day.
Okay, so let me get this right. We've got the $42 million. We sent it to SPC on Community and Protective Services to allocate the funds. Community and Protective Services says we'll allocate them on CRIPS and ERIPS, but not the other stuff. But then we add back in the other stuff, and now we're going back to allocate it again?
I can help on this one, I think.
Thank you.
So what happened was we told the committee as council, go ahead and figure out how to allocate this across these three buckets. And so the committee took lots of public submissions, but then it has to do with the wording, right? It then directed administration to go and bring forth a list in June from these two lists, but not from the third one. Now, if committee had just decided to not fund anything on the third list, we would have been fine. But by making that direction to administration, the argument is that they were making a de facto change to the direction the council gave the committee. So it was kind of one step in advance. So where we are now is we're still saying to administration, go back and bring us a list. But we're allowing administration, should they so desire in their analysis, to add things to the list outside of the CRIPS and ERIPS, and then committee gets to decide whether to fund those things. Council gets to decide whether to approve that capital budget.
I'm not going to belabor this, but it seems to me the recommendation from the committee, we had the CRIPS and ERIPS list. We also had the CLIPS list, which was outdated. The motion says that the high priority projects are the ones that we're recommending be funded. So those would be the top ones on the list. Now, I guess it has to go back to see if those are really the ones that we want to fund. Is that...
No, that's exactly right, because what committee was asking administration to do was not just to bring back the top priorities 1, 2, 3, and then you would just fund 1, 2, 3. Presumably, and if I know Dr. Hargesheimer and Mr. Stevens, they will actually have some interesting combinations for you to consider in terms of implications for future year funding. So by adopting this amendment and presuming that we adopt the overall recommendation, we're adding more to the mix in terms of what they can bring forward. That's really it.
So we're going through another public hearing again with this?
It would have had to, even under the committee's original recommendation, because it was going to come back to committee in June.
Thank you.
I was quite honestly a bit surprised that the committee entertained all of these submissions from the public at this meeting rather than at the meeting in June, but that was just my thinking. Yeah, you got to open it up to the public anyway, so. Alderman Carra.
Yeah, I just want to make the point that what we heard at committee was not just CRIPS and ERIPS, but also the importance, I think, of finding one or two big, shiny, important things, like a central library. Yeah, but I know, and I know we'll be deciding in June. I'm just sharing with the rest of council that, this is really about showing the citizens of Calgary that if we're taking some tax room rather than refunding it back to the citizens, that they're actually getting value for dollars, and we can't fritter it away on important and necessary maintenance, but invisible maintenance. And that's just something that came out and that we should keep in mind as we move into June.
Thanks, Alderman Carra. Alderman Chabot, you've already had the floor on this. Okay, go.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just want to say very briefly that $42 million is not really going to buy us a lot. We'll have to look at the cash flow over a number of years, and that's, I think, what we can expect to see in June is how we're going to, use this money and how the cash will flow through all the different projects over the course of the next 5 years to accommodate the highest and best uses of this money, and hopefully the Andrew Davison building can be considered as part of that cash flow. Thank you, Your Worship.
Not to beat a dead horse or anything, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Putmans?
At the risk of beating a dead horse, I thought the beauty of the CRIPS list was that it enabled us in times of opportunity to have a pre-existing, objectively derived, professionally prepared set of priorities for the city so that we were not vulnerable to the issue of the day, and that in fact this was the essence of good administrative work. And I will just make that point and sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alderman Putmans. Alderman Marr, did you want to close? Thank you. On the motion then before you as amended, are we agreed? Any opposed? Marr, can you oppose something that you moved? Okay, Marr and Collier-Cart then are opposed. The recommendations as amended. Okay. So, all right, so Aldermans Marr and Collier-Cart are opposed. Okay. That takes us... Oh, sorry, Alderman Putmans, were you opposed to that as well? Oh, I'm sorry, then we need to call the roll. I apologize, I didn't see your hand.
On the motion as amended, Alderman Demong?
Yes.
Alderman Farrell? Sorry. Alderman Hodges? Yes. Alderman Jones? Alderman Keating?
Yes.
Alderman Lowe?
Yes.
Alderman McLeod?
Yes.
Alderman Marr?
No.
Alderman Pincott?
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans?
No.
Alderman Stevenson? Yes. Alderman Carra?
Yes.
Alderman Chabot?
Yes.
Alderman Collier-Cart?
No.
Mayor Nenshi? Mayor Nenshi?
Yes.
Thank you. Carried.
Thank you. That takes us then to notices of motion, I believe. So we'll go to 9.1.1, council tax cancellation for the Calgary Folk Festival's Festival Hall. Alderman Carra.
Thank you, Your Worship. Members of council, this is just, as you guys know, Festival Hall, the headquarters of the Calgary Folk Music Festival, is being built in the community of Inglewood. It has received a lot of funding from a lot of levels of government, and specifically from City Council. Previous councils have, in their wisdom, granted it $1.831 million. It is a spectacular addition to the city's cultural venues. I want to point out that the Executive Director, John Loving, of Festival Hall is here in case there's any questions. The basic problem is, as a not-for-profit society, once operating this building, once it's built, it will be tax exempt, property tax exempt. But during construction, it is not, and they're getting hit for over $20,000 a year as they build it. And as you know, construction, especially when you're building a not-for-profit facility, is always tight. And the fear of cost overruns is always there. And since we're giving with one hand, I don't see why we should claw back. This notice of motion has been written in conjunction with the assessment office to ensure that we're not exposing the city to any undue risk from people trying to get out of paying their property taxes in any other way. And I hope we can, if there are questions, I'm sure Mr. Loving would be happy to come up. Otherwise, I ask you for your support of this canceling the property tax for Festival Hall.
Thank you. And I believe Alderman Lowe was first to the gun on seconding this one. And just to 100% confirm what you just said, once it's done, it would be property tax exempt. But due to a strange loophole in the law, they have to pay property tax during the time of construction. And your motion is for 1 year only to get rid of the property tax because they wouldn't pay it once the building was occupied. Okay, thank you. Alderman Putmans?
Thank you, Worship. That goes part way. Copter is provincial. It's a provincial program, is it not? What city policy guides us in this area when we make decisions like this?
Council precedent.
Boy.
By and large, most community facilities that nonprofit organizations are moving into, it's not that common. It's not uncommon, but it's not that common for them to be building them from the ground up. Typically, they're moving into stuff that they're renovating and so on. And so it seems that the Copter exemption doesn't really look at people who are actually building something new in the same way. I shouldn't go too much further on this because we'll get hypothetical, but oftentimes they're built on city-owned land and so on, so it's easier situation. This one is a bit different.
And is this one in the future will be tax exempt because it is on city land?
Under Copter.
Under Copter.
Because of the use. As soon as it's in a nonprofit use, then the Copter provisions apply. But because it's a construction site right now, not a concert hall, the Copter provisions don't apply.
Right, so it's for this construction period that we're looking for the Copter. So this is not, okay. Thank you.
I know it's a bit confusing, and I just had it explained to me, so I'm repeating now. Alderman MacLeod?
Thank you, Worship. My question was not dissimilar to yours with respect to the time period. I want to clarify that this is a 1 year period and that the total exemption is $22,164.50.
Ms. Chobert?
I believe that's what it says. Now, therefore, be it resolved.
Yeah, and
well, yes, but
you're asking, will we be liable next year and the year after?
I think what Alderman Carra was talking about was the building cycle, and I want a ceiling put on the amount that's to be exempt. So, I just am clarifying: is that the total amount, or will, if this goes over, will we be coming back again?
Your Worship, I believe that in order for this to happen again, let's say construction took much longer. Alderman Carra would be back.
Okay.
But perhaps Mr. Loving can just nod. The idea is that it will be in use in 2012, right? Okay. And so you're well on track and on construction schedule, okay.
Okay, so we don't need to put any different ceiling on this to allow ourselves a bit of... Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Chabot?
Thank you, Worship. Well, I don't disagree that it's certainly within our purview to forego municipal tax revenue. Just wondering how we deal with the provincial portion, because we can't really say to the province we won't give you that money. How do we do that?
I just asked that question too, Alderman Chabot, but I'll let Mr. Tobert tell you what he told me.
Your Worship, what happens, and I asked this question myself of others, we will not collect this tax from this taxpayer. We will collect it from all other taxpayers.
So we're still obligated to pay the province this amount?
Province gets their money.
I just wanted to be clear on that, so everybody knows what you're approving here. Thank you. No further questions.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. On this, Alderman Carra, did you want to close?
Closed.
On notice of motion 2011-15, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Collier-Cart is opposed. Carried. Notice of motion 2011-16 has been moved to the in-camera session, which takes us to the bylaw tabulations. That's very exciting. We've got several of these, so we'll start with...
Your Worship, I'll move the appropriate readings 3B, 4B, 5B.
Thank you. 3B, 4B, and 5B, just the first three?
Of them all.
Okay, and 19M?
And 19M.
I do. I have to call them separate. Okay. So then on 3B 2011 second reading, are we agreed? Third reading, are we agreed? Oh, sorry. Back up. 2B 2011, are we agreed? Any opposed? Aldermans Demong and Chabot are opposed. Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Aldermans Demong and Chabot are opposed. 4B 2011 second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Okay. 5B 2011 second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? And 19M 2011 second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. And third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Okay. That takes us then to the next page of my agenda. Thank you. Can you move 7B 2011, Alderman Lowe, as well? Oh, he has. Okay, great. So may I just borrow this for a sec, because I don't know where my second page went. 7B 2011, 10.2.1. Okay. 7B 2011, second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed?
No, you don't need that.
No, because we did first reading already. We only have to do authorization when you do first, second, and third on the same day. Okay? No problem. Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. And 31M 2011 then, that's Attainable Homes Calgary. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Okay. Now that takes us to urgent business, which you should have a purple cover report, which is noted. There's two of them, I think. The first is AC 2011-27. Alderman Pincott, you want to move that one?
Thank you, Worship. I think I'll move both at the same time, if you don't mind,
no problem.
as they are related. This is the City of Calgary's annual report and our external auditor's report. We had a very good discussion last week at Audit Committee about these, and so I'm moving the recommendations of Audit Committee on both these reports.
And I heard Alderman McLeod is seconding. Thank you very much. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Worship. A couple of questions, if I may. Well, actually, it's probably going to be more than a couple. My apologies for not being able to be at audits. First of all, on page 30 of 95, 30 of 95.
30 of 95. 30 of 95.
Okay. It's there's budget, actual, favorable, unfavorable, and so I see all these unfavorables on the right-hand column, which are signified by brackets, and then at the bottom the amount is 279,723, but it's not in brackets. So does that mean that it's favorable?
You're talking about as we asked Mr. Sawyer to answer that question.
Yes, I'm just looking at that, and it appears to me it should be bracketed.
That's what I
I'm
thought.
just going to check the final copy.
Well, it does add up if you go with the unfavorable. It doesn't seem to work out for the favorable side. Oh, I'm using the one from Audit Committee.
Yeah, no, it clearly, it just, the only reason, it's a good catch, Alderman Chabot, and I'm glad that you caught it. But I thought I heard you say a different number than the number that's there.
Yes, to be clear on something, I'm using the one from the audit, not the one that's actually distributed.
Oh, and
so
it's slightly different.
There's been some slight amendments, I think.
Yeah, I think we're just missing some brackets there.
Okay. On that.
It appears we're missing the brackets, and we'll catch those in the final version. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, whilst we're on the subject, if I may, Mr. Sawyer, on page 53 of 95, and maybe this is not a mistake, but maybe actually what, in fact, is what appears to be a 97-year investment. On page 53 of 95, it says the average yield earnings, maturity dates on investments range from 2011 to 2108. Is that right?
That's a serious GIC.
Seems like a pretty long
It's a pretty big GIC.
My understanding is there is an investment with basically 100 years or something like that.
There is. Well, I'm not disputing it. I just wanted to make sure that it was correct. Because it does seem like a pretty long-term investment. Thank you for that. I do appreciate that.
That was the GIC that's put in place for Alderman Hodges' retirement party.
All right. So if I could take you to, I think it's the summary page. It says something about revenue in lieu of taxes or something like that, and I'm just trying to find exactly where I saw that. But do you know what I'm talking about, Mrs. Sawyer?
There it is. Page 90 of 95.
Page 90 of 95. Thank you for that, Mr. Long. It's actually referenced in more than one place, but that is certainly one place where it's been referenced. So revenue in lieu of taxes on page 90 of 95. I just want to understand what it is.
Yes, revenue in lieu of taxes are essentially franchise fees.
Ah, so revenue from, I guess, right of way. That's what that is, eh? Interesting. Cool. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. That's all I need to know.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Anyone else before I call on Alderman Pincott to close? Alderman Pincott to close.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to close with a thank you. A thank you to the Finance Department for this. I don't think that people are aware that that this report is a week earlier, and a week has made all the difference to it is quite something, the how much work went into getting this done at the last minute, lots of weekends being worked. So I'd just like to, in closing, just thank Mr. Sawyer and his entire staff for the work that they've done on this. I do appreciate it very much for getting it here to us today. Thank you. Closed.
Great, thank you. On the recommendations then on AC 2011-27, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Did you want to introduce the next one, Alderman Pincott?
Introduced and closed, if desired.
Oh, there's no one to speak to it? Okay, good. Then we are closed. So on the recommendations on AC 2011-28, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Okay, carried. We don't need that yet, I don't think. So I will take a motion then to move in camera to the corporate boardroom for the next set of items. Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Jones. Are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. Yep. Yeah, corporate boardroom. No, there's just... Alderman Hodges?
Yeah, I'll move the committee resident report, Your Worship.
Thank you. Alderman Jones seconding. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Very well then. Alderman Pincott.
Thank you, Worship. I have two motions. One is N 2011, which is Calgary Arts Development Authority resignation and appointments, and the recommendation is that Council adopt the recommendations contained in report N 2011-11.
Thanks very much. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Chabot. On that one, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Pincott.
Thank you. And a second one is C 2011-39, membership of the EAC, Environmental Advisory Committee, and that Council adopt the administration recommendations contained in report C 2011-39.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Demong. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Carried. Alderman Colley-Urquhart.
Thank you, Your Worship. On N 2011-08, replacement appointment to Access Calgary Eligibility Appeal Board, that the Access Calgary Eligibility Appeal Board be tabled until a further report is received from the Director of Transportation.
Second.
From the Director of Calgary Transit?
Yes. They had transportation here.
All right, from the Director of Transit.
Second.
Thank you. Alderman Chabot is seconding that. On that one, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Okay, Alderman McLeod.
Thank you, Your Worship. On motion N 2011-10, resignations and appointment to the Aboriginal Urban Affairs Committee, that Council accept the resignations of Mr. Mark Patenaude as non-Aboriginal member and Mr. Dylan Rose as an Aboriginal member of the Aboriginal Urban Affairs Committee, Calgary, effective immediately, and that they be thanked for their service. 2, to appoint Joshua Fraser as an Aboriginal member for the completion of a 2-year term expiring 2012 October. 3, that the remaining vacancy for a non-Aboriginal member be filled expiring 2011 October once nominations are received via administration or member of council and forwarded to council in 2011 May for review and a decision. And 4, keep the attachments confidential under Section 17(1) of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Protection Act after council rises and reports on the matter.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. On this one, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Okay, Alderman McLeod again.
On C 2011-40, Council award selections, that Council adopt the administration recommendations contained in Report 2011-40, and to direct that the report and attachments remain confidential under Section 17(4)(g) of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Protection Act until 2011 May 31st.
Thank you. Alderman Chabot is seconding that. On this one, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the airport trail underpass update, that C 2011-41 airport trail underpass update number 2 be received for information. And should I be adding the verbal report to that too?
And the verbal report.
And the verbal report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Thanks, Alderman Jones. And that is being received for information openly, so it is out in the public. Alderman Carra.
Yeah, I know we all want to get home. I just have a question about the environmental report on this. It says administration is conducting a review of recent studies of affected areas from related projects. To date, no significant environmental concerns have been identified. During the big debate throughout the election, there was a discussion about how there was a significant greenhouse gas reduction potential to the tunnel just with driving. And then there's also the sort of potential of transit connection that this protects, which is also an environmental consideration. I realize that you guys are working around the clock on this and probably didn't take a huge amount of time, but are these contentions discounted, irrelevant to this, or I will let you sort of respond?
It's a good question.
Wrong button, sorry. Those are very valid points, and I would agree. I think when we've been trying to tackle these comments on the reports, we're trying to make them specific to the report and the subject of the individual report. And those comments would have been, in my mind, most appropriate in the first report that talked about what we felt were the merits of the project.
Okay, but the social report seems to be
cross that line, yeah.
To cross that line, so we're gonna. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
We just had the same conversation over here.
Yeah.
Alderman Lowe. Oh, sorry, Alderman Carr, are you done?
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Lowe?
Yes, on the recommendations on this report, Your Worship, was it your intention that the verbal briefing be kept in camera? I think it is, actually.
Your Worship, I don't record anything in there, so anything would just be a member of council's information, but I believe because it's negotiations,
We should do it.
you should do it.
Thank you for catching that, Alderman Lowe. So can we add a second recommendation that the verbal report be remain confidential under the relevant the FOIP articles? Sections, that's the word I was looking for. All right, thanks, Alderman Marr. On that quick amendment, are we agreed? Any opposed? Okay. So on the motion, Alderman Hodges? No, I have one still. So on this motion, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman McLeod?
Take that.
You do need that.
Mayor Nenshi.
Thank you. I'm rising to introduce notice of motion 2011-16. Just one quick and you'll see that we've changed it a little bit based on our discussion. I've added the "and further be it resolved" in bold at the bottom. Just by the way of very quick introduction, Council did at our December 13th meeting refer to me a meeting with the chair of the Taxi Limousine Advisory Committee. And we discovered a few problems with how the Taxi Limousine Advisory Committee is structured. Largely that is a volunteer committee with very, very limited resources, and Council really does expect quite a bit from them. So the purpose of this notice of motion is to defer the reports that we've requested of them until we've had a chance to figure out if TLAC works very well as to ask administration to give us a sense of scoping on what it would cost and how long it would be if we wanted to undertake other questions relating to this industry. So really this is just a step to help those volunteers out a little bit and buy ourselves a bit of time in order to think about how we want to move forward, if at all.
Thank you. Alderman Dine.
We need a seconder.
Seconded by Alderman Pootmans. Alderman
Your
Collier.
Worship, I think when we discussed this in camera, we had, in the one that's in bold, we had agreed to, and further be it resolved, that Council directs administration to evaluate TLAC terms of reference.
Terms of reference. There's a term. There's a phrase missing.
Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Including but not limited to.
Including but not limited to. Perfect.
Everybody, Alderman Hodges. I'd love to if I had a copy of it.
Oh, it's up on the screen.
Okay.
So just now, therefore, and then.
All right. So on the first, and be it resolved that Council. Just a minute. And it's now therefore be it resolved that Council directs administration conduct scoping study to determine that one. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Are you asking for a roll call? No. Okay. So on the second.
No, call the opposed. Sorry.
Opposed.
Now you need to call.
On the first, now therefore be it resolved, which is highlighted right now, Alderman Hodges. No. Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman McLeod. Oh, sorry, Your Worship. Alderman Marr.
No.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Sorry.
No.
Alderman Collier-Urquhart?
No.
Alderman Demong?
No.
Alderman Farrell?
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi?
Yes.
And Deputy Mayor McLeod?
Yes.
Carried, Your Worship.
Next item.
On the next, and be it further resolved, that's highlighted. Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Opposed?
No.
May I call the roll, please, Your Worship? Alderman Demong?
Yes.
Alderman Farrell? Yes. Alderman Hodges? Alderman Jones? Yes. Alderman Keating?
Yes.
Alderman Lowe?
Yes.
Alderman Marr? No. Alderman Pincott? Yes. Alderman Pootmans?
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson? Yes. Alderman Carra?
Yes.
Alderman Chabot?
No.
Alderman Collier-Urquhart?
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McLeod?
Yes.
Carried.
On the third and final, be it resolved. Are we agreed?
Yes.
Any opposed? And we need to call the roll.
Alderman Farrell? Yes. Alderman Hodges? Alderman Jones? Alderman Keating?
Yes.
Alderman Lowe?
Yes.
Alderman Marr? No. Alderman Pincott? Yes. Alderman Pootmans?
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson? Yes. Alderman Carra?
Yes.
Alderman Chabot?
Yes.
Alderman Collier-Urquhart?
No.
Alderman Demong?
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McLeod?
Yes.
Carried. Your Worship, motion to waive the reading of the inquiries, please.
I'll move that, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Thanks, Alderman Chabot. On that one, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. And Alderman Hodges?
Motion to adjourn.
Alderman Jones seconding. Are we agreed? We're done. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. Just as I bang the gavel, I will just say to you, hey, everyone, it's the 6-month anniversary of the election today. It's been a tremendous 6 months with all of you, and here's to many more. 30 more, to be exact. Thank you, and happy Easter, everyone.